Chapter 346. After the world and the sun finished their private conversation, the tarot gathering entered a free chat session. With great interest, Audrey inquired about the unique scenery and strange happenings at sea. The hanging man, Alger, gave a selective description based on his own knowledge. Magicians, Force listened quietly and gradually gained inspiration. She wanted to write a novel about a pirate king. She wanted to write about how he captured a female passenger and had a love-hate relationship with her, a story where fantasy and reality coexisted. Sun could only imagine what the sea looked like based on the paintings and the corresponding text in the City of Silver's collection. In the end, Klein, whose spirituality was gradually drained, announced the end of the tarot gathering. He quickly returned to the real world and took an afternoon nap. 7:30 p.m., Empress Borough, in a house that seemed to belong to a noble. Force put on a hooded robe. After many days, she once again participated in the gathering organized by Mr. A. She sat quietly in a corner and pretended to casually look around. She found that Mr. A, who was sitting alone in the sofa, seemed a little different from before. This wasn't a change in appearance or temperament, because his face was completely hidden in the shadows of the hood. Force couldn't see him clearly at all. She felt that he was different, but it was an almost intuitive feeling. Mr. A was no longer as leisurely and indifferent as before. He always looked at everyone with a condescending attitude. Now, he seemed to be very repressed, trying hard to control something, and the sense of danger he gave off skyrocketed. In the past, Mr. A was like a mountain, but now, he's closer to a venomous snake with its forked tongue. The best-selling author, Force, suddenly felt glad that she hadn't brought her along to hide the matter of the tarot. In order not to let Zio know that she was seeking to purchase items from the Sun domain. This way, even if something unexpected were to happen, it would be much easier for me to escape. Force turned the bracelet that only had 2 stones left. She wasn't in a hurry to write her request on a note and give it to the attendant. Instead, she patiently watched for a while. This was not because she was naturally cautious, but because the past few lessons had left a deep impression on her. The only 2 stones left on the bracelet were proof. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, she finally picked up the paper and pen in front of her and wrote in deliberately distorted handwriting, seeking to purchase mystical items or powerful beyonder weapons from the Sun domain. After handing the note to the attendant, Force looked around again, but she was unable to find the eternal blazing sun believer who had helped with the purification and exorcism ritual among the many disguised or concealed figures. As the waiters shuttled back and forth, the whole hall was quiet and orderly. After the discussion in the middle, Force's request was added to the 2 blackboards at the front. Before long, she received a reply from the waiter. A small piece of white paper was filled with densely packed words: mystical item, ring of light. It allows the wearer to become an emissary of light, a servant of the sun. They will be immune to many diseases and wield the power of holiness. The wearer can summon dazzling beams of light and use many spells from the Sun domain. It can purify dead spirits within 50 meters. It is the nemesis of such creatures. Through this ring, those that the wearer approves of will be enhanced, and those that disapprove will be weakened. The only problem is that if the wearer uses it frequently, they will gradually become a believer of the eternal blazing Sunday. They will slowly abide by the teachings from the bottom of their hearts and praise the sun. If you wish to obtain it, please pay £9,000 in cash in one go. I can wait for you to raise it. £9,000? Force gaped, feeling as though the other party was robbing her. This was a huge amount of wealth that she couldn't borrow even if she borrowed it from someone. Apart from the deposit for the assassination of the ambassador with Intis, all the money she had seen up to this point didn't add up to this much. A person with £9,000 in cash would definitely be considered a tycoon even in Beekland. Although I know that mystical items are expensive, I didn't expect them to be this expensive. Does he want to stop participating in Beyonder gatherings after receiving £9,000, withdraw from this circle, and enjoy life in peace? Force quietly took a deep breath and didn't dare to respond for a moment. She pretended as though nothing had happened and listened in for nearly 10 minutes, but she didn't receive any other responses or relatively cheap beyonder weapons. She had no choice but to get up and head to the bathroom. After confirming that no one was around, she closed the bathroom door, sat on the toilet, and recited Mr. Fool's honorific name. She told him what had happened in the form of a prayer and asked him to pass it on to the world. Above the endless greyish-white fog, Klein, who had heard the overlapping illusory voices, quickly entered and gained a basic grasp of the situation. £9,000. He silently recited this number, and his expression twisted slightly. After silently calculating the amount of money he could raise in a short period of time, he exhaled, conjured the fake world, and manipulated him to respond. The negative side effects of this mystical item are too serious. I don't want to become a believer of the sun. You don't have to worry about this anymore. Let's switch to cash transactions. Pay £450, and the recipe for the Trickmaster is yours, Lucien said. As soon as he said that, the connection was cut off. Klein watched the world disappear, raised his hand to rub his forehead, and muttered to himself, next, we'll have to see what clues that barbarian lady can gather. Meng Meng thought to herself. Otherwise, I'll have to buy that brooch from old Mr. Eye of Wisdom. In the bathroom, Force heaved a sigh of relief and indicated that she would hold the sacrificial ritual as soon as possible. It's a pity that I don't know the formula for the time being. Otherwise, I could take the opportunity to see if there are any beyonder ingredients I need. She returned to the hall and focused her gaze on the information on the two blackboards. She didn't respond to the previous note, nor did she even consider the issue of bargaining. This was because even if she could get the other party £1,000 cheaper, she didn't have the money to buy it. More importantly, she felt that Mr. World wouldn't be able to afford it either. She watched until the end, and due to Mr. A's changes, she didn't stay any longer. Without talking to anyone, she quickly left the house. After more than 10 minutes, the gathering was completely over, leaving only Mr. A and his attendants behind. Mr. A slowly stood up and walked down the stairs to the basement. Suddenly, his knees buckled, and he fell to the ground, rolling down several steps. He lay there, and the shadow beneath him quickly turned crimson. His flesh and blood melted and soaked into it, making the shadow look like a brand new, skinless, monster-like person that had been separated from his body. Gasp! Mr. A's breathing gradually calmed down, and his tense body slowly relaxed. The separated flesh and blood flowed back into the body again. Everything became normal again. Mr. A crawled forward and knelt in the basement. Once again, he choked with sobs and made a confession. He was repenting for his previous mistakes and his lack of vigilance, allowing the Lord's descent to be foiled. City of Silver, Derek Berg's home. He circled the table in silence a few times, unable to make up his mind. His rationality told him that Mr. Hanged Man's suggestion was the best choice, but his mind kept flashing with the faces of the other members who were participating in the mission. He felt that he would be abandoning them if he pretended to lose control and didn't go. Is there no way to save them? Should I find an opportunity to meet the chief and tell him that the half-destroyed temple belongs to the fallen creator, an evil god who wields the shepherd pathway? I'll tell him to be careful of Elder Lovia and change the person in charge of this mission. But, where should I say that I learned this from? In their eyes, Mr. Fool should also be equivalent to an evil god. Derek scratched his hair in frustration. The axe of Hurricane was placed within reach, and with every bolt of lightning that streaked across the window, it emitted a faint glow. Suddenly, Derek stopped in his tracks and looked at the alternating light and darkness outside. He looked at the deep black sky. It was as if he had seen his parents before they died, and he found the pain of stabbing a straight sword down. It's too late this time. I have to make preparations in the future. I have to make sure that the discovery of the fallen creator isn't suspected. His expression contorted for a moment as he gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. Then, he suddenly left the window and returned to the table. He began to practice the light suppliant beyonder powers to expend his spirituality, allowing it to quickly dry up. In Earl of Hall's luxurious villa, Audrey, who was leisurely painting in the art studio, heard a rhythmic knock on the door. When her maid, Annie, opened the door, she realized that it was her mother, Countess Caitlin. Although this lady was close to 50, she looked to be in her early 30s. She had blonde hair, blue eyes, and was beautiful and graceful. She was enough to attract the attention of most gentlemen. "Mom, what's the matter?" Audrey put down the items in her hand and stood up in puzzlement. The Countess looked at her youngest daughter, who was more beautiful than she was when she was younger, and smiled. I just attended a banquet. Madame Della said that you're very interested in psychology and want to hire a tutor, is that right? Yes, but I haven't made a final decision yet. Audrey pretended to be hesitant as she answered, as usual. How could the Countess not see through her daughter's thoughts? She smiled and said, she recommended a psychiatrist named Escalante. If you don't have any problems, I'll send someone to invite her for lessons twice a week. How about that? You decide. Audrey's smile blossomed bit by bit. Mom, come, sit here. I happen to be lacking a beautiful model. On Tuesday morning, Klein confirmed from the Beekland Morning Post that there would be a gathering held by old Mr. Eye of Wisdom tomorrow night. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief, no longer worrying about whether the items could keep up with Miss Sharon's siege of the enemy. To celebrate the good news, he decided to go to the Quelaag Club for a day of leisure. Chapter 347. In the Quelaag Club's underground shooting range. After shooting, Klein carefully maintained the free revolver and adjusted the ratio of purifying bullets, demon hunting bullets, and exorcism bullets to 3:1:1. Phew. He exhaled, put away the revolver, straightened his jacket, and slowly returned to the hall on the first floor. He had just heard from the waiter that the pan-fried dragonbone fish was a limited supply today. As soon as he entered the buffet cafeteria, Klein saw an acquaintance, Talim Dumont. This equestrian coach, who had short brown curly hair and came from a declining noble family, had an unfocused gaze as he ate his lunch without tasting the food. Klein walked over with his tray, sat down, and greeted them. Talim turned his head to look at him. His lips quivered a few times, and after 3 or 4 seconds of silence, he finally stammered. Sherlock, do you know people with strange abilities, very powerful, very rare people? Yes, the person in front of you is. Klein raised his eyebrows slightly, but he did not give a direct answer. What do you want? Talim opened his mouth but didn't say anything. He pondered for a while with a serious expression before squeezing out a smile. Nothing, I was just curious. Last time, he asked me what I should do if I fell in love with someone I shouldn't love. This time, he asked me if I knew anyone with strange abilities. Are you trying to get rid of the other party and completely cut off your friend's feelings? What kind of person is worth such a risk? Hiring a killer was tantamount to murder. Klein mumbled to himself and cut a piece of fish without any bones and stuffed it into his mouth. Talim took a deep breath, quickly finished the food on his plate, and wiped his mouth with a napkin. He seemed to have returned to normal and said with a smile, Mike wants to hire you as his bodyguard for a few days. Mike Joseph? That reporter from the Daily Observer? I remember that his performance in Golden Rose was rather outstanding. Klein chuckled. What does Mike want to do? Talim spread his hands. I'm not sure. He just mentioned it casually. It seems to be related to an interview. He said he would visit you the day after tomorrow and hoped that you would be free to accept this request. I'm not sure. Klein, who didn't know the specifics, didn't give a definite answer. At this moment, he heard a woman pleading in his ears. Miss Magicians? Was she prepared to sacrifice money in exchange for the formula? Klein sped up and finished the rest of the food. Then, he drank the black tea in one gulp and went to the reception desk to ask the waiter to open a lounge for him. After sealing the room with a wall of spirituality, he went above the grey fog and discovered that his judgment was correct. Miss Magicians was requesting to hold a sacrificial ritual. The reason why Force had delayed until now was that she only had £370 on her. She had to go to the bank to withdraw part of her savings. After a series of operations, she saw the £450 disappear into the illusory door, and a formula appeared in her mind. Sequence 8, Trickmaster. Main ingredients, Spirit Eater's stomach pouch, 20 ml of deep-sea marlin's blood. Supplementary ingredients, 5 ml of essential oil made from hornbeam, 10 g of threadball grass powder, 1 blooming chestnut flower, 80 ml of pure water. I finally got it. It's been years. Force was overjoyed. She couldn't help but pace back and forth, feeling smug. Then, She took out a pen and paper to record the formula in case she forgot it and had to trouble Mr. Fool again. If I don't meet someone who doesn't understand the market, the main ingredients will cost at least £300 each, and I only have £430 left. I still have to work hard to earn money. I am going to write a new book. Force instantly felt that she was filled with motivation. She was no longer the procrastinator from before. At 7:55 on Wednesday evening, Klein, who had all his savings, stepped into the house where Eye of Wisdom was holding the gathering with mixed feelings. He was wearing a black robe and a hood that covered his face. He also wore an iron mask. £1,674 in cash and 5 gold coins. This is the new peak of my wealth. I wonder how much will be left after this gathering. Klein entered the activity room with a myriad of thoughts and scanned the area with the help of the flickering candlelight. The apothecary isn't here. Is he delayed? Klein frowned slightly and sat in the same seat as last time. After a few minutes, Eye of Wisdom clapped his hands and said, "Let's begin." Before he could finish his sentence, someone eagerly spoke up. It was none other than the woman who seemed to have the support of an artisan. She suppressed her voice and said, "Is the friend who sold the briber formula here?" "I'm here," Klein answered succinctly. The woman heaved a sigh of relief and reached out to push down the iron mask. "There's a beyonder weapon you need this time. Of course, you can also choose cash." "What beyonder weapon?" Klein suppressed the restlessness in his heart. The woman organized her words and said, "This is a whip woven from the feathers of the holy sun bird. Usually, you can disguise it as a belt. When used, it will be covered in pure holy flames of light. Any undead monster that is whipped by it will suffer great damage. The weaker ones will even be directly obliterated. It can also be used to soak in liquid to create holy sun water, but this will reduce the amount of time it can maintain its spirituality for a month at a time. Currently, it can be used for 13 months. If you're willing, I can use it to exchange for the briber formula. You won't need to pay any additional money." "Holy sun bird. It's not the divine bird of the sun. If it's the latter's feathers, I'll take it. Of course, only the tail feathers will do. They can be used to concoct the sequence 4 unshadowed potion." Klein was rather satisfied with the weapon itself, but the problem was that it had quite a bit of overlap with the purifying bullets and exorcism bullets. Furthermore, it could only be used for 13 months. Every time he created a portion of holy sun water, it would be reduced by 1 month. When the time came, he would have to replenish similar items. With this in mind, he turned to look at the seat of honor. "Mr. Eye of Wisdom, can you introduce in detail the brooch you mentioned last time?" "Yes, write it on a piece of paper and indicate a price that will satisfy you." He was afraid that the others present would be interested in the brooch after hearing the introduction and raise the price. Therefore, he decided to let the other party write it. "All right." Eye of Wisdom laughed and got the attendant to bring a pen and paper. As he wrote, the members of the gathering continued their transactions. Some people even asked about the price of the whip and received an answer that they would talk about it later. After a while, Eye of Wisdom finished writing the introduction and handed it to Klein through the attendant. Klein unfolded it and found that the words on the paper were printed. He couldn't see anything special about them. "Very careful." He read carefully. "The sun brooch can also be called Midsummer. It's one of the weaker Grade 2 sealed artifacts. With it as the center, the area within 10 meters will be filled with pure and warm energy. Normal people won't be able to sense it, but undead monsters will be continuously injured. They will be like a pool of water under a blazing fireball, quickly evaporating. Even the vengeful spirits and shadows will be the same, but they will last a little longer. In this kind of environment, the strength of powerful undead will obviously be weakened. It's very difficult for the wearer to be possessed and contaminated by evil monsters. The wearer can use spells such as Summon Holy Light, Create Holy Water, Flame of Light, Cleave of Purification, Fear Immunity, Holy Oath, and Sun Halo. The downside is that as long as you wear it, you will never be able to feel cool. You will always be in the terrible heat. Young man, don't underestimate this state. You will slowly lose control of the heat. I can only sell it if the price is £2,000. Don't try to bargain. You should know very well that I'm not too short of money, and I'm a collector. It's much stronger than I imagined. Old Mr. Eye of Wisdom was too vague last time. Klein's heart palpitated. After thinking for a few seconds, he turned his head to look at the lady with the artisan backing her. £900 in cash. The normal price of a Sequence 7 potion formula was about £800. Deal. The lady replied without hesitation. If I had known, I would have asked for £1,000. Klein squeezed out a smile. He was a man of his word and didn't go back on his word. He used the prepared formula to exchange for £900 in cash, instantly increasing the amount of cash he had to £2,574. This was enough for a single man to live a good life. After old Mr. Eye of Wisdom's appraisal, the lady looked at the formula again in satisfaction. Sequence 7, Briber. Main ingredients: 1 weeping baby flower, strange-faced marijuana crystal. Supplementary ingredients: 5 drops of golden datra juice, 5 drops of black datra juice, 4 drops of hallucinatory grass essential oil, 80 milliliters of red wine. After completing the transaction, Klein took a deep breath and looked at old Mr. Eye of Wisdom. He said solemnly, £2,000. I want that brooch of Sunday. Eye of Wisdom chuckled. To be honest, I don't really want to sell it, but since I have 2-081, the existence of the brooch of sun isn't necessary. Besides, I've already offered a price. It's not my style to go back on my word. Wait for me for 3 minutes. I'll go take out the brooch of Sunday. All right, Klein answered in a pained and expectant manner. At this moment, the gazes of the beyonders in the activity room were all focused on him. A transaction of £2,000 rarely appeared in ordinary gatherings of this level. It might not even happen once in a year or two. And from these gazes, Klein clearly sensed greed and covetousness. After a brief silence, the transaction continued until Eye of Wisdom returned. In his open palm lay a dark gold brooch in the shape of a sunbird. It was obvious that there was some sweat on Eye of Wisdom's face. Chapter 348. You can make the payment after confirmation. Eye of Wisdom, who was wearing a hooded robe, walked straight to Klein and handed him the dark gold brooch. Very generous. Just as Klein reached out to take it, before he could take a closer look, he felt that his surroundings had turned hot. Even the wind seemed to have been burned by a raging fire. Once he inhaled it, it spread to his lungs. At that instant, it was as if he had left the cold and damp beachland and was now in the middle of the northern continent's desert and wilderness. Above his head was the sun that emitted infinite light and heat, and around him was endless yellow sand that was extremely dry. Phew, it makes me want to eat ice cream. Sweat slowly seeped out of Klein's forehead, but with the iron mask pressed tightly against him, the liquid was unable to drip freely. All it could do was cling to the spot in a sticky manner. Through direct contact, he sensed the pure, warm energy radiating outwards, and the surrounding beyonders didn't show any abnormalities. After pinning the brooch in the correct position, Klein emitted his spirituality and immersed them into the dark gold surface. With a boom, he saw pure golden dots of light dancing in the sky as he received a lot of information. This included how to use a portion of the sun domain spells with the help of the brooch. The focus was on the spirituality input technique and the activation incantation. Among them, by continuously providing spirituality for 2 seconds, the brooch would summon a holy light that descended from the sky, purifying undead creatures and dealing a certain amount of damage to other types of targets. By continuously providing spirituality for 5 seconds and chanting the word sun in ancient Hermes, it could create a small amount of holy sun water. This could expel evil spirits, chase away the cold, and purify wraiths. Coupled with the difference in strength and interruption, the rest of the spells could be cast accordingly. Fire of Light was a dense golden holy flame that appeared out of thin air. Cleave of Purification was an effective attack against evil spirits and wraiths. It could be attached to bullets. Fear Immunity allowed the wearer to no longer feel fear. Holy Oath could temporarily increase one's strength, dexterity, fire damage, or holy damage by chanting the corresponding ancient Hermes word. The Sun Halo was targeted at companions within a 20-meter radius. It could effectively increase their courage and purify the evil energy in their bodies. It feels pretty good. Apart from the lack of strangeness, there aren't any major flaws. It complements my magician's powers. It's just a little too hot. Klein's mind was filled with images of himself in a short-sleeved shirt. He rolled up his robe and took out a stack of notes from his inner pocket. Together with the £900 he had received from the woman who was the artisan, he counted a total of £2,000 in cash and gave it to Eye of Wisdom's attendant. After counting 3 times and finally confirming that there were no mistakes, Klein looked at the rapidly shrinking wallet, feeling both happy and melancholy. All that was left of the money he had painstakingly saved were £574 in banknotes and 5 gold pieces. However, he had also obtained his second mystical item. Its side effects were clearly less than that of the master key. It was a mystical item with more outstanding abilities, the brooch of the sun. It's just too hot. Klein reached out to touch the iron mask and almost took it off to fan himself. With the amount of banknotes returned to what it was in the past, he no longer considered buying anything else. He sat there quietly and listened until the end. Stimulated by the large transaction of £2,000, tonight's gathering was relatively lively. For example, the whip made from the feathers of the holy sunbird was sold for £850. Eye of Wisdom also continuously bought an ancient book and a Beyonder ingredient. When it was over, Eye of Wisdom surveyed the area, looked at Klein, and chuckled. It chuckled and said, "You're the first to leave. They're afraid that I'll be robbed." Klein thanked it sincerely, and under the guidance of the attendant, he walked out of the activity room. Then, he eagerly took off his hooded robe and iron mask. He had already tried to wrap and seal it with his spirituality. He could isolate the continuous purification of the surroundings by the brooch of the sun, preventing its existence from being discovered by other Beyonders. However, the negative effects couldn't be weakened unless he didn't carry it on him. In order to ensure my mental health, I'll only use it when I need it in the future. Usually, I'll just rely on purifying bullets and exorcism bullets. Klein left the gathering, took a big detour, and arrived outside the Brave. He entered and circled around, then quickly walked out and hired a carriage. Unsurprisingly, he soon saw the outline of a figure in a black regal dress in front of him. Sharon's appearance didn't change at all. She asked in an ethereal tone, "Are you ready?" "Yes, you can choose the location and time for the ambush. Inform me when you're sure." Klein nodded calmly. Sharon looked at him. "All right." Seeing that she was about to disappear, Klein added, "Get Caspers to prepare a box of explosives and bury them in different parts of the battlefield." Seeing that she was about to disappear, Klein added, "Get Caspers to prepare a box of explosives and bury them in different parts of the battlefield." Sharon fell silent for 2 seconds. "Steve is also an explosives expert." "No, my main goal isn't to blow anyone up." Klein smiled. "I just want to set off some fireworks." Sharon looked at him quietly for a few seconds before finally nodding. Seeing her figure quickly turn incorporeal, Klein leaned back against the wall and opened the window, allowing the bone-chilling cold wind to blow in. However, he still felt very hot. "I hated summer when I was on Earth. Well, I like popsicles, ice cream, cold drinks, watermelon." As Klein mumbled, he reached into his pocket and grabbed the sun brooch. This was a mystical item worth £2,000. Returning to Minsk Street, Klein slowly walked along the path with withered trees on both sides towards the house at number 15. When he passed by Lawyer Jürgen's house, he subconsciously looked inside and saw the gas lamp with a faint blue glow. "There's someone here." Klein sighed with a smile, his forehead dripping with sweat. The next day, early in the morning on Thursday, just as Klein came out of the bathroom with the newspaper, he heard the doorbell ring. "Who is it?" "Oh right, Talim mentioned that the reporter, Mike Joseph, would be looking for me today." Amidst the clanging sounds, Klein came to the door and reached out to grab the handle. The image of the visitor naturally appeared in his mind. He was in his 30s, dressed in a black woolen coat and a half-top hat of the same color. He had sparse eyebrows, charming blue eyes, and a beautiful mustache, but his skin was rather rough. He was none other than Mike Joseph, a reporter from the Daily Observer. Good morning, Mike. Talim told me. Klein opened the door and greeted him. Without a doubt, he had thrown the sun brooch above the grey fog. Mike Joseph tugged at his bow tie and said, "Sorry to disturb you so early. I have something else to do later." "I understand," Klein said politely. "Have you had breakfast?" "I understand," Klein said politely. "Have you had breakfast? Do you want to try my toast?" "I'm really sorry about that." "I'm really sorry. It would be nice if there was a cup of hot coffee. Milk would be fine too. I saw that you ordered fresh milk." "All right." Klein smiled. He busied himself with baking the toast, pouring the milk, and taking out the tin can of cream. Then, he sat down and ate until he was half full without saying a word. Across from him, Mike enjoyed his breakfast without restraint, oblivious to the silent atmosphere. "Phew." Klein exhaled and put down his cup. "Mike, you want to hire me to protect you?" Mike slowly put down his knife and fork and drank a mouthful of milk. "Yes, about 2 days. Friday and Saturday, and maybe Sunday morning." "Who wants to hurt you?" Klein asked after some deliberation. Mike chuckled. "No, this is a form of proactive self-protection. The chief editor of the newspaper has arranged for me to go to East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district to do an investigative piece of news. It's said that I've received funding from a church or a noble. As you know, East Borough is rife with gangs. There are villains everywhere, or people who are willing to betray their conscience for a bite to eat. I need a protector who's good at fighting and shooting. Besides, most private detectives have connections in East Borough, don't they? I don't. I rely on metaphysics to solve cases. No, inference." Klein thought for a moment. "But I might not have the time for the next few days. I have to wait for Miss Sharon to take action." Mike hurriedly cleared his throat and said, "I've already applied for it." "I've already applied for it. £10. The total for this protection mission is £10, even if nothing happens." Klein smiled. "Mike, I'm serious. If I'm free, I'll accept this commission. If I really can't handle it, I'll introduce you to another detective who's also good at fighting and shooting. For example, Stuart, or Kaslana." 2 names had already flashed through his mind. Mike finished the rest of the toast. "No problem." After breakfast, Klein watched the reporter leave his home. Through the oriel window, he enjoyed the pattering of the freezing rain outside, the carriages and pedestrians that came and went, the dark sky, and the colorful umbrellas. Finally, a normal mission. It doesn't involve Beyond Us, nor is it a cat in the act of catching an adulterer. Unfortunately, it's not a commission like a murder case. Otherwise, I'd be able to experience what it's like to be a true detective. There's only one truth. Klein's thoughts wandered, and he was in an inexplicable state of leisure. If it wasn't for the fact that he was worried about Sharon and Marek, he planned on relaxing, visiting all kinds of museums, buying a ticket to the theater, listening to a few operas and concerts, and experiencing the various cuisines of Beekland. Yes, I'm a casual tourist, a lonely gourmet. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh, turned around, and walked to the sofa area, intending to flip through the newspaper he had yet to finish reading. Suddenly, he noticed that there was a note on the coffee table at some point in time. The handwriting was elegant and reserved. "Meet at the back door of the Brave tonight at 10. Klein was stunned for a moment. He turned his head to look out the window and sighed silently. Is it finally going to begin? Chapter 349. 10 in the evening, in the alley at the back door of the Brave. Klein, who was wearing a black double-breasted frock coat and a halved top hat of the same color, only circled the area once before strolling to the nearest street like the last time. Just as he walked out of the alley, a carriage stopped in front of him. And behind the glass window was Marek's brown eyes that were constantly suppressing their malice. Klein pressed down on the half-top hat on his head, held his sturdy cane, and calmly boarded the carriage, as though he was the one who had beckoned for the carriage to stop. He sat down and straightened his bow tie, like a gentleman on his way to a banquet. Such an attire isn't suitable for combat. Dressed in a white shirt, black vest, and tight pants, Marek sized him up and suddenly furrowed his brows. It was obvious that he still had some doubts about Klein's strength, but he chose to trust Sharon. Klein smiled in a relaxed manner. My Beyonder powers are different from yours, and so are my combat styles. Such clothes won't cause any negative effects, and it even suits me very well. For example, it has a lot of pockets, allowing me to store different items in different places. This way, I won't take the wrong item when I'm anxious and lose my life because of a laughable mistake. As he spoke, he took out the remaining 3 sedatives from a secret pocket he had sewn, a special sedative concocted by an apothecary. As soon as he finished speaking, a silhouette quickly appeared on the other side of the window. It was a figure wearing a black regal dress and a small bonnet. She was none other than the Sequence 5 Beyonder of the mutant pathway, Wraith Sharon. "You're explaining too much," Sharon said in an ethereal tone as she looked at Klein with her blue eyes. "It's not natural enough. I'm just trying to get into my acting mode." Klein laughed dryly and replied, "It's probably because I'm a little nervous." Without waiting for Sharon to speak again, he handed the 3 sedatives to Marek. Without waiting for Sharon to speak again, he handed the 3 sedatives to Marek. Without waiting for Sharon to speak again, he handed the 3 sedatives to Marek. "I believe that you have more experience than me. You won't drink too early or too late, and you won't drink too little or too much." Marek looked at the sealed and transparent glass test tube and gently shook the liquid inside. 2.5. Any more and I'll really calm down and not want to do anything for a while. "Very good," Klein praised and turned to look at Sharon. "Have you determined the location of the ambush?" Sharon nodded slightly. "We're on our way there." She did not directly reveal the location of the battle to Klein. "Very cautious, very careful." Klein thought for a moment and asked, "Will you be harmed by the purification?" "Zombies can do it, and I can do it when I'm in my spirit form," Sharon gave a very simple answer. In other words, when a Sequence 5 Wraith still has a physical body, it's very difficult for purification to have any effects. Klein asked thoughtfully, "What about exorcism? What about the demon hunters?" As she was dealing with a powerhouse of the same pathway, Sharon didn't hide anything. "Demon hunting will cause damage to our bodies, while exorcism will harm both our bodies and spirit bodies, but it's not fatal." Klein smiled and exhaled. "I understand." He thought for a moment and asked again after some deliberation, "Do you feel the power of purification and exorcism?" "No," Marek answered hoarsely from the side. "Very good. The spirituality cage that mutated from the wall of spirituality can indeed isolate the effects of the sun brooch. However, I'm so hot." Klein sighed inwardly and confirmed, "That's not the case. Wraith Steve, Zombie Jason, and Werewolf Tyre, apart from the Scarlet Lunar Corona, what other mystical items or Beyonder weapons do they have?" "We don't know." Marek pinched the space between his eyebrows again, looking a little annoyed. With the great battle at hand, it was inevitable that he, who had been suppressing his malice and desires, would have some emotional fluctuations. Sharon listened quietly and replied in an unperturbed tone, "That's right. Under the influence of the Scarlet Lunar Corona, Jason and Tyre will be in a relatively crazy state. Even if they have mystical items, they don't have the rationality to use them. Unless it's passive." Marek added, "And to a werewolf, his claws are his Beyonder weapons. It's the same for me, Tyre, and Jason. They can slice through steel and come with poison." Klein's eyes darted around slightly as he nodded. "All right, I have no more questions." In the night where there were few passers-by, the carriage sped along. The wheels of the carriage ran over puddles from time to time, splashing tiny stains on the ground. 10 minutes later, Marek had the zombie who was driving pull the reins. Klein looked out of the glass window and saw a dark place with dilapidated buildings. Not far away, there was the sound of running water. "This is the West Balam dock that has been abandoned for a year. It's about to be renovated. Our ambush spot is in the warehouse area," Marek introduced. "An abandoned West Balam dock. If anything were to happen, the Tussock River would be the best escape route. According to my previous reconnaissance, there's a Lever Cathedral about 2 kilometers northwest of here. It belongs to the god of steam and machinery." Klein quickly recalled his surroundings. He got off the carriage, pretended to leisurely straighten his clothes, and with his cane in hand, he followed Sharon and Marek deep into the dock that was about to be renovated. After walking for about 5 or 6 minutes, they arrived at an empty space surrounded by a few warehouses. The soil here was dark brown, and withered weeds were everywhere. A wooden crate was quietly placed in a secluded and dark corner. "That's the explosives you wanted." Marek pointed. Klein nodded. "Aren't you afraid that a tramp will steal it? My zombies are sleeping underground here. Once anyone enters, they will scare them away." Marek pointed to a few spots. "When you bury the bombs, avoid them." "No problem." Klein chuckled and nodded. He then asked, "If I use my purification and exorcism powers now, will it harm those little guys of yours?" "No, they're equivalent to corpses in their slumber. Furthermore, there's a thick layer of soil as a barrier." Marek gave an affirmative answer. After Sharon surveyed the area, she said, "Stay here and make your preparations." "You stay here and do your preparations. We'll lure the enemy over. It won't take more than 30 minutes. Please make good use of the time. After you're done with your preparations, hide in a random warehouse. Don't be in a rush to attack. You have to be patient. No matter how dangerous the situation is, treat it as normal. When I become weak and the scarlet lunar corona appears, you can use that eye to find Steve and launch a sudden attack on him. I'll also use my mystical item to cooperate with you." Klein listened carefully and chuckled. "It's a very simple plan." "The simpler the plan, the more effective it is," Sharon replied calmly. Marek pinched his forehead and shook his head. "Steve isn't a stupid guy. If a complicated plan goes awry, it'll be completely ruined." After the exchange, Sharon's figure instantly vanished. Marek also quickly ran out of the dock. Watching them leave, Klein took out a small square metal box from his pocket. There was a membrane formed from spirituality stuck to it. This was the spirituality cage that had evolved from the wall of spirituality. It could isolate the effects of certain mystical items on the outside world to a certain extent, but it couldn't improve the negative effects on the wielder. Of course, a sealed artifact that was too powerful or bizarre was definitely not something a spirituality cage could deal with. It needed a special sealing environment that corresponded to it. 4 warehouses, overgrown with weeds, and the ground is a little muddy from the previous rain. Klein took out a piece of paper and shook it. "Pa." The piece of paper quickly tightened and became as hard as an iron plate. Klein held the piece of paper and quickly dug a shallow hole in the middle of the empty space. He buried the small square metal box in it, separated from the outside world by a thin layer of soil. Then, he took out sticks of dynamite from the wooden box and buried them in different corners and different warehouses. As for the last few sticks, he buried them near the center of the tomb. After doing all of this, he took out his revolver and adjusted the ratio of bullets. 3 purification bullets and 2 exorcism bullets. Stuffing the revolver into his armpit holster, Klein straightened his clothes and went to the gap between 2 warehouses. He threw a paper figurine there on top of the buried explosives. He looked at his surroundings again and took out another square metal box. He removed the spirituality cage on the outside and took out the dark gold brooch in the shape of a sunbird. He solemnly wore it on his left chest. Phew! Klein exhaled and left. He circled the area outside, threw some inconspicuous items, and burned the used piece of paper. After returning, he climbed to the top of a warehouse and hid in the shadows. After counting and confirming the various charms, extract, and herbal powder, Klein touched the iron cigar case and snapped his fingers. The paper figurine he had thrown in the gap between the 2 warehouses immediately stood up, turning into a gentleman wearing a black double-breasted frock coat, a half-top hat, and a sturdy cane. The gentleman's position was rather remote and hidden, making it difficult for anyone who came in from the outside to see it. And with it replacing him, Klein's figure completely vanished from where he stood. However, his vision wasn't affected in any way, and he could clearly see the path that led to the clearing. Even though he was prepared and had experienced many battles, Klein still felt a little afraid and uneasy at this moment. No matter how good a performance was, it could still be seen through. Furthermore, the opponent was a Sequence 5 Beyonder with a mystical item. There was also a Sequence 6 and a Sequence 7. This is the state every magician is in before they go on stage, right? Klein took a silent breath, suppressing the various emotions in his heart and the heat in his body. Tonight, the crimson moon was covered by clouds, and there was only a faint glow in the clearing. Not long after, Klein saw 3 figures approaching at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 350. The one running at the front was Marek. His slightly messy hair was completely blown back by the wind, and his expression was distorted and ferocious. His speed was faster than a steam locomotive at its peak. With a whoosh, he arrived at the entrance of the clearing. But even so, he still couldn't shake off his pursuers. The person closest to him was a man whose face was as pale as his. There were a few indistinct black spots on his face, as if they were marks left behind by a rotting wound that had healed. The malice in his eyes was completely unconcealed and unsuppressed. It was like a zombie that yearned for fresh flesh and blood more than a human. Klein guessed that this was Sequence 6 Jason. The distance between Jason and Marek was maintained at 7 to 8 meters, sometimes lengthening and sometimes shortening, over and over again. And more than 10 meters behind them, a figure was being left further and further behind. It was a thin but muscular man. His hair was shaved very short, and each strand stood up like a spike. As he swung his arms, the tips of his palms had a metallic glow that reflected the faint crimson moonlight. They were black fingernails that were as long as daggers. Werewolf Tyre. Klein silently recited the other party's codename in his heart. In his mind, a wall splattered with blood appeared. Intestines hung in protruding positions, and bloody severed limbs and organs scattered all over the ground appeared. Tap, 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 tap. Marek ran with all his might. Jason gritted his teeth and chased after him with all his might. The black spots on his face that had healed had swollen at some point in time, as if rotting liquid was about to drip out. Wherever the two of them passed, the puddles on the ground and the liquid in the muddy soil quickly condensed into white frost, freezing inch by inch. The withered weeds were blown up by the strong wind created by the two of them. As they slowly fell, they rotted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Suddenly, a pale palm reached out from the frosted soil and accurately grabbed Jason's ankle. Pa! Jason twisted his body and kicked with all his might, breaking the palm's wrist and sending it flying. At the severed end, the flesh had long since rotted away, and white maggots scrambled to squirm out. Marek stopped, pinched his lips with his right hand, and whistled shrilly. Bang! 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 The soil in different parts of the empty space was lifted up, and the expressionless corpses sat up. At the same time, the cold wind suddenly swirled, and countless transparent shadows seemed to have smelled the blood feast. No one wanted to be left behind, and they all rushed to Jason. Some pulled his arms, some pulled his legs, and some even hugged his head. Jason stopped in his tracks and snorted. The shadows were immediately sent flying. Some of them screamed and disappeared, while others were lost in their original spots. Almost instantaneously, Marek and Jason raised their right hands at the same time. They raised their thumbs and placed them next to their index fingers, while their index fingers aimed at each other. Without a sound, the air separating the two exploded, and wisps of black chi surged upwards. Marek took a step back. A few strands of his messy hair withered and fell to the ground. Marek, you're still so weak. You still don't know how to use the power of desire. Jason laughed hoarsely. At this moment, Werewolf Tyre rushed to his side, and the Sequence 5 Beyonder in charge of this operation, Steve, was still nowhere to be seen. Don't be in a hurry to finish off Marek. Wait for Sharon to save him. Lord Steve is about to arrive, Werewolf Tyre said to Jason in a low voice. He then stuck out his bright red tongue and licked his lips. I wonder what Sharon will look like when she's naked. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly saw Jason turn his head. His pale face was gloomy, and two identical figures vaguely appeared in his eyes. A black regal dress, pale blonde hair, a delicate face, and pale skin. Pa! He reached out with both palms and grabbed Werewolf Tyre's neck. The sound of his bones cracking could no longer be supported. Wraith Sharon had attacked. Tyre took a deep breath, causing his neck to swell up like a water pipe, causing strands of black hair to grow out. He temporarily resisted the force that was about to snap his windpipe and cervical spine. His eyes gradually rolled back, and his bright red tongue stuck out. Sticky saliva dripped down the sides of his lips. However, his right hand accurately and steadily reached into his pocket, breaking a certain preset spirituality shackles. The warehouse around the empty area suddenly lit up, and the crimson moonlight filled the area. Jason's grip on Werewolf Tyre's neck rapidly decreased, and a figure wearing a small bonnet appeared behind him. A smug and cruel smile appeared on Tyre's face. He took out a miniature full moon from his pocket with his right hand, a crimson full moon. It was a dark red accessory that constantly emitted a serene glow. It was in the shape of a full moon, and it was inlaid with crimson gems. In the middle was a symbol that symbolized the moon and many mysterious labels. Sharon instinctively narrowed her eyes and took 2 steps back. The illusory feeling quickly dissipated. Her legs seemed to no longer be able to support her weight, and she fell limply to the ground. Her complicated black regal dress was stained with dust and mud. Werewolf Tyre raised the round accessory that was the size of a palm that emitted a crimson glow and laughed as he panted. Lord Steve was right. You will definitely try to counterattack, and Sharon, the target of your possession must be Jason, who is 1 sequence higher than me. Therefore, he handed the scarlet lunar corona to me. Guess where he is now? This is different from what Sharon expected. From the looks of it, I can only choose the best opportunity to attack. Klein frowned when he heard this, and he forcefully suppressed the anxiety in his heart. At this moment, Werewolf Tyre wasn't in a hurry to attack, because he knew that the longer the effects of the scarlet lunar corona lasted, the weaker Sharon would be, and the more pain Marek would feel. As for Jason's originally cold eyes, there was an additional hint of brutality and madness. He could no longer find any rationality in his eyes. He was also affected by the scarlet lunar corona, but he, who was used to indulging his desires, didn't feel any pain. Instead, he was filled with a desire for the fresh flesh and blood in front of him. Gasp! Jason let out an inhuman growl from his throat, and the hair on his exposed skin turned white. At this moment, Sharon raised her arms with great difficulty and used her left hand to take off the black glove on her right hand. And Jason happened to pounce at her, and the surrounding soil was covered in a thin layer of ice. Suddenly, endless illusory light erupted from Sharon's palm. They sucked on Sharon's spirituality, and in front of the doll-like lady, they intertwined to form a bronze door covered in mysterious patterns and filled with an indescribable smell. The door swayed and opened with a creak, revealing a small gap. Inside the crack, pairs of pale or transparent arms, filled with teeth, or blooded and skinless arms reached out. They crossed the void and grabbed zombie Jason. Pairs of indescribable eyes hid in the darkness behind the door, quietly watching the prey in front of them. Before Jason could react, he was grabbed by the arms. He was entangled by the slippery and illusory tentacles, and he was tied up by the bluish-black vines that had baby faces protruding from them. These strange things cried and laughed sharply as they tried their best to drag zombie Jason behind the door. Even though his thoughts were completely controlled by bloodthirst and the desire to kill, Jason instinctively felt fear. Gasp! The sound from his throat suddenly intensified, and the arms that made one's scalp tingle were immediately covered in layers of frost. The bluish-black vines that had baby faces protruding from them let out painful groans, and a turbid yellow liquid that looked like it was rotting kept dripping down. The pulling force slowed down, but it didn't disappear. Jason constantly controlled the ghosts to interfere, but it was like throwing a stone into the sea. He tried to use spells from the death domain, but it didn't have much of an effect. His body couldn't help but firmly walk towards the crack in the illusory and mysterious door. From time to time, he would struggle to retreat a little. As he had taken a sedative in advance, Marek wasn't completely defeated by the pain. He took this opportunity to take out the last 2 sedatives, snapped the bottle, and drank 1.5 in one go with the glass shards. The malice in his eyes weakened, and the warped expression on his face returned to normal. He looked at Werewolf Tyre. At the same time, with a whoosh, Tyre's thin but muscular body disappeared from the spot and appeared more than 10 meters away. When his figure appeared, there was still an illusory scene left in his original spot. A black gas that seemed to have a life of its own rose from the ground, piercing through the afterimage and vanishing. Tyre didn't use blink. He didn't have any beyonder powers in this area. He relied on the extreme speed brought by the scarlet lunar corona, a speed that could leave after images behind. And at this moment, Klein, who was hiding in the shadows at the top of the warehouse, reached his left hand into his pocket and touched the iron cigar case. He removed the spirituality cage on the surface and gently opened the case. He believed that Wraith Steve had definitely arrived at the scene. Otherwise, if this stalemate continued, Jason would definitely be dragged behind the terrifying door. And even with the augmentation of the scarlet lunar corona, Tyre wouldn't be able to finish off Marek in a short period of time. When the time came, Sharon would use the mysterious door to aim at the werewolf, and the scarlet lunar corona would change owners. As soon as Klein's finger touched the all-black eye in the iron cigar case, his mind rang with crazy, filthy, and terrifying raving. It was a terrifying ravings that made one's blood vessels bulge, eyes crack, and head explode at any moment. And in this ravings, Klein saw strange, mysterious, and illusory black threads. They were divided into many groups. Some extended to Sharon's body, and some came from werewolf Tyre. They intertwined with each other, but they didn't entangle with each other as they penetrated into the void. Among them, many of the black threads came from places that weren't far from Marek, but they didn't overlap. Wraith Steve. He wanted to possess Marek. With a thought, Klein retracted his left hand. He didn't pull out his gun and shoot. Instead, he snapped his fingers silently. Boom. In the crevice between the two warehouses, there was a sudden explosion. The churning flames and heat caused a figure in a black double-breasted frock coat to float out. After attracting the attention of others, Klein quickly pulled out his gun and pulled the trigger at the location in his memory. At the same time, the dark golden sunbird brooch on his chest flashed with a stream of light. He added, Purification/2, Purification bullet. Bang. Chapter 351. A pale golden stream of light arrived in the blink of an eye, striking an empty space that seemed to be empty. However, resplendent flames suddenly soared there, quickly outlining a figure wearing a black tuxedo and a dark red cloak. The figure's left arm was burning with a holy and pure flame, constantly emitting a faint black and green smoke, illuminating his pale face and making it look gloomy. It was a middle-aged man in his 40s. His hair was neatly combed back, glistening with a glossy sheen. His eyes were black and green, devoid of any emotion or pain. Wraith Steve. He turned his head and looked at Klein, who was at the top of the warehouse, with a gaze filled with malice. Klein was suddenly taken aback as he felt a chill run down his spine. Even the heat from the sun brooch couldn't offset it. His body quickly stiffened, and his eyes glazed over. Two identical figures were reflected in his eyes. A black tuxedo, a dark red cloak, oiled swept-back hair, a dark green gaze, and a pale face in his 40s. Almost instantly, Klein was controlled, and his thoughts gradually blurred. This was the power of a Sequence 5 Wraith, a strange and difficult ability to defend against. Fortunately, he had sufficient knowledge and was already prepared. Furthermore, the exorcism effect could effectively resist the possession of evil spirit-type creatures. Therefore, before his ability to think completely disappeared, he stirred the spirituality that originated from his soul body and injected it into the dark golden sun brooch. Just as he raised his hand to strangle himself, a bright and pure warm light suddenly descended from the sky. It was like a pillar of light from the kingdom of the sun, bringing with it a brilliant feeling and a holy purification that completely enveloped Klein. The spell of the sun domain, holy light summoning. In the holy light, the invisible force of control suddenly weakened, and Klein's eyes suddenly regained their luster. Immediately after, his figure burned and became brittle and charred, leaving only a thin piece of paper. At the same time, in the gap between the two warehouses, Klein, who was wearing a black double-breasted frock coat and a silk half-top hat of the same color, jumped out from the flames. His cane had long been thrown somewhere, and the same figure floating above his head had been successfully corroded by the flames, turning into ashes that scattered in all directions. Before Klein could confirm his situation, he felt his ankle being tightly grabbed by an invisible force. His calves, arms, and clothes on his chest and back were also firmly grabbed. In his long-activated spirit vision, Klein saw blurry and transparent figures. Some of them were incomplete, some were covered in blood, some had charred skin, and some were pale and cold. Whoosh! A cold wind of unknown origin blew at the back of Klein's neck, causing his hair to stand on end. He couldn't help but tremble. The dark golden sunbird brooch in front of him suddenly flashed with a hint of brilliance, and golden illusory flames instantly ignited in the surrounding. These flames emitted the aura of the sun, and due to their density, they formed an ocean. This was the fire of light from the sun domain. The terrifying ghosts that surrounded Klein silently screamed and disappeared. The cold wind behind his head was also replaced by the heat produced by the sun brooch. In such an environment, Klein temporarily became safe. He couldn't help but sigh in fear. Even though he had made preparations ahead of time and had an item that countered the other party, he was still in danger in a one-on-one battle against a Sequence 5 Wraith. His performance had nearly ended in failure at the beginning, and not too far away from Marek, Steve's figure in the dark red cloak turned a little illusory. The resplendent flames burning on his left arm were quickly extinguished by the black gas. His shimmering green eyes were filled with malice and desire. He seemed to have lost his rationality and the ability to think. At that moment, with the warning shot from before, Marek had already distanced himself from him. He commanded the zombies, who had crawled out of the mud with numb expressions, to surround and block Werewolf Tyre. He circled around him, creating slippery thin ice and rotten mud in an attempt to affect his movements. Werewolf Tyre held the crimson full moon in one hand and ran without stopping until he was blocked by a zombie. Only then did he casually grab it. Whoosh! The zombie was split into 6 pieces. The rotten flesh and squirming maggots were scattered all over the ground. Werewolf Tyre was stunned for a moment as he looked at his claws in disbelief. Only then did he realize that the bonus brought by the Scarlet Lunar Corona wasn't just limited to his speed. He felt that he had mastered some powerful and strange spells. Tyre stopped running and turned to face the pale Marek. At that moment, Zombie Jason was getting closer and closer to the illusory but mysterious door. His body was wrapped in bluish-black vines that had baby faces protruding from them. He was being dragged by arms that were either full of teeth or skinless. His eyes were almost glued to the crack of the bronze door as he stared coldly at the indescribable eyes hidden in the depths of the darkness. It was as if it was the place where he belonged from the bottom of his heart. No. The body that was controlled by the desire for slaughter and bloodthirst cried out in an extremely shrill voice. Werewolf Tyre, who was about to counterattack, paused, gritted his teeth, and threw the miniature crimson full moon at Wraith Steve. Only by allowing a Sequence 5 Beyonder to recover his strength and receive a bonus would the battle end quickly. Only then would Zombie Jason have a chance of being rescued. Upon seeing this scene, Klein's eyes lit up. He immediately raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Pa! Boom! In the path of the Scarlet Lunar Corona, a buried bomb lifted up the soil, blowing out a strong gust of wind that was filled with impact as scarlet flames soared. The Scarlet Lunar Corona was smacked as it made a small turn and landed in another direction. Boom! Another bomb exploded, and another cluster of flames soared. Klein jumped out and pounced at the Scarlet Lunar Corona that wasn't far from him. Suddenly, a pale palm appeared in front of the Scarlet Lunar Corona's trajectory and firmly caught it. It was none other than Wraith Steve, who had disappeared at some point in time and had reappeared. His instincts made him chase after the full moon. Pa! With a soft sound, Steve held the Scarlet Lunar Corona. His dark green eyes, which were filled with malice and desire, had an additional hint of spirituality. This allowed him to return from a pure wraith to a Sequence 5 Beyonder. The corners of his mouth curled up as he sneered at Klein. He wasn't in a hurry to finish off this weak opponent. Instead, he made his figure vanish once again. Klein, who had already pounced forward, rolled twice on the ground, reached his left hand into his pocket, and once again gently opened the iron cigar case, touching Rosago's all-black eye. Amidst the obscene ravings that made his tears and snot flow uncontrollably, Klein saw strange black lines again, and from where they came, he caught a glimpse of the vanished Wraith Steve. He was approaching the weakened Sharon at high speed. He wanted to control her, rescue Zombie Jason, and end the battle once and for all. Sharon was the main target of this operation. Klein suddenly retracted his left hand, and with a thought, he once again injected his spirituality into the sun brooch. 2. 1. A bright and pure pillar of holy light descended from the sky and enshrouded Sharon's back. Steve, who was wearing a dark red cloak, suddenly appeared a few meters away, narrowly avoiding the holy light. With the augmentation of the scarlet lunar corona, his speed was terrifying to the point where he could effectively dodge in an instant. But at the same time, the half-squatting Klein had already raised his right hand and pulled the trigger of his revolver. His target was zombie Jason. A dazzling bullet flew out, aimed at Jason's back, helping him enter the mysterious bronze door as soon as possible. But at this moment, Steve's figure disappeared and he flashed behind Jason, blocking the exorcism bullet with his open left palm. Sizzle. The burst of sunlight made him shake his arm in pain and narrow his eyes. His skin was constantly charred and peeling off, but it quickly healed and regenerated. Suddenly, he heard a crisp "pa" sound. Klein snapped his fingers again. Boom. Not far away, a bomb exploded, causing a shockwave and bullet-like rocks to spread out in all directions. Most of them were slapped onto zombie Jason and Wraith Steve. No. With a scream, the clothes on the side of Jason's body were torn. White marks that were constantly deepening appeared on his skin, as if blood was about to flow out. To a zombie with a body as hard as steel, this wasn't much of an effective injury, but to Jason, who was struggling to hold on, it was the call of death. He could no longer hold on, and he was quickly pulled into the gap of the bronze door by the strange and terrifying arms. No! Jason's scream echoed far into the distance. The mysterious illusory door closed with a clang, completely swallowing the latter half of his voice. It was isolated. The empty space surrounded by the warehouse was silent. Zombie Jason had completely disappeared, as if he had never been born in this world. Wraith Steve's eyes widened as he opened his mouth and let out an angry scream. Damn it! Bang! As the sound echoed, Klein felt as if someone had struck him in the head with a heavy hammer. His vision turned blurry, and his breathing was filled with the smell of blood. His vision was blood red. For a moment, his ears were filled with buzzing sounds, and he couldn't hear anything else. After Werewolf Tyre sent out the scarlet lunar corona, he had grown black fur and sharp fangs all over his body. At this moment, he wasn't immune to the effects. He covered his ears in pain as blood flowed from the corners of his eyes and mouth. Chapter 352. The weak Sharon also revealed a pained expression under Steve's screams. However, she still managed to close her palm with great difficulty, instantly cutting off the magical rays of light that were emitted. The mysterious and illusory bronze door disappeared in front of her. Klein knew that things weren't good. He quickly endured his headache, took a step back, and entered the fire. His figure quickly disappeared as he flashed to another direction where there was a sudden explosion. Just as he jumped out in search of a counterattack, he saw that the middle-aged man in the dark red cloak, Steve, didn't chase after him. Instead, he stopped where he was, as though he was waiting for something. Klein suddenly felt restless. His head felt dizzy as his stomach cramped. He quickly became weak, but he didn't know why. Marek, who had just recovered from the screams, also showed signs of abnormality. He kept reaching out to scratch himself, as though he had an uncontrollable itch. He gasped for breath as he used his crazily growing sharp nails to tear through his clothes, leaving white marks on his body. The deeper he scratched, the red could be seen seeping out bit by bit. Sharon fell to the ground, but she couldn't stand up. Her blue eyes gradually lost focus, as though she couldn't see anything. Poison. She whispered the word. Steve, who wasn't far from her, looked at her tightly clenched fists. He seemed rather fearful of the bronze illusory door that was covered in mysterious patterns and filled with an indescribable aura. He didn't recklessly attack it. He held the scarlet lunar corona in his right hand that emitted a cold glow like a crimson full moon. He took out a brown translucent glass bottle from his pocket with his left hand and snorted. Biological poison bottle. It can randomly create different poisons. Once it's opened, they will gradually spread out. It will take effect in less than a minute. After that, the symptoms will become more and more serious. After 4 minutes, if you haven't escaped the poison-filled environment, the corresponding consequences will be irresistible. For example, death. What a pity. I thought Jason would be able to last until now. Sharon, you wouldn't have been affected originally. Your spirit body isn't afraid of being poisoned, but unfortunately, there's the scarlet lunar corona here. You can't change your state at all. Or, you can give up and let me realize your hidden charm. He leisurely introduced the abilities of the mystical item in his hand, as though he was waiting for Klein and company to completely lose their ability to resist before taking action. However, Tyre, who was prepared, didn't understand his intentions. Under the influence of the scarlet lunar corona, the werewolf, who had lost his rationality, didn't hesitate to counterattack. He pounced forward, waved his claws, and tore at Marrake's body. Clang! 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 The sound of nails cutting through steel rang out one after another, and a few wounds finally appeared on Marrake's skin. Klein pinched his forehead and felt that it was beginning to heat up, but the negative effects weren't as serious as Steve had described. From the looks of it, the brooch of sun, which is constantly purifying and expelling the evil in the surroundings, has weakened the poison. Klein suddenly chuckled. You want us to wait until the poison takes effect? Why do you think I didn't use fireworks just now and relied on explosives? With so many explosions, it must have attracted the attention of others. The nearby official beyond us are about to rush over. You don't have time. Steve turned his head to look at Klein, whose face was smeared with paint, making it difficult to discern his appearance. He suddenly smiled. I forgot that there's a little bug that can be easily dealt with. Don't worry, you'll definitely be dead before the people from the church arrive. Before he could finish his sentence, Klein suddenly raised the revolver in his right hand and fired a purification bullet. Steve moved his feet slightly, and he had already traversed several meters, leaving after images along the way. However, Klein's bullet didn't shoot at his original location. Instead, it hit the center of the clearing, piercing through the soil and producing a clang. A spiritual breeze blew past, and Marrake's zombies and Steve's shadows came to a halt at the same time. In the blink of an eye, they rushed out crazily towards the center of the clearing, like a pack of hungry dogs at mealtime. Steve, who was about to use a strange technique to control Klein and easily kill him, was stunned for a moment before revealing a puzzled and surprised expression. This was the first time he had discovered that the dead spirits he controlled would go out of control for no reason. At the same time, Klein snapped his fingers and detonated a few more bombs, causing scarlet flames to soar into the air from different places. His figure quickly jumped through the flames and flashed out of the clearing. Trying to run, Steve whispered. Just as he was about to turn incorporeal and chase after his target, he discovered that the zombies and shadows had dug out a square metal box and were fighting over the items inside. Soon, a shadow succeeded, and its body swelled up. As if it had gained intelligence, it flew in another direction. So he wants to use that item to delay my actions and successfully escape. Chumph, he doesn't know enough about the Wraith and the Scarlet Lunar Corona. Steve temporarily gave up on chasing after Klein and put away the biological poison bottle. His body suddenly disappeared and appeared on a thin layer of ice formed from a puddle of water. Then, relying on his terrifying speed that left after images, he arrived behind the gigantic shadow in 2 steps. A dark green light flashed in Steve's eyes, and the shadow immediately dissipated without a sound. The item in its hand suddenly fell to the ground. The other zombies and shadows completely ignored the suppressive aura of their superiors as they scrambled to snatch it. Steve became more and more surprised and puzzled. He also realized that his spiritual premonition couldn't obtain any revelations from the item that had caused the zombies and shadows to riot. He took a step forward and caught the item with his left hand. It was a dark gold key ring with an ancient and exquisite copper whistle hanging from it. Next to the copper whistle was a simple and unadorned brass key. They stood side by side, tightly pressed against each other as they lay in Steve's pale palm. At the same time, the scarlet lunar corona in Steve's right hand was quietly emitting a cold crimson glow, like a miniature full moon. Before Steve could have any other thoughts, a weak, illusory, but very strange voice drilled into his mind, tearing at his nerves and peeling off his scalp. Ah! Steve suddenly screamed and fell to the ground from midair. The scarlet lunar corona in his hand, as well as the ring with the copper whistle and key hanging from it, was sent flying by him. He struggled on the spot, twisting as his body bulged out one after another. Inside, tiny arms that resembled a baby's grew out, or a foul-smelling pale yellow liquid flowed out. At this moment, a cluster of flames ignited again. Klein, who had already escaped, leaped out and blocked the scarlet lunar corona's trajectory. He didn't attempt to catch the mystical item. Instead, with a light flick, he turned it around and sent it flying towards the weak and limp Sharon. Steve's cries of pain gradually became softer as the scarlet lunar corona accurately landed on Sharon's body. Sharon's figure immediately turned incorporeal, and her blue eyes, which had lost focus, instantly regained their luster. She clenched her right fist tightly, and her left hand held the palm-sized accessory embedded with a ring of dark ruby. Her body floated up. The scarlet lunar corona made the wielder immune to the effects of the full moon. Sharon was no longer weak, and in her spirit-body state, she wasn't afraid of biological toxins. At this moment, the zombies and shadows had gathered together again, fighting for the strung Aztec copper whistle and master key. Klein didn't mind. He stretched out his left hand, raised his arm, and pointed. On the sunbird accessory on his chest, a dark golden luster flashed. A strong, bright, holy light descended from the sky, enveloping the zombies and shadows that were fighting. Under the sunlight, the transparent and strange shadows quickly melted and disappeared. The pale and stinky living corpses first emitted black smoke, and then began to burn like candles. By the time the daylight disappeared, there was almost nothing there. There was only the ancient and exquisite Aztec copper whistle and the ancient master key strung on the blackened ring, lying there quietly. On the other side, Sharon didn't bother with Marek, whose injuries were gradually worsening under Werewolf Tyre's attacks. Instead, she relied on her strange jumping ability between mirror-like items to arrive at the thin piece of ice that Steve had previously used. Then, she stepped out. She stretched out her clenched right palm towards Steve, who was transforming into a monster. She suddenly opened it and aimed her palm at the enemy. Endless light burst out and quickly intertwined to form a pair of bronze doors covered in mysterious symbols and patterns. Creak. With a jarring sound, the small black bonnet on Sharon's head was blown off by a sudden gust of wind. Her meticulously combed light blonde hair draped messily over her shoulders. Clearly, using that mystical item again was quite taxing on her. Creak. A crack appeared on the mysterious bronze door as shrill laughter, sobs, and shouts echoed. The arms that were either covered in teeth or skinless fought to reach out and grab Steve, whose pustules were splitting open one after another. The strange bluish-black vines and slippery, illusory tentacles that highlighted a baby's face also wrapped around this Sequence 5 powerhouse. Ah! Steve cried out again. The pale yellow liquid that flowed out of the pustules covered his entire body, allowing him to barely resist the pull. A bright red crack appeared on his face, and inside it was a dark hole that resembled a tunnel. At this moment, Klein had already raised his revolver and aimed at him. Without any delay or hesitation, Klein, who had disguised his face and was wearing a half-top hat, calmly pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! With the flash of the sun brooch, 2 bullets filled with holiness accurately hit Steve's head. Although they failed to penetrate his skin and bones, they ignited a resplendent flame, turning Steve into a bright torch. Ah! With another scream, Steve was pulled closer to the illusory and mysterious bronze door. As Klein threw out the revolver's cylinder and poured the cartridges to the ground, he took out the metal box that contained the Beyonder bullets. At the same time, he once again injected his spirituality into the sun brooch. 2. 1. A holy and flawless beam of light fell from the sky and hit Steve's body in an instant. Taking advantage of this gap, Klein stuffed the purifying bullets and exorcism bullets into the bullet holes in a ratio of 3:3 and closed the cylinder. He aimed at Steve's head again, and as the dark gold brooch flashed, he pulled the trigger 6 times in a row. Chapter 353. Bullets that swirled with a pale golden glow or emitted brilliant flames tore through the void one after another, hitting Wraith Steve's head. Thanks to the clown's control over his body and his persistent marksmanship practice, Klein's 6 bullets that were augmented with cleave of purification accurately hit the same area as the previous 2 bullets. They were like fists from a giant of light, pounding Steve's left cheek again and again. Amidst the bangs, Steve, who was entangled by the strange arms and bluish-black vines, was unable to turn incorporeal to dodge. His head kept tilting to the side as his body trembled. His cheekbone rapidly caved in, and his white, sharp bones snap. Bang! The final bullet completely tore through the area, causing the sequence 5 beyond's dark red blood to splatter out. Resplendent or golden flames constantly drilled in, burning out a bluish-black fog. In the holy light, Steve's clothes were ignited, and his body rapidly charred, dripping with grease. However, he wasn't dead yet. Compared to nimble right Master Rosago, a sequence 5 of the mutant pathway clearly had stronger survivability. However, Steve, who had suffered a heavy blow, was no longer able to resist the strange tugging arms. His legs couldn't help but move forward, as though he was flying towards the bronze door, towards the deep crack that had opened up, and towards the pairs of eyes hidden in the darkness. At this moment, Sharon, whose forehead was covered in sweat, suddenly clenched her right palm. The illusory and subtle light was suddenly cut off, and the indescribably mysterious bronze door lost its source of existence. It swayed, and before Steve entered, it reluctantly pulled back the arms that were either covered in teeth or covered in blood, closing the crack. Creak. The door closed and quickly turned transparent before vanishing. Steve's body, which was leaning forward, stiffened on the spot. His entire body was charred black and shriveled, like a mummy that had been burned for a long time. It was even closer to a carbonized stick that only had embers left. With her right fist clenched and the scarlet lunar corona in hand, Sharon's figure quickly turned incorporeal. She took a step forward and overlapped with Steve. Klein's spirit vision instantly lost track of her, but the charred Steve raised his fists and smashed them at his already heavily injured head. Bang! His head turned into a paste like a rotten tomato. Milky white spots sprayed up and then fell to the ground. Accompanying it was a translucent shadow. It quickly spread out and turned into a huge jellyfish-like object. There was an unreal liquid swaying inside, and a pair of pale white eyes condense. Sharon was forced out by this strange thing and reappeared next to him. She suddenly stretched out her left hand and let out a silent whistle. The ground suddenly turned black, as if it had turned into a muddy sea. A twisted blood-colored vine grew out of it. It was divided into many sections, and each section had 4 sharp fangs and 1 eye. The blood-colored vines crazily grew upwards, fixing the jellyfish-like phantom in place, greedily sucking the unreal liquid inside. The shadow quickly collapsed, and the blood-colored vines retreated back into the muddy abyssal sea. But with that delay, the headless, charred Steve ran across the clearing toward the exit. He was not completely dead, even though he had already lost his head. Steve had only taken a few steps when a crisp sound broke the silence. Pa. Klein, who was wearing a black double-breasted frock coat and a matching half-top hat, snapped his fingers at him. Boom. The soil beneath Steve's feet was violently lifted as scarlet flames soared. It spread upwards, and when it reached its highest point, it scattered down like a beautiful firework. Amidst such fireworks, Wraith Steve's body was completely torn apart. His charred hands, feet, organs, and flesh splattered all over the ground. Among them, a finger rolled to Klein's feet, and the brown, translucent biological poison bottle landed in another direction. The remnants of Steve's body squirmed a few times before finally calming down. Amidst the blooming flames and such a scene, Klein felt his spirituality become more active. The power in his body that didn't completely belong to him became closer to him to a certain extent. Following this feeling, he switched the gun to his left hand and used his black-gloved right hand to remove the half-top hat from his head. He pressed it to his chest and bowed slightly to Sharon. Sharon looked over with her blue eyes. Her gaze went past Klein and landed on Tyre and Marek, who were still fighting behind him. Sharon's figure disappeared, and her image was immediately reflected in Tyre's eyes. Tyre stood there stiffly, his black hair standing on end. He raised his arms with great difficulty and pressed them against his head. Catcher. He twisted it forcefully, and his eyes saw his spine hidden under the tattered clothes. Pa. Tyre twisted and pulled again, pulling out his own head. During the entire process, he didn't let out a scream or say a word. He held his own head and let the blood drip down. The headless corpse was still upright and did not fall down. Sharon didn't immediately leave Tyre's body. She seemed to be trying something. Soon, bits of black-green light seeped out of Tyre's head and body, and with one of the fangs as the core, it quickly condensed together. From the looks of it, Miss Sharon has a way to accelerate the separation of the Beyonder characteristic. The premise is that she possesses the target, kills the other party, and has complete control over the body. In enlightenment, Klein bent down to pick up the bullet casings that had fallen to the ground, and he placed them into the iron box. He was afraid that the subsequent investigators would find the artisan based on the uniqueness of the bullet casings and find the woman who had bought the barbarian and briber formulas. From there, they would lock onto the gathering of Eye of Wisdom and threaten his own safety. As for the bullet, it had long been sacrificed to the corresponding deity in the holy light and flames, like the material of a charm. After putting away the revolver, Klein was just about to take a step forward when Sharon appeared beside the biological poison bottle at an exaggerated speed. She made it float up and land in her palm. Before Klein could think of anything else, the pale lady flicked her wrist and threw a brown translucent bottle and a black-green fang at him. To save time, she's helping me pick up the spoils of war. Klein was taken aback. He instinctively pulled out a piece of paper and covered the two items without making direct contact. At that moment, in his line of sight, Sharon's complicated black regal dress had lost its usual tidiness. It gently swayed in the wind, and a few strands of her pale blonde hair stuck to the side of her face, making Sharon look more human. This biological poison bottle comes with a lid. I just don't know what negative effects it has. Klein lowered his head and examined his spoils of war. He resealed the biological poison bottle with a black lid hanging beside him to prevent it from continuing to harm him. As for the black-green fang, it was the Beyonder characteristic left behind by Werewolf Tyre. As Klein placed the two items into a small metal box he had prepared, he used holy night powder to create a wall of spirituality to seal off their influence on the surroundings. He watched from the corner of his eye as Sharon's figure disappeared. Steve's remaining flesh squirmed, producing near-transparent points of light. Similarly, he was still wary of Marek, in case he suddenly went crazy. While on guard, he discovered that the zombie's healing powers were indeed astonishing. The bone-deep wounds from before had basically closed. Marek also gave him a deep look, as though he had thought of something and understood something. After finishing what he was doing, Klein took more than 10 steps and first picked up the square metal box that had been dug out by the zombie and Shadow. Then, he found Aztec's copper whistle and master key that were surrounded by human-shaped candles. He glanced at them and awkwardly realized that he didn't dare pick them up. The effects of the scarlet lunar corona were still radiating through the empty space. This was the final and most unavoidable preparation he had prepared. For this, he had specially taken the time to go to the hospital morgue to test what the corpses would do and what they wanted to do after snatching Aztec's copper whistle. Thus, he came up with the corresponding process design. Can you stop the influence of the scarlet lunar corona? Klein turned his head to look at Sharon, who had reappeared. There was a translucent doll in her hand. Sharon didn't say a word as she wore the scarlet lunar corona in her other hand to her chest. The circle of crimson gems quickly dimmed, and the light of the full moon disappeared from the abandoned clearing. Only then did Klein bend down, pinch the ring with his fingertips, and pick up Aztec's copper whistle and master key. Then, he placed them into the square metal box with bullet marks and quickly sealed it. At the same time, Marek circled around and cleaned up the scene. Sharon picked up the small black bonnet, and her figure disappeared before appearing in front of Klein. "The Book of Secrets is in your guest room," Sharon said calmly. "That is to say, regardless of the final outcome, as long as I can return alive, I will be able to receive a portion of the reward. I won't have done all this for nothing." Klein smiled and bowed slightly. "Thank you for your generosity. The official beyond us might arrive at any time. We should leave." Sharon nodded. "Do you need any help?" "No need." Klein chuckled. "I still have a lot of fireworks that I haven't set off." As soon as he said that, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Boom, boom, boom. The remaining bombs exploded one by one, causing flames to rise into the sky. They clustered around the largest and most eye-catching flower in the middle, dreamy and beautiful. Sharon's gaze was instinctively attracted by it for a second. When she looked back, Klein's figure was already gone, leaving only the slowly dissipating flames. Outside the clearing, in a small circle to the northwest, on a path where he wouldn't directly encounter the official beyond us, matchsticks were lit one after another. Scarlet flames soared into the sky before quickly disappearing. Klein's figure constantly appeared in them as he leaped away from the West Balam dock. Right on the heels of that, he took out a special bottle of extract and smeared it on his face. With a gentle wipe of a piece of paper, he removed all the oil paint. Pa! With a flick of his wrist, the piece of paper was burned to ashes. Then, he picked up the cane he had hidden nearby, adjusted his clothes, and walked out onto the street like an ordinary person. Not long after, Klein arrived at a cathedral. Its name was Lever Cathedral. As many of the believers weren't rich, and they might not be able to rest on Sundays, they were even more busy during the day. Therefore, the cathedrals of the various churches would stay open until the wee hours of the morning, giving most of the believers a chance to pray and repent. Klein looked up, tapped the steps with the black cane in his hand, and walked in. He planned to avoid the next wave of inspections of the surrounding crowd. A few minutes later, a machinery hivemind team appeared in an open space surrounded by abandoned warehouses. There were a total of 5 of them, each with a different Beyonder weapon, but they frowned at the plowed scene. After watching for a while, they solemnly immersed themselves in the search for clues. Inside the Lever Cathedral. As it wasn't 11 yet, there were quite a few people here, but no one spoke. The entire prayer hall was so quiet and sacred that no one wanted to break the silence. Klein sat on a chair in the 3rd row by the aisle. He leaned his black cane forward and took off his half-top hat. Chapter 354. After half an hour of undisturbed silence, Klein opened his eyes and slowly got up. He picked up his cane, put on his hat, left the cathedral, and took a rental carriage back to Minsk Street in the dark. At this moment, the security and checks in the surrounding area had inevitably relaxed, becoming a shadow under the light of the gas lamps. Not long after midnight, Klein took out his key, opened the door to his room, and entered the empty guest rooms to search for the Book of Secrets. Without much effort, he found the ancient book bound with thick parchment paper in the wardrobe of the room on the 1st floor. The hardcover of the book was dark black in color, and on it were 2 lines of Hermes written in crimson, Book of Secrets. Klarman. Phew. Klein exhaled and wasn't in a hurry to read it. Instead, he quickly created a wall of spirituality in the room and held a ritual to summon himself and respond to himself. Then, he threw the Aztec copper whistle, the master key, the all-black eye, the Beyonder bullets, the biological poison bottle, the werewolf Beyonder characteristic, the Book of Secrets, and other items, along with the containers, above the grey fog. He planned to wait for the commotion to subside before deciding which items to take with him. After doing all of this, he didn't even study the specific situation of the werewolf Beyonder characteristic and the biological poison bottle. He simply washed up and lay down on the bed. Firstly, it was too much of a waste of time to study items and flip through books. It was easy to bring trouble to his body in the real world on this restless night. Secondly, Klein deeply realized his current shortcoming, and that was that the speed at which his spirituality grew was unable to satisfy the increasing number of Beyonder powers and mystical items. After such an intense battle, his spirituality was already exhausted. His head hurt, and he was drowsy. Yes, the one that puts the greatest burden on my spirituality is the paper figurine substitutes, followed by the holy water of the sun created by the brooch, but I didn't use it tonight. Next is holy light summoning and flaming jump. Klein yawned and used cogitation to get rid of the state where he was too tired and tense to sleep. In less than 10 seconds, he entered a dream, and all kinds of fragmented scenes alternated with each other. In the open space surrounded by the abandoned warehouse, the machinery hivemind came and went. The person in charge of this incident had already changed from a team captain to a powerhouse at the deacon level. Ikanza Bernard's brown hair was always unkempt, sticking out stubbornly, and even his hat could not hide it. As a result, many machinery hivemind members secretly joked that this deacon was probably using a bomb to get a haircut. At this moment, Ikanza, whose face was hard and clear, was holding a silver mirror with ancient patterns. On each side of the mirror, there was an eye-like decoration. They were based on black gemstones and looked deep and enchanting. Ikanza looked around and said, although the rats in the saws are experts at interfering with divination and mediumship, and they managed to deal with the scene effectively, this is the mysterious extraordinary world. There's no guarantee of success. As he spoke, he looked at the silver mirror in his hand and stroked its surface 3 times with his right palm. After pausing for 2 seconds, Ikanza took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Honorable Erodes, my question is, who were the participants in what just happened here? The surrounding darkness suddenly became dense, and the surface of the silver mirror rippled with aqueous light. Soon, a scene appeared in the silver mirror. In the surging flames, there was a figure floating in midair. He was wearing a black double-breasted frock coat and a half-top hat. His body was distorted, and his face was so blurry that it was difficult to see clearly. Furthermore, he was smeared with oil paint. Beneath his feet, the flames rose up and engulfed him. With a flash of aqueous light, the scene changed, and a middle-aged man in a dark red cloak appeared. His arms were burning with resplendent flames, but his head was hidden in the darkness. As the scenes changed, Ikanza and the others saw a woman with a complicated black regal dress and disheveled pale blonde hair. However, her face was completely transparent, as if she didn't exist. Beside the lady were 2 men with black hair all over their bodies. Their backs were being pulled by strange arms. Finally, the changes came to an end, and it was fixed on a scene of flames soaring into the sky, fireworks blooming brilliantly, and light illuminating the area. In such a dreamy scene, the man in the black double-breasted frock coat from before appeared again. His body twisted and contracted horizontally, and he faced forward. He pressed the hand holding the top hat to his chest and bowed slightly. Not only was his face extremely blurry as if it had been disturbed, but it also vaguely revealed the color of oil paint. Ikanza was just about to ask his team members for their opinions when a few lines of ancient Fasak words suddenly appeared on the silver mirror. According to the principle of reciprocity, it's my turn to ask a question. If you answer incorrectly or lie, you will be punished. The word punishment was as red as blood, as if it was dripping with liquid. Ikanza's expression warped for a moment before becoming abnormally solemn. Then, the aqueous light flashed on the silver mirror, and a new line of words appeared. What's your sexual orientation? Ikanza was stunned, and he felt the gazes of the surrounding team members cast over. At 6 in the morning, the sky had just brightened. Klein, who was sleeping soundly, woke up at the punctual chime of the cathedral bell. According to his usual habits, he would turn over and continue sleeping until it was almost 8 o'clock before getting up. But this time, he sat up straight away and observed his surroundings. At least the gas meter wasn't searched. He heaved a sigh of relief. Without bothering to wash up, he got off the bed and took 4 steps counterclockwise before going above the grey fog. He wanted to study what he had gained last night. Sitting in the seat of the fool, Klein started with something simple. He picked up the dark green fang, observed it for a few seconds, conjured a pen and paper, and wrote down a divination statement. Its use. This didn't mean that he could use divination to replace experiments. Klein only wanted to see if he could obtain any revelations from Sharon and Marek because he had the actual object, and because he had learned a lot about prisoners, lunatics, and werewolves from Sharon and Marek, he felt that the prerequisites were sufficient. After chanting silently, he quickly entered a dream and witnessed a scene. A hideous wound appeared on werewolf Tyre's abdomen. His intestines flowed out and dragged to the ground, but he only washed them with water and stuffed them back in. He pinched the 2 sides of the gap with his hands, and in the end, the wound actually healed. Under the full crimson moon, he howled at the sky. Black fur grew on the surface of his body, and the fangs in his mouth became distinct. He waved his claws, and with a creak, he tore through a steel plate that wasn't too thin. He ran across the wilderness, shaking off the pack of grey wolves that were chasing him at full speed. He made the expressionless but cold attendants charge at the enemy without any fear of death. He also used all kinds of weapons to kill people, including bombs, and he became stronger when he lost his mind in anger. Opening his eyes, Klein roughly understood the characteristics of a werewolf and grasped the hidden dangers of this beyond a characteristic. Back then, werewolf Tyre was illuminated by the full moon, and his desires were abnormally indulgent. After his death, he left behind a relatively strong mental imprint. The Beyonder who used this Beyonder characteristic to concoct a potion to advance had to resist this influence in the early stages, otherwise, there would be signs of losing control. However, the negative effects hadn't reached the level of a sealed artifact. The Beyonder characteristic left behind by a werewolf could still be used as the main ingredient of a potion. Thankfully. Unfortunately, Zombie Jason's Beyonder characteristic was swallowed by that strange door. I wonder where that door leads to, and if there's a way to retrieve it. Klein put down the dark green fangs with a sense of regret and heartache. He picked up the brown translucent biological poison bottle. He used the method from before to do a dream divination, but this time, he didn't have the confidence to obtain a detailed revelation. Therefore, he changed the divination statement to its positive and negative effects. In the dark and grey dream world, Klein once again saw tragic scenes. Some people fell to the ground, scratching themselves, tearing off their skin and flesh, revealing white bones. Some people held their heads as their eyes lost focus, and their auras became weaker and weaker. Some people kept vomiting, and in the end, they convulsed and died. Some people suddenly laughed out loud, laughing so hard that they couldn't breathe. Some people suddenly stopped fighting with their opponents and looked at each other. Then, they hugged and kissed each other. The scene changed to the end. The translucent brown bottle was placed in a cup of water, and the transparent liquid inside gradually turned amber as it was drunk. The person holding the biological poison bottle was first weak, then he coughed. Then, he touched his forehead and felt that it was scalding hot. His condition was getting worse. The dream quickly ended. Klein tapped the edge of the long table with his fingers as he tried to interpret the revelations with a headache. Combined with Steve's words, the previous revelations mean that after the lid of the biological poison bottle is opened, it will constantly emit poison. As for what kind of poison the opponent will be poisoned with, it's purely random. Even the wielder can't control it. The poison inside is really nasty. The effective range of the poison can't be deciphered from the revelations. Soaking it in water and drinking the amber liquid in advance can prevent poisoning? But how long will it take? Even if the wielder of the biological poison bottle doesn't open the lid, his body will gradually deteriorate, and he will slowly be infected with the disease, slowly becoming more serious. What's the exact time cutoff? Klein rubbed his temples, planning to confirm it by experimenting above the grey fog when he had the time. However, he didn't know if the biological poison bottle would work here. For example, with his current spirit body state, he wasn't afraid of being poisoned at all. Let's leave it at that for now. I'll study it in detail later. Klein cast his gaze at the goatskin-bound book of secrets in front of him and flipped to the first page. It was a title page with simple patterns, without any content. After flipping it again, Klein finally saw the beginning of the Book of Secrets. Chapter 355. Another one that only worships the moon and doesn't respect the goddess. Klein couldn't help but reveal a thoughtful expression. He had heard of such matters when he was learning about the life school of thought, but he never expected that a shaman king who had lived his entire life in the southern continent would have a similar point of view. After the Pale Era at the end of the Fourth Epoch, the Berserk Sea became a name worthy of its name. As such, the northern and southern continents were isolated and no longer had any contact. As for the life school of thought, it was formed in the early Fifth Epoch. Clearly, it was impossible for them to develop to the southern continent before Roselle sent people to find a safe sea route. Shaman King Klarman also belonged to the early period. He was active more than 1,000 years before the invasion of the northern continent. In other words, the two Beyonder factions that belonged to the northern and southern continents and were unable to communicate with each other chose to worship the moon itself and ignore the Evernite goddess at about the same time. Such a coincidence made one have no choice but to consider the reason. Could it be that a new deity was born and took away the authority related to the moon? However, as a deity, he shouldn't be so unknown. Or could it be said that although the goddess snatched away the authority of the moon, the believers of the primordial moon god survived, and they were passed down from the Fourth Epoch to the Third Epoch? And after the northern and southern continents were separated, There were two branches, one of the Shaman Kings, and the other the Life School of Thought? Klein made a rough guess, but he was troubled by the lack of corresponding clues to narrow down the scope. He temporarily gave up on thinking and seized the time to quickly browse through the contents of the Book of Secrets. In the preface, Shaman King Klarman directly said that many of the rituals, secret deeds, astrology, and summoning techniques in the book originated from the primordial worship of the moon. He also described the corresponding honorific names in detail: the unique crimson moon, the symbol of life and beauty, the mother of all spiritual powers. There's actually an honorific name, however, it lacks a more common description like Evernite Goddess or Earth Mother. If there really is such a hidden deity, her believers would definitely develop a more concise title that's more suitable for verbal praise, and not replace it with the primordial worship of the moon. Klein sensed something odd and analyzed it with his knowledge of mysticism. Furthermore, using the Lady of Crimson to hold the ritual will obviously point to the goddess, but using a very similar but more detailed honorific name will bypass the goddess and point to the source of their power, the so-called primordial moon. I wonder what kind of strange existence it is. Klein thought curiously and horrified. As he didn't have much time, he quickly browsed through the details and found that, just as Shaman King Klarman had said, many of the secret deeds and rituals pointed to the moon. For Klein, this was not something he needed to care too much. He would not copy those things and provoke the primordial moon that he did not know what it was. What he wanted to learn was the overall structure, design, and details of the secret deeds and rituals. Only by grasping the hidden pattern could he create his own secret deed, ritual, astrology, and summoning spell that pointed to the King of Yellow and Black. Perhaps in the long future, I'll have my own mysticism. Klein removed the spirit pendulum from his wrist and confirmed the authenticity of the Book of Secrets. After receiving a positive answer, he wasn't in a hurry to use the werewolf's beyond a characteristic to divine the formula. After all, he wasn't going to sell it. By the same logic, he planned on taking it slow before studying the origins of the biological poison bottle. He quickly returned to the real world and pulled open the curtains. What he saw was the sun that failed to illuminate the land. It was hidden behind the clouds and haze, appearing somewhat pale. Achoo! Suddenly, Klein covered his mouth and nose with his hand and sneezed. At this moment, he realized that he had a headache and a fever. He didn't feel energetic, as though he had caught a cold. As a Sequence 7 Beyonder, I'm actually sick. Klein pulled out a piece of paper and snorted. He carefully thought about it and quickly understood the reason. The negative effect of the biological poison bottle was to gradually weaken the wielder to the point of falling ill. If he carried it for a little longer, he might even die from the illness. And this wasn't something that could be eliminated by spirituality shackles. Last night, after the battle, Klein's spirituality was nearly depleted. Despite being weak from the poison, he still carried the biological poison bottle and hid in the Lever Cathedral for half an hour. Coupled with the time he spent returning to Minsk, he had shamefully fallen ill. Thankfully, it's not serious. It won't affect anything. Klein achoo again, tidied himself up, and took a hot bath. After washing up, in order to reward himself, he specially fried an egg, causing the aroma to permeate the air. A Shaman King's Book of Secrets, a mystical item that isn't inferior to the Brooch of the Sun, a biological poison bottle, and a Sequence 7 werewolf Beyonder characteristic. I earned quite a bit this time. It's just a pity that I didn't get the zombie Beyonder characteristic. Klein sat at the dining table and ate as he calculated his harvest. What made his heart ache was that he had used a total of 11 Beyonder bullets, each equivalent to nearly £10. That is to say, I burned £100. It's no wonder most low and mid-sequence Beyonders are so desperate for money. Klein looked down at his breakfast. They only added up to a few pence. After breakfast, Klein leisurely read the newspapers, occasionally sneezing and wiping his mouth and nose with a piece of paper. Just as the 8 o'clock bell stopped ringing, someone rang his doorbell. As expected, Klein saw the reporter from the Daily Observer, Mike Joseph. The reporter, who had beautiful blue eyes, a mustache, and rough skin, took off his hat and greeted him. Then, he went straight to the point. Detective Moriarty, are you free to take on my commission? Although I'm a little sick, I won't be suspected if I take on a commission as usual. Klein, who had just done a job, smiled. I'm slightly sick, but it doesn't affect my combat and shooting. Mike immediately smiled. Thank you for your help. Let's set off now. Detective Moriarty, have you had breakfast? I'm treating you. As your employer, I should be responsible for your food today. Treat me to breakfast. Klein was stunned for a moment. I just finished eating. But I suggest you go to the east side for breakfast. You'll be able to see a lot of things that way. Just give me a cup of coffee then. No problem. Mike pointed outside. The carriage I hired is waiting. Klein sized him up and said, That's right. Sir, you'd better dress worse, or I'll be very busy. Mike looked down at his woolen coat and said in enlightenment, That's right. Is this too eye-catching? It's like that in the Eastern District. Klein pointed inside and said, I have some clothes specially prepared for you. Well, our figures are about the same. Mike couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. You are indeed a professional. Professional crime? Klein silently cursed. After changing their clothes and becoming ordinary workers, the two of them got on the carriage and headed to the edge of the Eastern District. Achoo! Klein took out a piece of paper and wiped his mouth and nose, snorting. As there was no trash can nearby, he folded the paper and put it back into his pocket. The food in this cafe is not bad. Of course, this is relative to the residents of the Eastern District. Klein pointed at the slightly greasy cafe at the corner of the street. He had come here for breakfast a few times when he occasionally stayed in a one-bedroom room nearby. It looks like it's already one of the better restaurants here. Mike didn't think it was a cafe. It was already past 9, and there were very few customers in the cafe. The residents of the Eastern District often finished their breakfast at 7 and began working or looking for work. After accompanying Mike and ordering stewed beef with potatoes, bread, coffee, and other food, Klein looked around for a seat by the window. At this moment, he saw a familiar face. It was the middle-aged man whom he had pretended to be a reporter to help. He was the one who brought me here in the first place. Why is he only having breakfast now? Klein's thoughts raced as he said to Mike, You have an interviewee. As he spoke, he walked towards the tramp with a cup of coffee. The man was still wearing the thick jacket from before. His graying hair appeared rather oily, and his beard was rather obvious. However, there was no longer the sleepiness in his eyes, and his face was no longer as pale as before. Good morning, we meet again. Klein sat opposite him and greeted him. He discovered that the man's breakfast was black bread with a large cup of cheap tea that cost a penny. The middle-aged man raised his head, took a closer look, and exclaimed in pleasant surprise. He said in pleasant surprise, Mr. Reporter, it's you? Klein laughed dryly and pointed to Mike beside him. This is my colleague. He wants to do a deeper investigation on my previous interview. Mike was an experienced and knowledgeable reporter. He didn't say anything else when he heard that. All he did was smile and nod in greeting. As for Detective Moriarty pretending to be a reporter, it wasn't like he only learned of it today. He had borrowed a fake reporter's pass from him before. So you really are a reporter, the middle-aged man blurted out in surprise. But that doesn't stop you from being a kind person. Klein smiled and returned with a question. How have you been recently? The middle-aged man drank a mouthful of tea and said, With your help, I finally had a good night's sleep and a full stomach. I'm no longer that weak. I originally wanted to find the original kind of job, which was making shoes, but they didn't want me. They said that my hands were shaky. He lowered his head and chuckled, skipping this part. Later, I went to the docks and found some work. It's tiring, but at least I earn money. I've already rented a bed in someone's house, and I only use 5 pence a week. Of course, I can only sleep at night. Well, working at the docks is like that. I went there very early today and didn't eat anything. I raised my hand and shouted my name and the manager's name, but I still wasn't chosen. All I could do was return here. Thankfully, there's still a chance in the afternoon. Those people in the morning might be busy late and won't compete with us. Chapter 356. Finally, the middle-aged man with white sideburns drank a mouthful of tea and sighed with a smile. Actually, This is already much better than what I had before. It's better than many people here, such as, he pointed at the homeless people huddled in a corner outside the window. Klein and Mike looked over and saw a dirty spot that was sheltered from the wind. There were tramps curled up on the ground. There were men and women, old and young. In this cold late autumn, they might not wake up again. At this moment, Klein noticed an old lady in her 60s standing by the street. Her dress was old and tattered, but she was relatively clean. Her hair was neatly combed. The white-haired old lady had the usual fatigue of a homeless person, but she still insisted on not squeezing with the crowd. Instead, she slowly walked by the side of the road, looking into the coffee shop numbly from time to time. She's also a pitiful person. The former homeless man who had eaten the rest of the black bread also noticed the old lady and sighed. It's said that she had a pretty good life in the past. Her husband was a grain merchant and had a very spirited child. Unfortunately, he went bankrupt, and her husband and child died not long after. She's different from us. Really, you can tell at a glance. Sigh, she probably won't be able to last much longer unless she can enter the workhouse every time. As he listened, Mike's expression turned from calm to gloomy. He slowly exhaled and said, I want to interview her. I want to interview her. Can you invite her for me? She can eat and drink whatever she wants here. The middle-aged man didn't find this request strange. He only looked at Klein and Mike, as though saying that they were indeed colleagues. All right, I'm sure she'll be happy to. He drank a mouthful of tea, got up, and walked out of the greasy coffee shop. Before long, the old lady in an old but neat dress followed him in. Her pale face paled slightly under the warmth of the coffee shop. She kept trembling, as though she wanted to release the coldness in her body bit by bit and absorb the relatively high temperature in the coffee shop. Even though she was sitting on a chair, it took her more than a minute to truly warm up. Order whatever you want. This is the reward for the interview, Klein said on Mike's behalf. After Mike nodded, the old lady ordered toast, inferior cream, and coffee in a reserved manner. Then, she smiled. I heard that when you haven't had food for a long time, you can't eat greasy food. Very polite, very self-controlled, not like a wanderer at all. Klein sighed silently. Before the food was delivered, Mike asked casually, Can you tell me how you became a wanderer? The old lady revealed a look of reminiscence and smiled bitterly. My husband is a grain merchant. He mainly buys all kinds of grain from farmers in the country. Ever since the Grain Act was repealed, we quickly went bankrupt. He wasn't young anymore. After being struck down by this incident, his body quickly collapsed and he died not long after. My boy, he was a fine young man who had been following his father in business. He couldn't take the blow, so he jumped into the Tussock River on a moonless night. His first suicide attempt failed, and he was sent to the magistrate's court. The police and the judge were very impatient, feeling that he was wasting their time. If you want to commit suicide, please do it quietly and successfully. Don't trouble us. Yes, they probably wanted to say that, but they found it too direct. My child was imprisoned. Not long after, he tried to commit suicide a second time, and he succeeded. The old lady spoke very calmly, as though it wasn't something that had happened to her. But for some reason, Klein felt a strong sense of sorrow. There's no greater sorrow than a dead heart. He suddenly recalled a saying he had heard in his previous life. In this world, suicide was not only forbidden by the various churches, but it was also a target of punishment by the law. As for the reason, Klein knew very well what it was. First of all, suicides often chose to jump into the river. If they weren't discovered in time, there was a certain chance that they would turn into a water ghost. Secondly, suicides were often in a bad mood. In such a state, ending one's life was equivalent to a sacrifice, and it was possible for one to resonate with a strange and terrifying existence. Therefore, their bodies or the items around them would carry a strange curse after they died, harming others. The misfortune cloth puppet behind Tingen City's Chinese gate might very well have come from this. Therefore, the 7 Orthodox churches forbade their believers from committing suicide based on their own doctrines. The royal family had also pushed for the corresponding legislation. Of course, this sounded a little ridiculous to Klein. Would a suicidal person be afraid of the law or punishment? Mike jotted down notes and was about to say something when the owner of the coffee shop brought the food over. Fill your stomach first. We'll talk later. Mike pointed at the toast. All right. The old lady ate her food in small bites, appearing very cultured. She didn't order much, so she quickly finished it. After reluctantly drinking the last mouthful of coffee, she rubbed her temples and pleaded. Can I sleep for a while before we talk? It's too cold outside. No problem, Mike answered without hesitation. The old lady thanked him gratefully a few times, sat on a chair, and curled up to sleep. Mike looked at the middle-aged man beside him. You seem to be very familiar with this place. I would like to hire you as our guide. How about 3 soldi a day? Sorry, I forgot to ask for your name. The middle-aged man hurriedly shook his head. No. That's too much. Most of the time, I only earn 1 soldi a day at the dock. Just call me Old Cola. Then, 2 soldi a day. That's what you deserve. Mike made the final decision. After witnessing this strange bargaining, Klein used a piece of paper to wipe his snot. Just as he was about to refill his cup of coffee, he suddenly sensed that something was amiss. He turned to look at the old lady who was curled up in a chair, sleeping. Her face, which had turned rosy from drinking coffee, turned pale once again. The color of her aura and emotions had disappeared. Klein stood up and subconsciously reached out to check the old lady's breathing. Under Mike and Cola's surprised gazes, he said heavily, "She's dead." Mike opened his mouth, but nothing came out. Cola tapped his chest 3 times and smiled bitterly. I knew she wouldn't last long. This happens every day in East Borough. At least she filled her stomach and died in a warm place. I hope it'll be the same for me in the future. Klein fell silent for a moment. Cola, get the police over. All right. Cola tapped his chest 3 more times and ran out of the coffee shop. The boss glanced over but didn't come over, as though it wasn't something he needed to care about. After a while, a policeman in a black and white checkered uniform entered the coffee shop with a baton and a pistol. He looked at the dead old lady and asked Mike and Klein a few questions before waving his hand. It's fine. You can leave after I get someone to collect the corpse. That's it. Mike exclaimed in surprise. He was clearly unfamiliar with East Borough. The policeman chuckled. There are many such incidents in East Borough every day. He rolled his eyes and looked at Klein and Mike. You don't look like you're from here. What's your name? What's your identity? Mike took out his reporter's pass, and Klein said that he was a private detective who was protecting him. The policeman's expression immediately turned serious as he looked at Klein. I suspect you of illegal possession of a gun. I want to search your belongings. Please cooperate, or it will be considered resisting arrest. Mike instantly became worried because he knew that private detectives generally possessed guns illegally. Klein spread out his hands expressionlessly. All right. He allowed the policeman to search him, but he didn't find anything. After the old lady's corpse was sent away and the disappointed policeman left, Mike clenched his fist and pounded the table. A living person died here, but all he wants to do is investigate illegal possession of a gun. At this point, Mike turned to look at Klein and asked in puzzlement, You didn't bring a gun? Klein shook his head and pulled out his holster and revolver from under the table. He calmly said, As a detective, I have a lot of experience in this area. As a magician's, he could place his gun in front of his opponent without them noticing. Furthermore, as he hadn't bought ordinary bullets and had temporarily thrown the Beyonder bullets above the grey fog, his revolver was currently empty. However, this didn't stop him from shooting with a pistol. All he needed to do was to use his mouth to simulate a bang when he pulled the trigger. Seeing this, Old Cola whispered, Don't worry. So you're a detective. Klein pointed at Mike and casually explained, Last time, I was also entrusted by this gentleman. Mike sat there and did not refute. After a moment of silence, although I've investigated the gangs and seen the miserable lives of some prostitutes, I don't know much about the situation in East Borough. Help me take a look and see if there are any problems with this interview plan. As he spoke, he took out a few pieces of paper from the inside pocket of his shirt and unfolded them on the coffee shop table. Klein glanced at it and said, "Interviews with East Borough residents of different ages? That's too troublesome. I think it can be divided according to the location. A better apartment, an apartment with 5 or 6 people squeezed into a room, a street corner sheltered from the wind, a park bench, a bar, or a workhouse. In addition, it can be divided into working hours and resting hours." Mike listened carefully and nodded. "Not a bad idea. What do you think, Kohler?" Old Kohler pinched his nose and said, "I don't know the words, but I think there's nothing wrong with what the detective said." Mike thought for a moment and modified his plan. Chapter 357. At an intersection in Beeklands, East Borough. Mike Joseph saw many children dressed in tattered clothes and had pitiful looks on the street. He wiped his mouth with a handkerchief and planned to give them some pennies. However, his actions were stopped by the former tramp, Old Kohler. "Those are thieves." "Thieves? What about their parents? Or is this all controlled by the mafia?" As a senior reporter, although Mike had never been to East Borough, he had vaguely heard that there were a few gangs that controlled street children to steal or beg. Parents? They either don't have parents, or their parents were once thieves, or are still doing so. Of course, Mr. Reporter, you're right. Many of them are indeed controlled by gangs. It's said that those gangs will even teach them how to steal. For example, hang a gentleman's coat on the wall, put a handkerchief in the pocket, and hang a pocket watch outside. Through repeated practice, they will be able to steal the handkerchief without the pocket watch shaking. This is what I heard from people in the workhouse when I was a tramp. Old Kohler rambled on. I remember that the youngest thief caught on this street was only 6 years old. 6 years old. He seemed to recall the child he had lost to the disease and couldn't help but take out a wrinkled cigarette from his pocket. However, he couldn't bear to smoke it and only sniffed it. 6 years old. Mike was stunned by the number. Klein listened quietly and sighed. This is East Borough. He looked around and adjusted his emotions. This place is closer to the jungle than human society. Our interview has to be treated as an adventure. You have to know how to avoid the territory of dangerous creatures, but you also have to stay away from the small things that don't seem to cause too much harm to you. Yes, I mean the mosquitoes in the jungle. Mike, if you expose the thickness of your wallet in front of those children, even if you protect it well and don't let them steal it, you will still encounter a robbery in the upcoming adventure. If you dare to resist, perhaps there will be an additional corpse floating in the Tussock River tomorrow morning. Mr. Detective, you're absolutely right. There are so many people in East Borough. No one will care if a few go missing every day, Old Kohler agreed. Mike listened with a solemn expression. After a few seconds of silence, he suddenly said, 35 million. Due to the cold, Klein's voice was obviously hoarse. Mike stepped forward. This is the preliminary count of the population of the East District. But I know that there must be a lot more than that. That many? Old Kohler was shocked. Although he had experienced day and night in East Borough and knew that there were a lot of residents here, he didn't expect it to be so many. That's several times the population of Tingen. Klein subconsciously compared the place he was most familiar with. He glanced at the crossroads a few steps away. Where do we go next? Old Kohler looked up. Don't go straight. That street is controlled by the Zmanger gang. They are vicious and completely unreasonable. If they find any reporters trying to interview us, they will definitely beat us up. The Zmanger gang? Isn't that the gang that Brainless was in that caused me to lose £10,000? He's also some executioner. I don't even remember his name. Fortunately, that £10,000 was exchanged for the sequence 7, 6, and 5 potion formulas for Seer, the All-Black Eye, and the life of the Inti's ambassador. I wonder which faction obtained the manuscript regarding the third-generation difference engine. Klein suddenly recalled what happened at the beginning of last month. The Zmanger gang? That gang that's mainly made up of Highlanders? Mike asked thoughtfully. Mr. Reporter, you've heard of them? Old Kohler asked in surprise. Mike chuckled. They're involved in quite a number of cases, and they're quite famous outside of East Borough. It's said that one of their members was once involved in an Inti's espionage case. The person beside you is the person involved, the informant, the victim. Klein silently added, "Since you respectable gentlemen know about the Zmanga gang, why don't the police arrest them?" Old Kola asked with the mindset of a commoner. Mike's expression immediately turned ugly as he coughed twice. "They can only arrest those who have been involved in the case. There's no evidence for the rest, so they can't be arrested. Besides, East Borough is so big, and there are so many people. If anyone really wants to hide, it'll be very difficult to find them." As he spoke, he let out a sigh and said, "It's easy to destroy the Zmanga gang, but as long as Highlanders come to Beekland, as long as they retain their tradition of bravery and ruthlessness, and as long as they don't find any other way to make a living, it's only a matter of time before a new Zmanga gang appears. This is a complicated social problem." Klein pointed to the left and right. "Pick one." Old Kola looked to the street on the right. "The ones active there are the Hueli gang. As long as you don't provoke the girls who do, that kind of business on the streets and in the bars, you won't be noticed by them. Heh, it's morning now, so there won't be any problems. They're all still sleeping." The word Hueli meant outlaw in ruin, and the gang that came up with this name could be said to be quite self-aware. Klein and Mike didn't have any objections to this. Under the guide's lead, they entered the neighborhood. The buildings here were relatively good, and the environment on the streets wasn't that dirty. The air was filled with the smell of oyster soup, fried fish, ginger beer, and other food and beverages left behind by the street vendors, as well as the fishy smell of fish and seafood. Walking here, Klein felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It was as if he had returned to Tingen City, to Iron Cross Street, to the street outside the apartment where he first lived. The only difference was that Beekland was closer to the sea, so transportation was more developed, and there were quite a lot of fish in the sea. It's one of the better apartments in the vicinity. I've wandered around here several times in the past, and I found that the gentlemen and ladies inside are dressed rather, cleaner. Old Kola pointed to a pale yellow 3-story building. The three of them approached and found a sign hanging at the entrance of the apartment. On it was a picture of a pocket watch, a wall clock, and a screwdriver, with the words clock repair written on it. "There's a watchmaker living here." Klein dug out a similar scene from the memory fragments of the original Klein. Back then, Barnson, Melissa, and he had gone to a similar place to repair the silver pocket watch left behind by his father. However, the item was repaired a few times, and it quickly broke down. It wasn't until Melissa completely fixed it that it became the most presentable thing on Klein during that period of time. And after Klein passed away, the pocket watch, which had both monetary and emotional value, didn't accompany him to the grave. It should belong to Barnson now, right? I wonder if he thinks of me every time he takes out that pocket watch. Klein suddenly blinked and curled the corners of his mouth. Probably. Mike wasn't sure. If there was a problem with his pocket watch, it would usually be sent to the original watch shop, which would assign it to a repairman or entrust it to a craftsman who had been working with him for a long time. As soon as they entered the apartment, they saw a middle-aged man with a stubble. The gentleman had just come out of the bathroom and was about to return to his room when he realized that 3 strangers had entered. He hurriedly asked, "Do you want to repair your watch?" What a coincidence. "We ran into that craftsman directly." Klein found it a little strange. Mike took out his pocket watch and smiled. "Yes, my pocket watch has been off the mark recently. Help me take a look." He didn't reveal his identity and planned to conduct the interview in a casual manner. The middle-aged man immediately smiled and led them into a 2-bedroom room with a half-closed door. He pointed at the chair beside the wooden table and said, "Wait a moment. I'll go get the tools." "Your tools aren't at home?" Mike asked in surprise. The watchmaker shook his head and smiled. "How is that possible? A set of tools is very expensive. I can't afford it alone, so we can only pool our money and buy 3 or 4 sets. Whoever has business will use them. Therefore, we moved together. Heh, it's more convenient this way. If it's too far away, we'll have to spend extra time and public carriage fees to borrow tools." As he spoke, he walked out the door and walked to the side. "So it wasn't a coincidence that we ran into a watchmaker. Many of the residents here are watchmakers." Klein came to a realization. Old Kola examined the room and said enviously, "Before I got sick, I also lived in a place like this. Before I fell ill, I also lived in a place like this. My wife would help people sew clothes at home. 2 children, 2 children. Mike sighed and lowered his voice. I thought watchmakers were all very rich. Me too. Klein pinched his nose. After having a cordial conversation with several residents in the apartment, Klein and company once again embarked on an adventurous journey. They walked for about 100 meters when they suddenly heard someone arguing on the street. The 2 ladies were shouting at the top of their lungs, using all sorts of vulgar language to greet each other, allowing Klein to learn many words he had never heard before. The reason for their argument was that the woman on the left was accusing the woman on the right of making the apartment dirty and noisy. The woman on the right was scolding the woman on the left, believing that it was her own problem. No one asked her to solicit customers at night and sleep during the day. That's a laundry girl? Mike frowned slightly and asked after listening to the end. Yes, I know her. She's a widow, and she's washing clothes with her 2 daughters. Old Kohler gave an affirmative answer. Mike thought for a few seconds. Take me to see her house. Old Kohler nodded and led the 2 of them around the scene of the argument. They entered a dilapidated house that was clearly inferior to the previous apartment. As soon as they arrived outside the laundrymaid's room, Klein immediately felt the dampness. Inside, there were dresses that had yet to dry. A 17 or 18-year-old girl was squatting in front of a large basin, washing the foaming items. A girl slightly younger than her was holding a hot iron wrapped in wet linen, carefully handling the items that had been washed and dried. Her movements were careful, as if she had been scalded by the steam many times. This was both their workplace and the place where they slept at night. The moist steam filled the room and soaked into their bodies. In addition, the stench of all sorts of smells was very obvious. Don't you feel uncomfortable? Mike pinched his nose. Klein replied in a muffled voice. I've caught a cold. There wasn't a hint of a smile in his words. Mike released his fingers, walked into the room, and said to the 2 surprised girls, I'm a reporter. I'm a reporter. I'd like to interview the laundry lady. The girl who was rubbing the clothes numbly shook her head. We have a lot of things to do. We can't delay. Mike's request for an interview was rejected just like that. He came out with a heavy expression and silently walked back to the street. After looking around, he pursed his lips and said, let's continue. In the city of Silver, Derek Berg, who was suffering from auditory and visual hallucinations, was brought to the bottom of the spire after a detailed examination. This place housed residents who showed signs of losing control, and various methods were used to try and save them. Walking down the dark, gloomy corridor, he suddenly felt an inexplicable chill. Help! A blood-curdling scream suddenly rang out from a sealed room. Help! Chapter 358. This. In that strange silence, the first thought that flashed through Derek Berg's mind when he came back to his senses was to save people. However, the 2 guards sandwiched between him did not react at all, as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. Someone is calling for help, Derek reminded the 2 Dawn Knights. Walking on his left, the tall knight in full silver armor replied calmly, that's right. Don't be fooled. That's just a normal reaction from some extraordinaires who are on the verge of losing control. Really? Perhaps he's just unwilling to give up and lose control and become a monster, so he's screaming for help. Derek thought sorrowfully. As his emotions changed, the illusory buzzing in his ears grew louder. After taking a few more steps in silence, the Dawn Paladin pointed to a door on the left. You can stay here for the time being. We will send you food and medicine on time. As he spoke, he took out a small iron-black bottle. This bottle was woven from the leftover straws of the city of Silver's staple, black-faced grass. When it came into contact with liquid, it would produce a thin film, thus achieving the effect of being waterproof and sealed. Derek took the bottle of potion and gulped it down. He felt a cooling sensation slide through his esophagus and into his stomach. He quickly calmed down. The shaking scene in front of him returned to normal, and the auditory hallucinations in his ears gradually weakened. Clang! With the sound of the iron door closing and locking, Derek entered the room that belonged to him. The first thing he saw was a candle flickering with a dim yellow light, and then he made out the low bed, the chair, and the square table. Other than that, there was nothing else. However, the surrounding walls, including the door, were engraved with complicated and mysterious symbols and labels. They seemed to form a complete seal. Derek's emotions were also suppressed by the potion. Without any curiosity, he sat down and lay on the bed. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly heard a violent knocking sound, but it did not come from outside his room, but from next door. Derek sat up and listened carefully. Amidst the crashing sounds, he heard thin, shrill sobs. His hair stood on end, and he stood up abruptly, assuming an extremely defensive posture. Right at this moment, the thumping sounds spread to the metal walls that separated the two rooms, forming protrusions that were slowly deflating one after another. Just as Derek was about to pray for the holy light, his eyes suddenly lit up. The space he was in seemed to have been moved to the outside world, and lightning flashed. The sound of someone smashing the wall next door disappeared, and the bottom of the round tower became quiet again. This was not absolute silence. Rather, it was a silence where the sound of light footsteps could travel a long distance and echo for a long time. Just as he was guessing what had happened to the Beyonder next door, someone knocked on the metal wall on the other side. Tuck, tuck, tuck. It was as if someone had bent a finger and was gently tapping on it. Who is it? Derek raised his voice and asked with slight fear. The knocking immediately stopped. After a few seconds, a deep but rather old voice could be vaguely heard. So it's a young fellow. You are. Seeing that the other party could communicate rationally, Derek leaned against the wall and pressed his ear against the cold metal. The old voice chuckled and said, "That's right. The one next to you almost lost control a few times. In the end, I couldn't save her today." Had he completely lost control? Derek asked through the metal wall, "Is he a monster now?" "No, it's not a monster, it's a corpse. He's already been dealt with by the item that's sealed here." The old voice sighed. "I've been here for 42 years. According to what the guards told me, I've seen too many similar things." Derek asked in surprise, "What's the matter?" "You've been here for 42 years. Normally speaking, losing control could be divided into 3 stages. The first stage was the appearance of signs, such as auditory and visual hallucinations. The second stage was when one's body and mind were already somewhat out of control. From time to time, they would display a terrifying or strange state. The third stage was a complete breakdown and degeneration into a terrifying monster. Going from the second stage to the third stage was rather fast. Perhaps just as one discovered it, one would witness a seemingly ordinary Beyonder turn into a monster from the depths of the darkness. In other words, after a Beyonder at the second stage was sent to the bottom of the spire, they would either slowly stabilize themselves through medicine, rituals, and other methods before leaving within a year and a half. Otherwise, they would quickly enter a state of losing control and be purged. It was impossible for anyone to be imprisoned here for 42 years. As for Beyonders at the first stage, they might only need a few days or more to eliminate the signs and leave after being healed. The old voice immediately chuckled and said, "That's right. I didn't expect to stay here for 42 years either. I don't have any signs of losing control, but they believe that I'm rather dangerous and that I might turn into a monster at any moment." Derek frowned slightly and asked curiously, "What happened 42 years ago?" He asked curiously, "What happened 42 years ago?" Back then, his parents weren't even born yet. The old voice fell silent for a moment before saying, "I was once the captain of an exploration team." The old voice fell silent for a moment before saying, "I was once the captain of an exploration team. We discovered a destroyed city half a month away from the City of Silver. That was calculated based on our speed. That city was similar to our City of Silver. There were obvious signs of giants ruling it, and they believed in the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God. Unfortunately, they were destroyed. They were destroyed countless years ago." Derek wasn't unfamiliar with such matters, so he immediately guessed. "You encountered something strange there, so you were believed to be able to lose control at any moment." "More or less." The old voice chuckled. "After we explored the core area, we found that the city was trying to change the faith of the people and created some gods that they imagined could save them. However, it was useless. Even the statues of those gods were destroyed and scattered all over the ground. At this point, his tones suddenly became solemn. But, we met someone there. This is the first living person our city of Silver has encountered in more than 2,000 years that doesn't belong to our city. Outside the city of Silver, in the depths of the endless darkness, there really are people alive. Derek subconsciously asked, "You brought him back to the city of Silver?" The old voice paused for 2 seconds before saying, "Don't you feel the vibration? Our city of Silver has worked hard to explore our surroundings to find humans like us. We finally found one 42 years ago. This is indeed shocking news. But I often see Miss Justice, Mr. the Hanging Man, and the others. I often hear about the Kingdom of Ruin and the 7 Orthodox gods. Isn't it obvious that there are people outside the city of Silver, as well as cities and countries?" Derek scratched his head and pretended to be shocked, as though he didn't have much experience. I didn't notice that just now. It's indeed unbelievable. Apart from the residents of the city of Silver, there are actually other people. The old voice fell silent for a while before saying, "Has the education of the city of Silver become so bad?" Without waiting for Derek to speak, he sighed and said, "We invited that person to the city of Silver as a guest. We cautiously invited that person to the city of Silver as a guest. After some consideration, he agreed. We monitored and escorted him back, but when we were about to reach the city of Silver, he suddenly disappeared. We searched the surroundings, but we couldn't find him. After returning to the city of Silver, my team members went crazy one after another and lost control. All of them. The 6-member council suspected that we had been contaminated by something. They suspected that the person wasn't human at all, but an evil spirit, a monster. Therefore, they locked me up here. Every once in a while, they would come to confirm my condition, but they never told me what the problem was, nor did they let me out." Derek heaved a heavy sigh. "Do you still remember what that person looked like?" "He looked very ordinary. He didn't have any special characteristics, and his clothes were similar to ours. Apart from remembering that he was male, I can't remember what he looked like at all. However, the elders should be able to use beyond a means to directly see him from my blurry memories," the old voice said in pain after recalling for dozens of seconds. Derek casually asked, "Did he say what his name was? Did he communicate with you about his origins? Did he talk to you about his background?" "He told us that his name was," he paused and said, "Amorn. Sunday morning, the factory district. Over the past 2 days, Klein and Mike had visited many places in East Borough under Old Kohler's guidance. As a result, Mike had seen 5 or 6 people squeezed into a room, and that wasn't even the worst-case scenario. In the poorest places in East Borough, an ordinary bedroom could even sleep 10 people. The precise division of ownership, such as sleeping on the floor, day use, and night use, left the reporter amazed. Furthermore, poverty didn't discriminate between men and women. In those places, people of different genders inevitably squeezed together, and certain matters that could go to court were common. Be it men or women, they were constantly facing the threat of violence. Dirty, crowded, and smelly. That's the most intuitive impression. I suspect that all of them have serious parasites in their bodies. In the most run-down neighborhood, because the houses were built a long time ago, there's no special connection to the source. Feces, urine, vomit, and other things are everywhere. There's only one public bathroom in each house, or one public toilet in each street. They're extremely busy every day, but they can barely fill their stomachs without any savings. As long as they lose their jobs for a few days, they'll fall into an abyss that they can't save. I believe that as long as they're given a little hope, they won't even be afraid of death." Mike wrote in his investigation manuscript. In addition, the vagrants who wandered the streets like zombies after being chased away in the middle of the night, the girls who stood numbly by the streets or in the bars, and the drinkers who indulged in alcohol, weren't stingy with violence, and didn't even think about their future. All of these left a deep impression on the reporter. Chapter 359. Cough, cough. Mike Joseph took out a handkerchief, covered his mouth, and coughed a few times. The fog in the factory area was thicker than in other places. The air was grey with a yellowish hue, as if there was dust floating in it. Occasionally, It would emit a pungent smell, making it unbearable for the reporter, who was already used to Beekland's air. He turned his head to Klein, who was also coughing softly. I've always supported the government's establishment of the kingdom's Atmospheric Pollution Council and the establishment of the Alkali Industry Prosecutor, but I only realized today that the problem is so serious. If we don't take effective measures, it might lead to a tragedy in the future. Klein tried his best to clear his clogged nose. Perhaps all of Beekland will be shrouded in fog with a visual range of no more than 5 meters, and an evil god might very well descend or be born in such a scene, he silently added. Old Kohler didn't quite understand their conversation. He cleared his throat, which was filled with phlegm, and led the reporter and the detective to bypass the guards and sneak into a lead-white factory. The factory was dominated by female workers. They were busy working without any protection, and the factory was filled with obvious dust. Looking at the tiny particles floating in the air, Klein seemed to see poisonous gas. The young women who weren't wearing masks were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. At that moment, it was as if he had returned to Tingen, to the time when he helped Sir Dewaville deal with his resentment. He seemed to have witnessed the future of the female workers here. Some of them had a throbbing headache, some had a blurry vision, some became hysterical, and some had blue lines appearing on their gums. In the end, they either became blind or quickly died. This is like a large-scale bloody sacrificial ritual, except that the target is the flashing money symbol. If the Aurora Order, Rose School, and other cults can make good use of such things, just like what Lenivus has done, then there will be a huge problem. Klein covered his mouth and nose as he quietly watched. Mike Joseph whispered in shock and anger. How can this be? How can they do this? Some time ago, all kinds of newspapers and magazines focused on the matter of lead poisoning, but they didn't take any precautions. They can't even bear to part with a mask. These factory owners are committing murder. What a righteous reporter. Although he wasn't young, his style was stingy, and his acting was excellent, he still retained his original heart. But how did he know so much about lead poisoning? By the way, I forgot. I got Sir Dewaville to publicize the dangers of lead poisoning in all the newspapers and magazines. It seems like he did a good job, but to some people, what's the big deal if 1 or 2 lowly untouchables die? There are plenty of people waiting for job opportunities, Klein thought with a heavy heart. As a senior reporter, Mike did not lose his mind. He quietly observed and asked a few workers who were changing shifts before leaving the lead white factory. After that, they entered one factory after another. They were in no mood to discuss the dirty environment and the high-intensity labor of the people inside. When it was close to noon, Klein suddenly noticed that a lot of people had gathered outside a factory in front of him. They were mainly women. They were shouting excitedly and trying to rush inside. What happened? Mike asked Old Kohler in puzzlement. Old Kohler was also puzzled. I'll go over and ask. He jogged outside the factory and blended into the crowd. After a few minutes, he returned to Klein and Mike's side. They want to smash those new machines. Old Kohler caught his breath and got to the point first. Why? Mike had never been in charge of such news before, so he didn't know much about it. However, Klein could vaguely guess the reason. Old Kohler pointed at the factory and said, "This is a textile factory. They want to switch to the latest textile machines, and the number of people in charge of operating them will also decrease. It seems like they're going to fire a third of the workers. Those women want to smash the machines and get their jobs back. Otherwise, they might not be able to survive, or they might end up as street girls." Mike opened his mouth. From the shape of his mouth, it was clear that he wanted to say foolish, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He only looked over in silence and didn't even approach. After a long time, Mike sighed and said, "Let's go back. I'm almost done with my investigations and interviews." The 3 of them immediately turned around and walked out of the factory area. No one spoke along the way. Just as they were about to part ways, Mike glanced at Klein and said in a low voice, "Tell me, if the unprotected lead factories are shut down or their bosses are sent to court, will those women be able to find something else to do?" Klein thought seriously and said, "If it's just a few, it won't be a big problem. If it's just a few rooms, it's not a big problem, But some female workers might endure hunger and cold in the process of looking for other jobs, gradually losing their labor force because they have no savings at all. If too many of them are shut down in a short period of time, coupled with the people who will lose their jobs after using the new textile machines, it will be a disaster. Just the Beekland factory area alone might have thousands or even tens of thousands of unemployed workers. They would be without food or clothing, wandering the streets like zombies, or lowering their salary requirements to fight for the jobs of other workers. It's unknown how many people in East Borough will die as a result, or lead a more difficult life. It will be a hellish scene. Even if this world doesn't have Beyonder powers, it will still bring about a great disaster. And now, the various evil gods are secretly watching and waiting. Klein swallowed the words he wanted to say. Mike fell silent again. After paying the £10 and 6 soldi, he took a carriage and left the smoke-filled factory area. Klein watched the carriage leave and didn't speak for a long time. When he was a Nighthawk, he had understood and come into contact with the lives of the poor, but it wasn't as deep of an impression as this time. The omnidirectional, three-dimensional observation presented a complete abyss in front of him. East Borough is really full of hidden dangers and kindling. If I'm not careful, I might be ignited by some evil cult. Klein pondered for a few seconds and said, Kohler, I would like to ask you to help me keep an eye on the situation in East Borough. Kohler, I'd like you to help me keep an eye on the situation in East Borough. Yes, when you're not working. I'll pay you so that you have the money to build a relationship with the other workers. Every week, we'll set a time to meet at the coffee shop from before. Old Kohler's eyes lit up. No problem. He didn't mention a price, fully trusting the kind detective. Klein deliberated and said, every time we meet, I'll give you 15 soldi plus remuneration. Every time we meet, I'll give you 15 soldi plus remuneration. If I'm satisfied with the information you provide, I'll give you an additional 5 soldi as a reward. £1. Old Kohler blurted out in shock. Even during the warmest and happiest years of his life, his weekly salary was only 21 soldi, which was £1 and 1 soldi. Yes. Klein nodded and said, you have to pay attention to your words and actions. Don't be too eager to gather information. Maintain a state of asking less and listening more. Otherwise, you'll be in danger. In theory, this kind of informant fee can be reimbursed. However, I'm now a 5p man who brings his own rations. Klein let out a self-deprecating laugh. In Empress Borough, in the Earl Hall's luxurious villa, in Miss Audrey's study. The blonde, blue-eyed girl was listening to her psychology teacher, Miss Escalante's lecture. From time to time, she would stroke the large dog, Susie, who was sitting beside her. Escalante Oslaker, who had waist-length black hair, noticed that the dog seemed to be listening very seriously. She couldn't help but smile and pause for 2 seconds. Then, she continued her introduction. At present, there's no absolute orthodox theory in the field of psychology. There are several schools of thought, such as the school of psychoanalysis, the school of personality analysis, and the school of behavioral psychology. Of course, the study of the mind and spirit is not only done by psychologists and psychiatrists. Many professionals in the field of mysticism are also doing similar work. Among them, the most famous is... Sorry, I deviated from the textbook. Let's return to the topic from before and talk about the school of psychoanalysis first. Audrey could tell that he was trying to seduce her. She pretended to be ignorant and curious. And asked, Teacher, I'm more interested in the research on psychology in the field of mysticism. She pretended to be ignorant and curious and asked, I'm very interested in this area. Escalante pursed her lips, frowned slightly, and said awkwardly, But this involves some oath of confidentiality. I'm saying that these theories and research results belong to the secrets of certain mysticism circles. They are only spread internally. I see. Then can I join? Audrey asked in anticipation. They shouldn't be involved in evil matters, right? How is that possible? That's just a seminar organized by enthusiasts. After Escalante mentioned it, she took the initiative to change the topic. Let's talk about this later. Let's continue with the class. Knowing when to stop and taking things one step at a time. If this is the general quality of psychological alchemy members, then I don't have to worry too much about them being filled with lunatics and perverts like Mr. A. Audrey deliberately revealed an expression of reluctance to leave the topic, but she still listened to the theoretical foundations of psychoanalysis in a well-mannered manner. After the class ended and Escalante left, she returned to the study, carefully closed the heavy wooden door, and said to the large golden retriever, "Susie, what do you think of her? She's not sincere." Susie replied bluntly. Then, it tilted its head and said, "However, what she talks about is very interesting. However, the things she talks about are very interesting. I think they're more interesting than meat and snacks." Chapter 360. After returning to Minsk Street from the factory district, Klein had a simple lunch and fell asleep. He slept until the sky turned dark and evening came before he woke up naturally. But even so, he still felt exhausted from the bottom of his heart. After falling into a daze for a while, Klein went down to the first floor, lit the gas lamp, and prepared to sit on the sofa to read the day's newspaper. However, when he swept his gaze, he saw an invitation on the coffee table. He was first taken aback before he snapped to his senses. It was a dinner invitation that Mrs. Stellan Sammer had sent a maidservant to make up for a few days ago. "I almost forgot about this. A matchmaking party in disguise." Klein put down the invitation and walked to the bathroom on the first floor. He washed his face with cold water to make himself look more energetic. Compared to when he first arrived in Beekland, he had a relatively thick black mustache around his lips and chin. Although it didn't completely eliminate his scholarly aura, it made him appear much more mature and boorish. "If I'm not someone I know, I won't be able to recognize me in person." Klein exhaled silently, wiped his face clean, and placed his gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose. He took a short break, changed into a shirt with a straight collar, and matched it with a black tuxedo. Then, he very formally put on a half-top hat, took his cane and invitation, and turned next door. Amidst the jingling of the doorbell, he saw the maidservant, Julian, who opened the door. He saw Stellan with her blonde hair coiled up high and silver earrings on her earlobes. Klein took off his hat, bowed, and praised politely. "Mrs. Sammer, you look very beautiful today." Although his words were very perfunctory, Stellan was indeed much more beautiful than usual today. In the field of meticulously grooming herself, her abilities seemed to have undergone a breakthrough. From the looks of it, the matter of catching her in adultery had made her and Ma and Mary truly best friends. And she's a tycoon with a net worth of tens of thousands of pounds. She's now part of the kingdom's National Atmospheric Pollution Council and has gotten to know quite a number of dignitaries. She must be knowledgeable when it comes to makeup, clothing, accessories, and other aspects. Klein nodded inwardly in enlightenment. The corners of Stellan's mouth curled up uncontrollably. "These are my new earrings. They cost 8 soldi. Madam, your style still hasn't changed." Klein smiled as he handed his hat, cane, and coat to the maid. The fireplace and pipes in the house brought warmth as if it was early summer. Many young ladies and ladies' dresses were relatively loose. Some revealed half of their fair and tender arms, while others revealed their smooth breasts. "Luke is discussing business with some friends and asked me to apologize to you on his behalf. Have your meal first. I'll introduce you to a few ladies with good upbringing later. Actually, there's no need for that. Just let me eat in peace." Klein smiled. "I can already smell the food." Because there were more than 20 guests, the banquet was a buffet. Klein took the tray and walked around. He found that the food this time was more sumptuous than before. Cold salmon, chicken pie, lamb stew with peas, marinated brisket, curry, roast beef, cooked turkey, beef tongue pie, ham, salad, and cream cake. The wine was still champagne and red wine. This was very much in line with the appetite of a carnivore. Klein picked up a large plate and didn't chat with anyone. He shrank into a corner and slowly savored it. "It's not as good as the chefs at the Quelaag Club," he commented inwardly from time to time. Just as he was about to take the second round, he was finally discovered by Stellan Sammer. At the same time, he saw an acquaintance beside the lady, the serious-looking lawyer Jürgen. "That's right, Jürgen is also a bachelor." Klein smiled as he leaned over and took the initiative to greet him. "How's Mrs. Doris's recovery?" Jürgen tugged at his bow tie uncomfortably. "She'll be discharged next week." "That's great," Klein said with a sincere sigh. At that moment, Stellan had already led a few ladies over and introduced them. "This is Mr. Jürgen Cooper, a senior solicitor. He earns at least £3 a week, and he often receives a commission from his cases. His annual income must be more than £200, and he's young and promising. He's likely to become a barrister in the future. This is Mr. Sherlock Moriarty, a famous detective. His income isn't stable, but every sum is very generous, such as £10 or £50. Maram, isn't this introduction a little too direct?" Klein couldn't help but silently criticize. Jürgen, who was beside him, clearly frowned. Stellan didn't find anything wrong with her introduction. Miss Sarah Taylor, her parents are teachers at the grammar school, Angelina Watson, her father is a civilian at the Beekland Police Department. Klein smiled numbly and greeted the ladies. After Stellan finished speaking, Jürgen said in a deep voice, "Mrs. Sammer, it's not polite to mention someone's income in front of them." Stellan wasn't angry as she replied very seriously, "No, it's very important. If you can like each other and build a family, income is an essential foundation. Think about it. There's always meat, vegetables, fruits, milk, white bread, cream, butter, and other food every day, right? You'll have to spend at least £1.05 a week on this, and that's not including alcohol. In addition, you'll have to rent a better house, which will cost you nearly £1 a week. Well, you'll also have to buy water, gas, charcoal, soap, and other necessities. You'll also have to consider the cost of traveling. All of that adds up to about 10 soli. This is the most basic expenditure. Don't you take your wife to concerts and plays? Don't you buy some new clothes every year? Ladies, I believe that a family has to spend at least £30 a year on this to be considered decent. In addition, there's the salary of a maid, the cost of a child's education, medical expenses, and some necessary decorations. Only with an annual income of more than £200 can these needs be met and a happy family can be had. So, in order not to waste your time and cause any misunderstandings, I think it's necessary to introduce it in advance." As a lawyer, Jürgen was momentarily unable to find the words to retort. Thankfully, he only had a serious expression to begin with. How magnanimous. However, basic etiquette is to inform both parties of such information in private. Of course, I understand the reason why Mrs. Sammer is introducing it in person. Klein forced a smile and said, "Yes, income is very important." "That's right, income is very important. Only with an annual income of more than £400 can one hold a banquet of this level. Only then can one allow one's wife to have beautiful dresses and exquisite earrings." Stellan immediately raised her chin slightly and tried hard to suppress her smile. £430. "What I mean is to have some savings every year in case of accidents or to invest in stocks and bonds." This was her husband's approximate annual income. After helping the two strangers find a topic to talk about, she left and greeted the other guests. And Klein clearly sensed that Sarah, Angelina, and the other ladies were more interested in lawyer Jürgen. After all, he was quite good-looking, and his job and income were very stable. As for a private detective who could enter the police station at any time, he wasn't a priority for middle-class women. Furthermore, with Klein's beard and slightly rugged appearance, it was inevitable that the girls would be a little afraid of him. After chatting with him for a while, he found an excuse to leave and hid in a corner. As he ate, he enjoyed Jürgen's awkward and helpless expression. At times like this, it was unknown where his eloquence as a lawyer had gone. A few minutes later, the two Sammer children ran past Klein while playing. Noticing the gentleman in the corner, they came to a halt, and with large, curious eyes inquired. They widened their eyes and asked curiously, "Mr. Moriarty, I heard you're a detective?" "Yes," Klein replied with a smile. The little girl said innocently, "Can you tell us about the cases you've solved?" Her twin brother nodded repeatedly. "The cases I solved. It doesn't involve wraiths, marionettes, devil dogs, or finding a cat to catch an adulterer. There's really nothing suitable for children." Klein thought for a few seconds and chuckled. Alright, this is a story about treasure. An officer who retired from East Balam was suddenly murdered. He had actually forgotten most of the detective novels he had read in his previous life. He could only make them up based on his vague memories. As for the two children, they didn't care if the plot was reasonable or not. They listened very seriously and even learned to ask, "What happens next?" Unknowingly, Klein relaxed quite a bit. When the banquet came to an end, he was about to bid farewell when he saw the joy on Stellan's face. Did something worth celebrating happen? Klein asked casually. Stellan raised her head slightly and smiled reservedly. Mary was invited by the Chief Secretary of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council, Mr. Hibbert Hall. She will be attending a luncheon at his house on Monday. This gentleman is the eldest son of Earl Hall, a true noble. He invited all the members of the council and allowed them to bring 2 or 3 friends. Stellan paused. Mary just invited Luke and me. Monday afternoon. Dressed to the nines, Stellan Sammer, accompanied by her husband, Luke Sammer, followed Lady Mary to Empress Borough and saw a building that occupied a large area. Marble statues, pools, fountains, gardens, lawns, and other things were reflected in her eyes, making her feel nervous before she even entered the villa. Luke, does this necklace of mine not match my dress? She turned her head and asked her husband. Luke shook his head and smiled. Darling, you're too nervous. You don't have to worry at all. Nobles only live a little bigger than us and eat a little better. We're not lacking in anything. Stellan nodded repeatedly as she listened, as though she had regained her former confidence. Upon entering the villa, they saw a gorgeous crystal chandelier, a hall that could accommodate many people to dance in, and plates of delicacies. Foie gras, pan-fried dragonbone fish, baked lobster, Ormir red wine, misty champagne. It's just as described in the magazine. Stellan looked at the food curiously, feeling that if she were to scrimp a little, she could have such a meal during festivals or the New Year. Apart from Ormir red wine and misty champagne, she finally added inwardly. At that moment, her gaze suddenly froze as she saw a girl in a beige regal dress slowly walk over. The girl had blonde hair and blue eyes. She was abnormally beautiful, wearing a pair of white silk gloves and a pair of small and beautiful emerald earrings. She had a pure and elegant bearing. She really looks like an angel. Even though she had always been proud of her looks, Stellan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. She felt an inexplicable sense of inferiority. Hello. She clumsily greeted with the etiquette she had just learned. Hello. The girl gracefully returned the greeting. After the two of them brushed past each other, Stellan accompanied her husband and Mary to get to know the distinguished guests, including the noble Mr. Hibbert Hall. After a while, she walked to the balcony alone, intending to calm herself down. However, she was surprised to see the angelic girl from before. She was looking out at the scenery, and beside her shoes with ribbons and roses was a large golden retriever obediently squatting there. It's really cute. Stellan searched for a topic. The girl replied with a faint smile. I thank you for your praise on behalf of Susie. Looking at the combination of the beautiful girl and the large golden retriever, Stellan suddenly felt that she should have a similar pet. Only then could she show the Sammis dignity. She deliberated and asked, I heard that nobles will domesticate many hounds. Is it one of them? Yes. The girl, whose green eyes were more charming than the earrings, nodded lightly. I wonder how much it costs to buy one. Stellan asked with a smile. The pure and elegant girl looked down at the large golden retriever and replied with a smile, not minding it, £450. Chapter 361. In the luxurious carriage that left Earl of Hall's house. Luke was chatting with Ma and Mary about the distinguished guests, such as the chairman of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council, the director of the National Weather Service, Sir Des Shaw, the member of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council, the president of the Royal Meteorological Society, the Member of Parliament, Mr. Cave, and the health director of Midseashire, the famous doctor, Mr. Hawksley. They were all figures with extensive influence in the government, the royal family, or the House of Commons. The final report of this committee would become the most important basis for the Anti-Pollution Act and the Smoke Reduction Act. The Coim Company, which mainly focused on anthracite and charcoal, wanted to promote and speed up this development, preventing the old but large competitors from transforming in time. They definitely won't be stingy with their gold pounds. They will definitely lobby those heavyweight members of Parliament to interfere with our investigations. We need to have a clear response plan. Just like what Mr. Hibbert Hall said, we need to control public opinion and let the newspapers and magazines repeatedly publicize the horrors of smoke pollution. Luke was a senior manager of the coin company, an important assistant to the major shareholder, Mary. He was also rather capable. While chatting, Luke suddenly noticed that his wife was sitting beside him without saying a word, as though she had lost her soul. "Stellan, did something happen?" Luke asked with concern. Stellan snapped to her senses and squeezed out a smile. "Nothing. I'm just a little tired." "That's right. After meeting so many important figures, your mind must have been highly tense. Now that you can finally relax, it's normal to be tired." "Actually, I'm the same," Luke said with a smile. Stellan didn't respond to him. Instead, she stared out the window and at the park with the lake. Her ears were still echoing with that noble girl's careless words, "That's right, £450. A well-trained hunting hound costs between £450 and £700, Roland said. City of Silver, at the bottom of the spire. Derek Berg had been trapped in a small room the entire time. He ate and took his medicine regularly, and his mental state rapidly improved. He no longer had auditory and visual hallucinations. "I should be able to get out in a day or two. It's really suffocating to stay in such an environment all the time." The former captain of the exploration team next door has been locked up for 42 years, but is still very clear-headed and rational. "If it were me, I'd definitely have gone crazy." However, the exploration stories and strange monsters he talked about are very attractive, and even a little scary. Derek sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the candle that had burned to the end. Until the next batch of food and medicine arrived, he would be in true darkness. At that moment, a grey fog suddenly filled his vision as the fool's deep voice sounded in his ears. "Get ready for the party." This change was fleeting. Derek retracted his attention and subconsciously counted his heartbeats. However, he soon discovered that it was unnecessary because he was currently alone and did not need to avoid others. Derek, who was no longer counting his heartbeats, quickly thought of a question. "I'm currently within the range of the mystical item's seal at the bottom of the spire. Will Mr. Fool's subsequent actions of pulling people above the grey fog be discovered and detected? This is one of the 2 mystical items that prevented the City of Silver from being completely destroyed in the past few crises." Amidst his unease, Derek, who had yet to make a decision, saw boundless crimson light surge out of the void. He saw it engulf him with just a single rush. There was silence in the small, enclosed room. Even the sound of breathing was extremely weak. Suddenly, the metal wall that separated Derek and the former captain of the exploration team emitted a light tap sound. This was the signal for the 2 of them to chat with each other. Tap. The other party bent his finger and tapped again. After that, the third tap that should have quickly followed didn't appear for a long time. After a while, the do sound hesitantly rang out again. Then, the 2 rooms returned to silence, and there was no more movement. After the lunch meeting, Audrey practiced the piano for a while before returning to her bedroom. When she passed by her father, Earl of Hall's study, she saw that the door was ajar and there was a thick stack of documents on the table. There wasn't this before. Audrey's curiosity was piqued. She slowed down and gave the golden retriever, Susie, a signal with her eyes. As a spectator, Susie often only needed a tiny hint to understand what her owner wanted her to do. Of course, she would occasionally pretend that she didn't understand and just lay there motionlessly. After receiving the signal, Susie silently trotted into the study. Then, she stretched out her 2 front legs and propped them on the edge of the table before standing up. She quickly glanced at the first page of the stack of documents and returned to Audrey's side. She lowered her voice and said, "A survey of the living conditions of all classes in East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district." "Audrey, what's the meaning of this?" "A survey of the living conditions of all classes in East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district." Why did Dad suddenly do this survey? I don't remember mentioning anything like this to him. Audrey was puzzled and didn't have time to answer Susie's question. She looked around and saw that the servants were all in their positions and didn't pay any special attention to her. So, she raised her head slightly and calmly turned around to enter Earl of Hall's study. Coming to the desk, Audrey looked down at the survey report and found that the title was indeed the same as what Susie had described. Well, it was a typewritten document. The investigator was a reporter named Mike Joseph, and there was the holy emblem of the goddess at the bottom. This was commissioned by the Church of the Goddess. But why did they give Dad a copy? Well, Dad is a believer of the goddess, and the church wants him to give some support in this matter. This is a good thing. Audrey made a preliminary judgment. She originally had the idea of hiring someone to do a similar survey, but she felt that it wasn't in line with her intention of secretly guiding people. It was easy to make her presence known and no longer be ignored by the other nobles, so she had been hesitant to try it. Audrey flipped through the documents and found that Mike Joseph wasn't the only one with reports regarding East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district. There were also many people who had conducted field investigations from different angles. A few of them even mentioned the spread of cults and the collusion between some Beyonders and gangs. Phew. Audrey looked at the clock in the study and saw that it was almost 3 o'clock. She gave up on reading carefully and restored the documents to their original state. Before leaving, she casually pulled out a book and disguised it as the reason she came in. At 3 o'clock sharp, the striking of the wall clock was still reverberating. Audrey had already appeared in the majestic palace in the dark red illusory light, appearing to the side of the long ancient table. She smiled, stood up, and bowed to the seat of honor. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." After receiving a slight nod in response, she greeted the hanging man, the world, magicians, and the others. She acutely noticed that Sun seemed a little uneasy. "What are you worried about?" Audrey asked. This made Klein, who could also tell that little Sun wasn't in a good state, no longer need to speak. He, who had entered this mysterious space ahead of time, tidied up the items on the table. He threw the Aztec copper whistle, the biological poison bottle, the charismatic order copper whistle, and other items into a corner, and covered them with a thick grey fog. Now, there was only a Dark Emperor card on the table in front of him. This was an item that matched the identity of the Fool. Sun didn't hide anything. He immediately recounted how he had successfully feigned illness and how he had been sent to the bottom of the spire for isolation treatment. In the end, he asked, "Honorable Mr. Fool, will that mystical item discover that I'm participating in the tarot?" "How would I know? I don't even know what it is. However, for the time being, there aren't any strange or powerful forces attempting to invade. Yes, even the eternal blazing sun and the true creator haven't been able to find this place." Klein tapped the edge of the long bronze table with his fingers and replied in a relaxed manner. "Normally, it wouldn't be able to discover me. But some mystical items have special effects." Seeing Mr. Fool give an affirmative answer, Derek immediately felt a lot more at ease. He tersely acknowledged and said, "I don't know what special effects it has either. This is one of the top secrets of the City of Silver." Having said that, he suddenly recalled what the former captain of the exploratory team had said. He blurted out, "Have you heard of a person named Amorn?" Amorn. Klein thought for a moment and recalled the source of the sense of familiarity. However, he wasn't in a hurry to answer. Instead, he cast his gaze at the hanging man. He knew very well that this middle-ranking member of the Church of the Storm also knew of Amorn, and he might even know more than him. Similarly, Audrey also looked at the hanging man. The last time she had heard of this name was from him. Magician's Force listened with a blank look. She had a nagging feeling that what was being discussed was beyond her knowledge. The hanging man Alger frowned and asked in puzzlement, "When your City of Silver was exploring the surrounding areas, you encountered a person who called himself Amorn?" "When your City of Silver was exploring the surrounding area, you encountered a person who called himself Amorn? Or did you discover similar records?" Sun nodded seriously and said, "Yes. 42 years ago, an expedition team encountered a person who called himself Amorn in the depths of the darkness. After returning to the City of Silver, they lost control one after another. Only one of them was left, and he was locked at the bottom of the spire. It's right next to me. Maybe he's crazy too. That's just his imagination. Magician's Force made a guess with her rich experience in writing novels. The hanging man Alger glanced at Mr. Fool, who was seated at the very top. Seeing that he was calm and indifferent, he didn't say anything. He mustered his courage and said, "Imagination is one possibility," but he wouldn't come up with the name Amorn without a reason. He turned his head to look at Sunday in the Fourth Epoch. Well, 1,500 years ago in our country, or even longer, there was a family that possessed strange powers. They belonged to the Tudor dynasty, and their surname was Amorn. Even in that era with many high sequence beyond us, this family's surname was a taboo. Chapter 362. Why? It was Audrey who asked the question on behalf of Sunday. The hanging man Alger didn't answer directly as he continued, Abraham, Antigonus, Amorn, Jacob, and Tamara. Abraham, Antigonus, Amorn, Jacob, and Tamara are the 5 great families that supported the establishment of the Tudor dynasty. They are second only to the Blood Emperor. Among them, the Amorn family is the most mysterious. They left behind the least history, as if they have been distorted and covered up by some power. There's news from the king of the 5 seas, Nast. The Amorn family is a family of blasphemers. They hold the secret to stealing the power of deities. Also, the Amorn family claims to be descendants of the ancient sun god. Derek Berg was confused. In his knowledge of mythology, there was no mention of the ancient sun god. Giant King Ormir, Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt, Mutant King Kvastir, Elf King Saniathrim, Annihilation Demonic Wolf Phlegria, Vampire Ancestor Lilith, Phoenix Ancestor Gregrace, and Devil Monarch Farborti. None of these 8 ancient gods wield the authority of the sun. Derek seriously considered this problem. If I really have to make a connection, the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God, has displayed the divine powers of the sun domain. Could it be that the Amorn family is a descendant of him? Seeing that Sun didn't say a word, the hanging man Alger stroked his stubble and said, "The Amorn family is an ancient family from 1 to 2,000 years ago. The Amorn family is an ancient family from 1 to 2,000 years ago. It's almost equivalent to history. I'm very curious. Why did the gentleman you met appear around the City of Silver? What's his goal?" That's right. The Amorn family has Mr. the Hanging Man, Miss Justice, and that world. Why did he appear around our City of Silver? Why did he not fulfill his promise after agreeing to be a guest and leave strangely, causing the entire team to lose control? Yes, other than the captain. What does he want to do? What is he searching for? If he's really a descendant of the Lord, perhaps his goal is the same as mine, to find the reason for the cataclysm in ancient times and figure out the truth of the curse. Sun's thoughts ran wild as he shook his head. Mr. the Hanging Man, I can't answer your question. This is also something I want to figure out. Alger replied in disappointment, That's right. Then you should communicate more with the former captain next door and see if you can dig out any new information. At this point, he thought for a while and gave a reminder. However, you must be careful and cautious. I think that person is very dangerous. Very dangerous? You think so too? Sun asked in surprise. The elders of the 6-member council also thought so. The hanging man looked up at the towering dome and silently drew a breath. Those who don't think so are the ones with a screw loose. Seeing that Sun was still a little puzzled, he shook his head. He's the only one alive in the entire expedition team. Just this matter alone is enough to indicate that there's a huge problem with him. He's been in a dungeon for rampages for 42 years, but he's still very clear-headed and rational. This shows just how strange he is. Together with that mysterious Amorn, the danger is obvious. These were all bits and pieces that Derek usually thought about but hadn't connected together. Now that he heard it, he immediately said sincerely, I'm not sure. He immediately said sincerely, I understand. Thank you, Mr. the Hanging Man. Audrey, who was listening and observing with relish, resisted the urge to cover her face with her hands. She felt that Sun was even more innocent than her. Seeing that everyone's curiosity had been satisfied, and that even the gloomy Mr. World had slightly adjusted his sitting posture, and that Sun didn't seem to have anything else he needed help with, she turned her head to look at the end of the long bronze table and smiled. Mr. Fool, I would like to request a private exchange. Again. Klein was amused as he nodded slightly. Sure. He immediately blocked off the senses of the hanging man and company instead of isolating himself from Miss Justice. This was mainly because he was worried that the others would be bored and casually communicate, thus exposing the truth that the world was only a repeater. After receiving the notification, Audrey smiled and said, "Honorable Mr. Fool, I have 3 new pages of Roselle's diary." After the card of blasphemy was stolen by the fool's kin, she didn't stop going to the Royal Museum out of guilt. Instead, as though nothing had happened, she openly begged her father to give her another chance to read the notebook the week after the exhibition ended. Audrey thought that this would make her appear magnanimous and the best way to avoid suspicion. If he always looked guilty and did not do what he should have done logically, even if the Church of Steam did not suspect anything before, they would feel that something was wrong later. Based on her own experience, she believed that the first few pages of a diary often revealed more information, so she mainly memorized the first 3 pages. Without waiting for the fool to speak, she hurriedly added, "I understand that this isn't something that requires a private exchange, but I hope that I can hide it from Miss Magicians for another week or 2. This way, even if she knows that you need Roselle's diary in the future, she won't suspect that I'm Justice." She had met Force and Zio once in the middle of the week. By leading the conversation, she naturally mentioned that her collection of Roselle's diary had been bitten by her beloved dog, Susie, and that it was difficult to restore it. Normally speaking, she didn't need to hide the fact that Mr. Fool needed Roselle's diary, but she used her telepathist powers to simulate Force thoughts and felt that she would have such thoughts. What? That's a diary? That's the diary in which Roselle records his secrets. Even Mr. Fool thinks highly of it. I remember that Miss Audrey has some. Wait, her diary was just bitten to pieces by a dog a few days ago. Isn't that too much of a coincidence? In order to prevent her from having such thoughts, Audrey hoped to hide it for at least another week. After becoming a telepathist, not only could she directly see the target's aura and emotional color, but she could also read their thoughts at a superficial level. She could also simulate the thoughts of others. Therefore, she understood one thing. In the process of guiding others, she had to try her best not to make any abrupt, illogical, or reasonable actions. Only when all the details were gentle and reasonable enough, preventing the target from realizing that they were being guided or arranged, would she be considered a qualified telepathist. Gentle and reasonable. These are the 2 most important words. Audrey concluded in her heart. She flipped through Roselle's diary once again to avoid any irrationality. As expected of a telepathist, he has long recognized that Miss Magicians is one of the 2 people I recommended. Klein smiled non-committally. What do you wish to exchange those 3 diary pages for? He asked this question with considerable confidence. After obtaining the Book of Secrets, his greatest shortcoming in the field of mysticism had been made up for. As for the mysteries of the other deities and the knowledge of sequences, he had grasped quite a bit. Any one of them was enough to deal with Miss Justice. Even if I don't mention the psychiatrist formula, we're still good friends. Klein lampooned in his heart. Audrey had long thought of this question. After a second of being reserved, she said, "Mr. Fool, I would like to ask you a question. Mr. Fool, I would like to ask you a question. Why do you say that the cards of blasphemy hide the secrets of a deity?" Good question. Klein chuckled inwardly. With a look that said, "I'm giving you a look and you'll figure it out yourself," he said in a low and calm voice. Sequence 0, Dark Emperor. Sequence 0? There's even a sequence 0? Above sequence 1 is sequence 0? This is the sequence that represents the deities. The Dark Emperor is a deity. A series of questions suddenly emerged in Audrey's mind. This surprised and delighted her, as well as satisfying and shocking her. Restraining the agitation and unconcealable excitement in her heart, she took a deep breath and conjured the 3 pages of Roselle's diary. Klein held it in his hand and quickly glanced at it, confirming that it wasn't one of the ones he had seen before, the 23rd of February, 1143. "I've been transmigrating to this world for more than a week. I have to write something and talk about certain things. Otherwise, I feel like I'll go crazy. Hee. I'm sure no one will be able to decipher it if I write it in simplified Chinese. This world is filled with alphabets. I'm now Roselle Gustave, but I'll never forget my real name. Huang Dao. I'm not sure how I transmigrated either. I thought about it seriously for a long time before I remembered that a few days before I transmigrated, I bought a very mysterious silver token. It was engraved with some strange symbols and patterns. It was very interesting. However, after transmigrating here, it didn't appear again. It's not my cheat. Yes, this is a world similar to ancient Europe. After the Renaissance, cannons and guns have appeared, but they're all rather crude and primitive. And I, Huang Dao Roselle Gustave, as an online novel enthusiast, used to be very fond of transmigration technology. I've learned a lot of useful things and specially read up on the corresponding knowledge. This is the stage for me to show off my abilities. But I realized that my memory is F*King bad. I've almost forgotten everything. The heavens allowed me to transmigrate, but they didn't give me an excellent memory, a system, or a two-way door. How am I supposed to survive then? Alright, I'll start with some details first. When I have money, I'll hire a bunch of craftsmen, inventors, and scientists to help. I'll only be responsible for providing ideas. It's been a long time since I've felt this kind of anticipation for the future. However, I still miss my old man and mom a little. Moreover, the entertainment in this world is too monotonous. The maids aren't very good looking, and they smell like the countryside from head to toe. It makes my expectations of going to school at night go bankrupt. I haven't finished chasing after Lingao's 500 trash, and I still have a lot of TikTok girls waiting to be refreshed. My Glory and PUBG are waiting for me. Just thinking about it makes me feel a little melancholic. As Klein read, he almost frowned. He had originally deduced that Roselle had transmigrated 3 to 5 years earlier than him from the Pirate King and 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse, but now he realized that the gap between their transmigrations was less than a year. But why was there a gap of nearly 200 years here? Chapter 363. Klein thought about it seriously for a while and made all sorts of conjectures in his heart. However, due to the lack of sufficient conditions, he could only temporarily attribute the matter to the difference in the flow of time between this world and Earth. My transmigration with Roselle was less than a year apart, but here, it has been stretched to nearly 200 years. That is to say, even if I spend 200 years to find a way back, I won't miss my parents. At most, I'll be missing for a year. Klein made a reverse inference, and his mood improved a lot. He suddenly felt a little smug. Of course, he knew very well that this inference was not rigorous, because there was only one initial condition, and it could not be determined at the moment. What if Roselle transmigrated after me? That might involve the so-called space-time turbulence. When that time comes, there's no guarantee that I can return to the appropriate node. Klein poured a bucket of cold water on his suddenly inflated emotions. Roselle's first diary entry was the product of a long time, and it took up more than 2 pages. Klein flipped to the end and read the remaining 2 entries. February 25th, what a boring world. There aren't even newspapers, and there are pitifully few novels. I feel that I need to do something about helping the poor in the cultural aspect, but the prerequisite for this is that I have to get some money, and I have to recall the improved papermaking and printing techniques. As a transmigrator, I can only rely on the pocket money given by my cheap father and mother to make a living. I can only occasionally see 1 or 2 shiny Felkin coins. What a sad story. However, hunting is quite interesting. February 28th. This world might be a little different from what I know. Today, I got lost in the forest because I was hunting, and I ended up witnessing an unimaginable battle. Among them, the man who was surrounded had extra eyes on his face, a total of 4, and they emitted a dark green light from within. This is F*King illogical. Is this a humanoid monster? This is actually a fantasy world, right? The monster's opponent was even more powerful. He summoned a pillar of light burning with golden flames. Yes, it should be summoned. Fortunately, they didn't discover me. After killing that monster, they left with its corpse. I, Huang Dao, am indeed the main character. I've only transmigrated for a few days and I've already discovered the truth about this world. Maybe they can recognize the mysterious symbols and patterns on the silver plate. Of course, I won't ask them. I want to become like them and decipher it myself. There's another reason why I said that. I don't King remember what the rune-like pattern looked like. I can only vaguely remember it. Was he really the main character? Great Emperor, did you pour your Chinibya soul into the diary? Klein couldn't help but complain. He was very interested in the silver plate that seemed to be the reason for Roselle's transmigration. He really wanted to know what the symbols and patterns on it looked like. If I can really rely on this world's mysticism knowledge to decipher it, then transmigration might not be a coincidence. Klein put down the diary and rapped the desk, removing the shielding measures that the hanging man and the magicians enjoyed. You guys can trade among yourselves. Klein leaned back in his chair and said with a smile. Force quietly took a deep breath and said, that's right. I would like to purchase a Spirit Eater's stomach pouch and 20 milliliters of deep sea marlin's blood. I will pay in gold pounds. I have 430 pounds left, I can afford one. She encouraged herself silently. As for where the money for the remaining item would come from, she had no idea for the time being. This is one of the main reasons that prevents many Beyonders from advancing. Humans really shouldn't attempt to spend beyond their means. If it wasn't for the sake of completely escaping the influence of the full moon's ravings and becoming a trickmaster, I wouldn't even consider advancing after obtaining a relatively rich set of Beyonder means. I wouldn't even come into contact with this circle. I'll write books, save up money, drink tea, and go shopping with Zio. After she's done with that matter, I'll travel to different places in the northern and southern continents. I won't be afraid of danger or accidents, and I'll enjoy life. Force's thoughts suddenly wandered. Just as she thought that no one would respond, the hanging man Alger said in a deep voice, I saw the blood of deep-sea marlin at the pirate gathering. I saw the blood of a deep-sea marlin at the gathering of the great pirates, but unfortunately, you've already missed it. You should have told me earlier. No, I was wrong. You hadn't joined the tarot club back then. Then what's the point of saying this? Are you flaunting your seniority? Force secretly curled her lips and asked in all seriousness, Mr. the Hanging Man, please help me keep an eye out. Mr. Hanged Man, please help me keep an eye out. Prices ranging from £300 to £400 are acceptable. Alger scoffed. The sea is wider than the land. Pirates might not even meet each other once in half a year. Even in the various archipelago capitals where they dispose of their loot, there won't be any Beyonder ingredients gathering. Only large cities like Beekland, Trier, St. Millom, and Fana Potter can attract a large number of ingredients. From your accent, you should be from Beekland, or should I say that you've been residing in Beekland for many years? Do you mean that I still have to rely on myself? Force almost looked up at the towering dome. At this moment, son Derek said, I know the approximate range of activity of a few Spirit Eaters. But I don't need the gold pounds you're talking about. I know the approximate range of activity of a few Spirit Eaters. Magician's Force faked a smile. Then what do you want? The formula for the High Priest Sun Potion. Audrey answered inwardly. Derek thought seriously for a moment and said, that's right. The formula for the High Priest Sun Potion. This is a sequence 7 formula, right? I've heard of it, but the formula for this sequence costs at least £750. If you meet someone in a hurry, it can even be sold for more than £1,000. As for the stomach pouch of a Spirit Eater and the blood of a deep-sea marlin, each of them doesn't exceed £400. Most of the time, it's only worth £300. Do you understand what I mean? Force tried to make Sun understand that this was not an equivalent transaction. Derek answered without hesitation, that's right. I can give you 2 or 3 Spirit Eater stomach pouches. As for the additional deep-sea marlin, he did not even consider it. He had never even seen the sea before. What can I do with so many Spirit Eater stomachs? Grill or fry? If I were to sell them, I don't know when I'll be able to sell them. Most importantly, I can't afford the High Priest Sun formula now. Force squeezed out a smile. I'll try to gather them. She recalled the masked believer of the eternal blazing sun who was good at purification at Mr. A's gathering. She recalled the Ring of Light and believed that she could obtain clues to the High Priest Sun Potion formula there. But I don't have enough money. Magician's Force thought for a moment, touched her face, looked around, and asked with abnormal sincerity, "Everyone, do you have any good ways to earn money?" Just as she finished her sentence, she realized that everyone had fallen silent. The silence was the silent palace and the silent grey fog. From the looks of it, everyone is troubled by this problem, and Mr. Fool doesn't need money. Force wisely shut her mouth. Isn't the best way to earn money to own pastures, mines, fields, factories, shares, and so on? You can also go to the kingdom's bounty posters and complete them according to the price and what you can afford. Audrey knew that she had no real experience in making money, so she could only respond jokingly in her mind. Learn more about the bicycle project. Klein resisted the urge to control the world to speak. This would expose his real identity. After waiting for a few seconds, he maintained his unfathomable posture and made the world say in a deep and hoarse voice, "Help me pay attention to the mutated pituitary gland and blood of the thousand-faced hunter, as well as the characteristics of the human-skinned shadow and the hair of the deep-sea nogger." Although Klein only had £589 left, he had the werewolf beyonder characteristic and the biological poison bottle. Furthermore, he was considering finding an opportunity to make the former into a mystical item and sell one of them. This way, the cost of a Sequence 6 beyonder ingredient was more than enough. Therefore, he planned on getting the tarot members to keep an eye out in advance to avoid missing it. All right. Sun was the first to answer, but he didn't make any promises. Compared to spirit eaters, the human-skinned shadow and thousand-faced hunter weren't monsters that were easy to encounter. Thousand-faced hunter? I think I've seen its fossil, Audrey replied in thought. Oh, I'll confirm it when I get back. That fossil is in the Duke of Negan's vault. If it's already a fossil, perhaps the beyonder characteristic has long been taken away. Klein controlled the world and nodded in a non-committal manner. After a moment of silence, the hanging man Alger said, "Help me keep an eye out for someone. His related to the disappearance of the colonial slaves that was previously mentioned. He calls himself Baron, and his skin is brownish red. He has obvious southern continent characteristics, but someone has occasionally heard him speak with a Beakland accent. His third tooth on the left is missing, but it's very likely that it's been replaced. In addition, there's nothing special about his looks, and his height is rather ordinary. If you can find traces of him, the reward won't be a problem. At least £100, or an item of equivalent value. Just based on such a description, it's impossible to complete a divination, much less find someone." The fool Klein looked around and said, "Let's talk freely. Let's talk freely." After the tarot gathering ended, Sun returned to the real world and found himself in the dark and narrow room again. He sat cautiously for a few seconds, and when he didn't discover any abnormal changes, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Recalling that Mr. the Hanging Man had asked him to get more information from the former exploration team captain, Derek came to the corresponding metal wall, bent his finger, and knocked on it. Knock, knock. He completed the secret signal, but there was no response from the other side for a long time. Has he fallen asleep? Or has he been taken to the 6-member council? Derek looked at the dull metal wall and thought in puzzlement. At this moment, an old and ethereal voice suddenly sounded from the bed behind him. Chapter 364. Are you looking for me? The moment the voice entered his ears, Derek froze. His skin tightened as his hair stood on end. Why is he behind me? Why is he in my room? Where's the seal? What about the mystical item's effects? Derek's forehead broke out in a cold sweat as he subconsciously turned his head to look. However, his instincts prevented him from doing so. This was fueled by the teachings of the City of Silver's general knowledge of monsters class and the strange scenes he had experienced after joining the patrol team. When someone is talking behind you, don't be in a hurry to turn around. Derek raised his hands and clenched them into fists in front of his chest. Then, while on high alert, he slowly turned his body bit by bit. The room was dark, making it impossible to see anything. However, in Derek's eyes, a golden glow expanded, turning into 2 miniature suns. With the help of the light suppliant's powers, he saw a black shadow sitting quietly on the edge of his bed. The black shadow quickly became clear, revealing a head that had been split vertically. In the middle of the head, Two grayish-white brains squirmed as if they were alive. They wanted to approach each other, but they were powerless to do so. On the surface of the brain, sticky liquid drooped down into thin threads, but they were shrinking upwards like maggots. The eyes on each side were very far apart, and the bridge of the nose was split in the middle. The color of blood was bright. The left half of the mouth was open, but the right half was tightly shut. This terrifying monster was naked, and there were dark red wounds all over its body. The innumerable wounds split open, revealing rows of white teeth. They said the same sentence at the same time. "Are you looking for me?" It paused, and the corners of its mouth and the edges of its wounds curled up. "Look, don't I look very normal?" Derek's pupils constricted. Without any thought, he raised his hands that were clenched into fists in front of his chest and placed them under his chin, as if he was praying. The narrow room suddenly became bright. A pure beam of light that was wrapped in flames fell from the roof and hit the monster's body. This beam of light wasn't as dazzling as when Derek used it outside the spire. Due to the seal here, the mystical item here isolated the inside from the outside. But at this moment, Derek was surprised to see the holy beam of light he had prayed for suddenly thicken. It was so bright that he couldn't help but close his eyes. Vaguely, something even purer and thicker separated from the magnificent beam of light. It was like a man of light without any facial features or clothes. The man of light suddenly flickered and pounced on the monster. All the monster's mouths immediately opened, as if it was letting out a shrill scream. However, Derek didn't hear anything. The monster trembled violently and quickly disintegrated under the burning and illumination of the figure of light, melting and disappearing. It was a man with black hair, black eyes, a wide forehead, a thin face, and a crystal monocle. The shadow had black hair, black eyes, a wide forehead, and a thin face. It wore a crystal monocle. Just as he appeared, the man of light exploded. Derek's eyes were filled with white light. By the time he regained his vision, he realized that he was outside the room at some point in time. He was in the corridor that was inlaid with metal lamps, illuminated by the dim yellow light. He turned his head in a daze and looked into the room. He saw the back of a tall and muscular figure wearing dark-colored trousers and a brown coat. In front of the figure, on Derek's bed, spots of light that resembled the first rays of dawn quickly condensed onto a white leg bone, turning it into a sharp, pure white sword. Next to the sword, there was a translucent little worm lying quietly. It was only the length of a thumb, and it was as slender as a child's pinky. The rings that were completely transparent separated it into many segments. Derek glanced at it and didn't count the rings in detail. He only vaguely felt that there were about 10. The tall figure with its back facing him reached out to pick up the strange translucent worm. As it turned around, it sighed. Almost, at this moment, Derek finally saw the tall figure's front. His hair was white, and it looked rather messy due to lack of care. His wrinkles were rather deep, but there were no wrinkles at the corners of his eyes or on his forehead. There were old scars that were either deep or twisted on his cheeks. He wore a linen-colored shirt inside, and there was a belt around his waist that was divided into many compartments. His light blue eyes were deep and filled with the vicissitudes of life. His entire person was like a book filled with stories. Derek was first taken aback before he exclaimed in pleasant surprise, as though he had just escaped from danger. "Your Excellency." Standing in front of him was the chief of the City of Silver's 6-member council, the powerful demon hunter Colin Iliad, who was more than 100 years old. Colin nodded slightly. "We always knew that there was something wrong with him, but in order to figure out the goal of that person named Amorn and what was so strange about him, we deliberately didn't eliminate him directly. Instead, we locked him at the bottom of the spire and sealed him under the influence of a mystical item. We also often let Beyonders who only showed signs of losing control live next door to him and talk to him to see if they could induce some abnormal changes in him so as to obtain what we want to know. Unfortunately, up until today, he was very normal. But, too normal. Why do you think he suddenly mutated and suddenly attempted to penetrate the seal? How do you feel different from the others? So it was deliberately arranged for me to live next to the former captain of the exploratory team." Derek fell silent for a few seconds in enlightenment. "Perhaps it's because my Beyonder pathway is different from others." Sequence 9 barred, Sequence 8 Light Suppliant. In other words, the Sun Pathway. If Mr. the Hanging Man is right, and the Amorn family is a descendant of the ancient sun god, then it's very normal for me to cause him to mutate. Derek felt that he had grasped a certain truth. Colin's expression didn't change after he finished listening. He sized up Derek for a few seconds and said, "We were monitoring him. The members of the 6-member council took turns to be in charge, but we never expected him to suddenly mutate without any warning. Furthermore, his actions were very decisive and resolute." "What did you do in the room just now?" Derek was thinking about the relationship between the Sun Pathway and the ancient sun god's descendants, so he was momentarily at a loss as to what the chief was asking. By the time he understood, his mind was still a little numb as he seriously recalled what he had just done. "I didn't do anything. All I did was knock on the partition wall in an attempt to communicate with him. Before this, I was participating in a tarot gathering." A tarot gathering. Derek was suddenly taken aback. He felt that things probably weren't as simple as he had imagined. He knew that he definitely couldn't tell the chief what he was thinking, but he didn't know what expression he should make. All he could do was maintain his usual lonely and reserved silence. After some thought, he said, "I knocked on that wall 3 times. Before that, the candles in my room were extinguished, and it was completely dark. I attempted to practice some of my Beyonder powers." Colin quietly looked into Derek's eyes and said after more than 10 seconds, "Unfortunately, what Amorn left in his soul wasn't his main body. It's a pity that what Amorn left in his soul wasn't his real body, and things happened too suddenly, so we didn't get the result we wanted the most. Before he mutated, did you notice anything unusual?" "No." Derek shook his head with certainty. 2 complex, dark green symbols suddenly appeared in Colin's eyes, and Derek's figure was reflected in between them. After nearly 10 seconds of silence, the City of Silver's chief closed his eyes and said, "Your condition has stabilized. There's no need for further treatment. You can return." Derek was taken aback. "All right." He watched Demon Hunter Colin Iliad turn around and enter the room. He picked up the sharp, pure white sword and turned it over and over again to examine it. He quietly took a deep breath, walked along the corridor, and walked towards the exit. On the way, he met the keepers who were rushing over. He slowly walked home and closed the door. After carefully observing his surroundings, he sat on the edge of the bed and chanted softly, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I've just experienced something terrifying." Derek recounted everything that had happened and mentioned his 2 guesses. After doing all of this, he felt a lot more at ease. As the tension receded, he felt a strong sense of exhaustion, so he lay down and quickly fell asleep. In the quiet and dim room, bolts of lightning illuminated everything from time to time, and from time to time, it would disappear into the night. The sleeping Derek's right index finger suddenly flicked on its own as it leisurely tapped the bed. Once, twice, thrice, after the tarot gathering ended, due to the large expenditure of his spirituality, Klein didn't divine the werewolf beyond a characteristic and the biological poison bottle. He directly returned to the real world and took an afternoon nap. He woke up 20 minutes later and opened the curtains, allowing the light that penetrated the mist to bring a certain amount of light to the room. Sitting on the chair in front of the desk, Klein calmed himself down and thought about what he needed to do in the near future. The most important thing is to continue summarizing the magician's code of conduct and make adjustments according to the subtle feedback from my spirituality. Although there aren't any problems with the code of conduct such as don't perform unprepared, need a stage to perform, and be good at using a method to divert the attention of others to complete a performance, as long as I perform again and again and adjust myself bit by bit, I'll sooner or later digest the potion to the point where I can advance. However, this kind of acting isn't sufficient. I still lack some important rules. It will slow down the digestion process and make it incomplete. It might take a year, or even 2 or 3 years to advance. As for Tranquil, he won't stay where he is and wait for me. Only by becoming a high-sequence Beyonder as soon as possible will I have the right to seek revenge. Therefore, figuring out the other magician's code of conduct is the most important thing in the future. I'll first verify if the audience's applause will stir my spirituality, allowing me to better digest the potion. Chapter 365. A male voice. Mr. the Hanging Man, or Little Sun. Klein looked at the gloomy sky outside the window, got up, and entered the bathroom next door. He locked the door, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and arrived above the grey fog. In that mysterious space, a majestic and ancient palace stood quietly. The illusory male voice stacked on top of each other and reverberated continuously. Klein glanced at it and confirmed that the prayer was from Little Sunday. As he sat in the fool's seat, he stretched out his right hand, emanated his spirituality, and touched the corresponding crimson star. Suddenly, the prayer became clear and distinct. Klein quickly understood what Sun was talking about. The former captain of the exploratory team next door, who had seen Amorn, had suddenly lost control and had strangely passed through the seal to come to his room. Thankfully, the City of Silver had taken this matter seriously and had always been on guard. Otherwise, it would have resulted in a tragedy. Sun believed that the other party's loss of control wasn't without reason. He guessed 2 possibilities. First, his Beyonder pathway matched the needs of the ancient Sun's descendants. Second, the other party might have sensed the tarot gathering and sensed that Mr. Fool was secretly roping in people. If it was the former, he wouldn't have waited until today to lose control at the end of the tarot gathering. It's most likely the latter reason. Man, this is the first time I've met someone who can sense the grey fog. That Amorn is very terrifying. It's no wonder their family was known as blasphemers in the 4th epoch. Even their surname itself is taboo. Klein subconsciously looked at the corresponding prayer scene conjured by the crimson star. He carefully observed the blurry image of Little Sun to see if there was anything abnormal about him. Klein believed that Amorn wouldn't be eliminated so easily. Even if it was as the City of Silver's chief had said, that he wasn't the main body, it was impossible. Unless he didn't expect the powerhouses of the City of Silver to be monitoring him with the help of a mystical item. But is that possible? When he decided to let the former captain of the exploratory team lose control and secretly pass through the seal, he must have already had a plan. Amidst his thoughts, Klein's gaze froze as he looked at the prayer scene. There was a transparent, illusory figure wrapped around the blurry Sun. He had hands and feet, but like a python, he twisted around Sun and propped his head behind Sun. In the hazy image, he was wearing a black classic robe, a pointy hat of the same color, and a crystal monocle on his face. Sun was completely unaware of all this. Klein almost sucked in a breath of cold air. He was frightened by his opponent's strange methods. He vaguely understood the other party's goal. By residing in Sun's spirit body and waiting for the next tarot gathering, he would sneak above the grey fog without anyone noticing, just like a virus or a Trojan horse. When that happens, my control over this mysterious space might be taken away. What a blasphemer! Thankfully, Little Sun is rather simple and direct. He immediately reported the matter to me, and through the corresponding crimson star, with the help of the power above the grey fog, I was able to discover his strange state. Klein took a deep breath and tried hard to calm himself down. At this moment, he had to respond. Either he quickly thought of a way to remove Amorn from Sun's body, or he could temporarily exclude Sun from the tarot gathering. Examining himself, from the Beyonder powers of magicians, clown, and seer to Aztec's copper whistle, the Dark Emperor card, the all-black eye, the brooch of the sun, the biological poison bottle, and other items, Klein couldn't find a way to deal with Amorn. The other party's sequence is definitely above 4, and his means are sufficiently strange. To be able to hide from the mystical items and powerful demon hunters that are the foundation of the City of Silver's existence, it's definitely not something ordinary items or powers can remove. After thinking for a moment and looking around, Klein realized that only the grey fog and this mysterious space had a chance of dealing with Amorn. I have to think of a way to pry open its power. The previous sacrificial and bestowment ritual is a good example. With this train of thought, Klein cast his gaze at the Book of Secrets. This mysticism book originated from the ancient shaman king, Klaman. It recorded many mysterious rituals to seek help from the primordial moon. And Klein, who had previously browsed through it, vaguely remembered that a few of them were suitable for such a scenario. Of course, after changing the direction to the Fool, it's unknown what other changes I need to make, and whether it will be effective. I can only try it as a last resort. Klein flipped through the book, and his gaze stopped on a ritual. Blood Moon Sacrifice. This ritualistic magic was clearly different from the simple ones that Klein had learned in the past. It used the elements of a secret deed. The process was to first use a material rich in spirituality, preferably the blood of a beyonder, to write the honorific name of the secret deed's target on an animal's leather. The corresponding symbols and magic labels would also be drawn. If necessary, specific times, locations, and environments also needed to be considered. After completing this step, the ritual host would set up the altar, pick up the leather, and constantly chant the honorific name. He would then let his spirituality spread into the leather and gradually spread it out, allowing the corresponding great existence's secret existence to form a connection and obtain the corresponding spiritual experience or a certain amount of help. The final outcome of this ritual was unknown. It all depended on what the great existence's secret existence gave. Or rather, depending on the person's characteristics, the knowledge and power that could be obtained through the secret connection would also be different. This relatively vague and subjective ritual gave Klein the space to manipulate it. If he were to assume the stance of forcefully eliminating Amorn from the beginning, the other party would definitely resist and create a dangerous accident. If the secret deed's target is something like the true creator or the hidden sage, it's normal for them to go mad after the ritual ends. Klein muttered as he conjured a pen and paper and began to modify the Blood Moon Sacrifice to turn it into a secret deed ritual that belonged to the Fool. First, he had to replace the honorific name with the 3 sentences of the King of Yellow and Black. Second, he had to change the symbol to the one behind the Fool's seat, a unique symbol formed from the pupil SI, which symbolized secrecy, and the contorted lines, which symbolized change. Third, he had to design the corresponding magic label based on the symbol and mysticism knowledge. This was the most difficult step. If he made a mistake, the entire ritual would undergo unpredictable changes. Finally, he had to modify the altar's layout to make it closer to the Fool and the King of Yellow and Black. After busying himself for a while, Klein had a new secret deed ritual, one that he didn't know if it would produce any effects. He carefully checked it several times, and after confirming that there were no mistakes, he spread his spirituality and replied, "Little son," in a deep voice. "I got it. I have something for you to do. Test if this ritual works." Derek suddenly woke up from his dreamless slumber. In front of him was a boundless grey fog, and in front of him was the lofty Fool. His ears were reverberating with illusory and lofty words. He knew that Mr. Fool would occasionally let the members of the tarot gathering do some small experiments, as if to verify something. He didn't find it strange, so he sat up with great motivation and found the monster leather, strange herbs, and other items. As for the materials that were rich in spirituality described in the ritual, Derek didn't waste time going to the steeple or the underground market to buy them. He directly picked up the axe of Hurricane and cut a wound on his arm. He silently used his own blood as ink to write the honorific name of the Fool and the corresponding symbols and magic labels on the bumpy monster leather. After a while, he put down the blood-stained quill and saw many mysterious symbols on the leather. The color was bright red, and it had an indescribable demonic aura. After treating the wound on his arm, Derek, whose face had turned pale, quickly set up a simple altar. He picked up the leather with the blood-red words and all sorts of shocking symbols and held it tightly in his palm. He looked at the flickering candle flame in front of him, closed his eyes, lowered his head, and constantly chanted the honorific name of the ritual's target. The Fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the King of Yellow and Black who wields good luck. Derek's spirituality slowly flowed out and entered the leather. The Jotun words and magic labels on it quickly lit up, turning a frightening bright red. At this moment, he, who had already entered a state of cogitation, felt his spirit scatter bit by bit as he floated to an infinite height, making contact with the greyish-white fog and the great hidden existence. Above the grey fog, in the towering palace that looked like a giant's residence. Klein, who discovered that Sun hadn't delayed and had directly prepared for the ritual, was waiting here. Suddenly, he felt the entire mysterious space tremble gently. The still grayish-white fog began to flow clearly. The crimson star corresponding to sun shone brightly, emitting an illusory light that resembled a tidal wave. The countless rays of light condensed into a blurry figure of Sunday. He was in a praying posture with his eyes closed and his head lowered. He was waiting for a tiny bit of agreement with the great existence to obtain a wonderful spiritual experience. On his body, the transparent figure was still tightly wrapped around him like a python, but his head had already been raised and was looking up. The crystal monocle was flashing slightly. He's searching for a subtle and hidden connection. He should be able to recognize that this is a secret deed ritual, but he didn't do anything to stop it. Is he trying to find a connection? This realization suddenly flashed through Klein's mind as he felt the grayish-white fog and the mysterious space above it ripple with power. However, Klein was temporarily unable to combine these powers with his own spirituality to form a beyonder effect that could expel evil spirits, unless there was another corresponding ritual. Obviously, this was impossible. He couldn't split his attention between two rituals, a ritual that was being held at the same time. Chapter 366. Perhaps I can use it as a bridge. Just as this thought flashed through Klein's mind, his right hand had already grabbed the dark gold brooch in the shape of a sunbird. At the same time, he used his spirituality as a vortex, sucking in the power that had been stirred in the mysterious space and directing it towards the sun brooch like a tidal wave. The tremors above the grey fog became obvious. Specks of pure light crisscrossed and swept towards Klein, fusing with his spirituality. The dark gold brooch of the sun bird immediately emitted a dazzling glow. It grew brighter and thicker, instantly condensing droplets of translucent golden liquid. The liquid quickly fused together, turning into a figure that was as tall as Klein. It was a golden figure, a holy figure. It's possible. A higher level of power allows the created holy sun water to be closer to a divine bestowment. Klein was delighted as he cast his gaze back at the crimson star that symbolized sun, at the figure that was waiting to fuse with the great existence. As for the golden holy sun water condensing into a holy figure, it wasn't a result of the mutation of the sun brooch, but a subconscious thought that came to Klein. At this stage, he could already make the golden figure step forward and, through the illusory crimson star, merge with the tiny sun in the secret deed ritual, expel the evil spirit hidden in his body, and give him a certain amount of knowledge and a wonderful spiritual experience. However, at this moment, Klein didn't have much confidence. The power stirred in the mysterious space above the grey fog was clearly of a higher level than his spirituality, making it impossible for him to control it smoothly. The power of the golden figure that was formed was mixed, chaotic, and uncoordinated. If he were to use it in such a manner, the effects would at most be 10% of what he expected. As for Amorn, who was suspected to be a descendant of the ancient sun god, born in a family of blasphemers in the Fourth Epoch's Tudor Empire, even if it wasn't his true body, he had successfully fooled the high-sequence demon hunters and the powerful mystical items that maintained the existence of the City of Silver. Klein really didn't have the confidence to rely on just 10% of the effects. His initial plan was only to give it a try. If it really didn't work, he would temporarily block Little Sun and wait until he found a better solution before reconnecting. However, at this point, Klein naturally wanted to do his best and strive for success. After pretending to be the fool who's close to a deity for so long, I'm still a little proud and want some face. He gave a self-deprecating remark and prepared to find a way to increase the golden figure's exorcism effects at the last moment. Of course, he could only waste a few seconds. Otherwise, the ceremony would be over. Klein's eyes swept over the items on the long bronze table again. He only thought of words like high level and high status. Based on the spiritual intuition of a seer, his gaze stopped on an item. Card of Blasphemy, Dark Emperor card. Of all the items in Klein's possession, it was the only one that matched the words high level and high class. As for Aztec's copper whistle, Klein clearly remembered that it had been completely suppressed back when he faced the evil god Spawn at the Blackthorn Security Company. However, the Dark Emperor card's high level and high class are the knowledge contained within. That's not right. After the holder advances to a high sequence Beyonder, it can also produce a subtle reaction with the Beyonder ingredients it needs. Furthermore, it also has anti-divination and anti-prophecy characteristics. In other words, its level isn't low. I don't need to use it in battle. As long as I can use its high class to suppress the power of the mysterious space above the grey fog, I can reduce the golden figure's chaotic and unnatural state to the minimum. Klein quickly had an idea as he reached out to grab the Dark Emperor card whose back was facing up. At this moment, he saw a scene from the corner of his eye that alarmed him. Inside the figure of sun outlined by the illusory light of the crimson star, a palm that was so shriveled that it was only left with skin and bones suddenly reached forward. It slowly but firmly grabbed at the border of the crimson star, giving off the feeling that it was penetrating reality and entering a spiritual domain. That Amorn was attempting to use the connection to open up the boundary and reach his hand above the grey fog. Whoosh! For the first time, the boundless greyish-white fog showed signs of chaos. The flow from before seemed to converge into waves and a strong wind. Klein's pupils constricted. Without any hesitation, he picked up the Dark Emperor card. The moment this item entered his hand, he immediately felt his spirituality no longer succumb to the power of the mysterious space that was being pried open. Suddenly, the golden figure became abnormally tall, and pairs of pitch-black wings sprouted from its back. There were a total of 12 pairs, and on each pair of wings were feathers that were engraved with many mysterious symbols. The gold and black formed a sharp contrast. Under Klein's control, the gigantic figure spread its wings and covered the vast dome of the towering palace. Without a sound, the holy and depraved, bright and dark figure flashed out, overlapping with the tiny sun formed by the crimson star. Light and shadow intertwined as strong winds blew in all directions. The palm that was shriveled to the point of being devoid of flesh and blood, with only skin and bones left, couldn't help but shrink backward, but it was determined not to retreat. It was like a person who had fallen off a cliff, reaching out to grab onto a protrusion that could save him. It refused to let go even in death. Whoosh! Amidst the illusory and chaotic sound, light and darkness completely erupted. The shriveled palm finally lost its support and fell backward, constantly disintegrating and disappearing. After a few seconds, the greyish-white fog and the mysterious space above it completely regained its calm, as though no one had set foot in it for thousands of years. Klein focused his gaze again. Little Sun's blurry figure was no longer entangled by the distorted, illusory figure. Phew! He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Then, he conjured a comparison scene and threw it at Little Sun's figure that was outlined by the crimson light, allowing him to comprehend it himself. City of Silver, Berg household. Derek felt that he was both awake and in a trance at the same time. He seemed to see figures of indescribable shapes, different colors of light that contained infinite knowledge, and a majestic and tall golden figure that looked down on everything. This figure stood beside Mr. Fool in the thick grey fog, with 12 pairs of huge, mysterious, pitch-black wings on his back. Unknowingly, Derek felt that he had come into contact with the figure that contrasted gold and black. Not only did his body and mind become warm and pure, but he also seemed to understand what sunlight was. Furthermore, he had directly figured out how to create holy water and how to expel evil spirits. There were also some scenes that he could not understand, such as the towering, hidden pyramid-shaped mausoleum. That magical spiritual experience intoxicated him. It was as if he had returned to his most carefree childhood and entered the land where the sun shone in his imagination. He only came back to his senses when everything disappeared and the simple furniture in the room came into view. Is this the secret deed ritual mentioned in the textbooks? For more than 2,000 years, no one in the City of Silver has succeeded. No one has come into contact with a great existence. At that moment, Derek's gloominess and loneliness lessened significantly. A sincere smile appeared on his face. Mr. Fool's so-called experiment is to confirm if our City of Silver's environment can complete the secret deed ritual. That much knowledge and wonderful feeling is the reward he gave me. Derek lowered his head once again and said with abnormal respect, "I'm not sure." "Thank you, Mr. Fool." At that moment, a greyish-white fog suddenly emanated in front of him. In the middle of the fog was a high chair, and it was the Fool who was sitting leisurely. Right on the heels of that, Derek saw himself, who was covered by a transparent, illusory figure. The figure was wearing a black classic robe and a pointy hat of the same color. A crystal monocle hung on his face, and it was wrapped around his body like a python. That Amorn didn't die. He escaped the attention of the mystical item and the chief, and he parasitized into my spirit body. Derek's eyes suddenly widened as he saw his present self, the one who was no longer being wrapped around by Amorn. Mr. Fool discovered me and finished me off. Son Derek's heart returned to its original position. His forehead was covered in cold sweat from the lingering fear, and his face instinctively revealed a look of reverence. He subconsciously said, according to the words described in his mythology class, "Praise be to you, great Mr. Fool." In the deep darkness of an unknown location, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the surroundings. It was a plain filled with ravines, and a greenish-black cyclops was wandering around aimlessly. His eyes were lifeless, and there were signs of rotting pus all over his face. His body emanated a grayish-yellow gas that interweaved into clouds in midair. And beneath his feet, in the deepest ravine of the plain, a figure was standing at the edge, looking down. With the help of the lightning, a thick and wide grayish-white building could be vaguely seen at the bottom of the ravine. The figure was wearing a black classic robe and a pointy hat of the same color. He had black curly hair, black eyes, a wide forehead, and thin cheeks. He was identical to the phantom Derek Berg had seen before. He raised his hand to pinch the crystal monocle, turned his head to the left, and looked into the distance. As expected, he suddenly whispered in ancient Fasak. After a pause, the figure's lips curled into a smile as he said a word, "The fool." Before he finished his sentence, he had already jumped into the ravine in front of him. At that moment, the lightning subsided for a second, and darkness completely enveloped the world. After resolving the fatal danger, Klein returned to the real world, and he once again felt the urgency to advance his sequence. The Amorn that I eliminated wasn't his true body. If he's really interested in the mysterious space above the grey fog, it won't take long for him to return to the City of Silver. When that happens, I wonder if the 2 legendary mystical items and the 3 demon hunters will be able to stop him. His avatar is already so strange and terrifying, so it's obvious what his true body is like. Therefore, I have to quickly summarize the other magicians' principles and better grasp the mysterious space above the grey fog through digestion and advancement. Perhaps I can make use of the Shepherd Elder in the City of Silver. If she's really corrupted by the true creator. Chapter 367. How should I summarize the rest of the magician's code of conduct? As Klein casually flipped through the newspapers he had long read, he pondered over a problem that was of utmost importance to him. He had previously considered one point, and that was the difference between having or not having the audience's cheers. But just this alone didn't seem to be enough. With this thought in mind, Klein's thoughts quickly wandered, and for some baffling reason, he thought of something. When I was still at the seer stage, being recognized by others and being praised as a true fortune-teller made me feel like the potion was digested faster. After concluding the seer's code of conduct, I began to believe that there was no direct connection. The opinions and feedback of others were only a performance and not a substance. If I acted well enough, I would naturally be recognized, and it would naturally speed up my digestion. That is to say, I had always believed that the 2 were different manifestations of the same gain, and not a causal relationship. But now, there's the option of having the audience's cheers. If it can really help me digest the potion, does it mean that some acting really requires feedback? The opinions of others can also subtly affect the speed at which I digest the potion. Well, by extension, could it be that the 7 orthodox deities established the churches, spread their faith, and nurtured believers also have such a factor? What a blasphemous thought. I'm indeed not a person who worships deities from the bottom of my heart. I will praise them, but I won't blindly believe them. Klein quickly adjusted his train of thought and found another entry point. He repeatedly compared the subtle differences between seer, clown, and magicians, and gradually came up with an idea. In comparison, does the magicians, who need to perform, have the meaning of taking the initiative? Taking the initiative to find an opportunity to perform, and not being passive like the seer and clown? From the perspective of fate, this is quite in line. From the seer's reverence of fate to the clown's need to maintain a smile despite being teased by fate, to the magician's taking the initiative to challenge fate, even if it's to obtain a false outcome and obtain the audience's cheers by deceiving them, Klein nodded indiscernibly. He planned on attempting to take the initiative to perform. Where should I start? It has to be something that's relatively less dangerous. I can consider the matter of the vampire named Emlyn White being imprisoned by Father Utravsky. However, the premise is that I have to confirm that these non-humans are always law-abiding. At most, they're a little thieving. Where do Emlyn's companions live south of the bridge? I can't really remember. I'll have to do some divination later. I can also confirm the level of danger. Thinking of this, Klein put down the newspaper, got up, and went upstairs. It had to be said that it wasn't his personality to take the initiative to get involved in something that had almost nothing to do with him without any other motive. But in order to act, he could only force himself. My situation was relatively simple. What would an iron-willed straight man do if he were to play the role of a witch or a witch of pleasure? It's no wonder the City of Silver emphasizes that you're only acting. Klein suddenly understood the warning. In a dark room at the top of the spire in the City of Silver, the chief of the 6-member council, Colin Iliad, was standing in front of the window, staring at the City of Silver that was shrouded in darkness and lightning. The beams of light shone on his disheveled white hair, on the old scars on his face, on the deep wrinkles on his face, and on his eyes, which were full of worry. After an unknown period of time, Colin turned around and looked into a dark corner. He asked in a deep voice, "Did you discover anything?" In the corner, a shadow stood up, casting a pitch-black shadow on the wall as it twisted and whirled. Its voice had the sound of metal rubbing against each other, making it rather ear-piercing. After Derek Berg returned to his home, he showed some abnormalities, but there was nothing that required immediate treatment. Colin nodded slightly. What did he do? With the help of the mystical item at the bottom of the spire, he had transformed into a figure of light and finished off the rampager and the mysterious man who wasn't his true body. He had always suspected that the matter hadn't been completely resolved. The former exploration team captain suddenly lost control, and the mysterious man, who had endured for a full 42 years, recklessly took action without considering the traps and consequences. All of this made Colin, who had hunted many monsters, instinctively feel that something was amiss. Therefore, he believed that this was a deliberate choice made by the mysterious man. Although the other party's true motives were temporarily unknown, there was bound to be a corresponding follow-up. It wouldn't be so simple to eliminate him. After using his demon hunter powers to discover nothing abnormal, he deliberately pretended to be deceived and sent the youth named Derek Berg home. However, he secretly sent people to monitor him closely. This was completely different from the previous method of detention and inspection. It was a change that Colin had no choice but to make. The black shadow, which was constantly swaying slightly, replied after he entered the room. He sat on the edge of the bed and whispered to himself for a while. Because I was worried that the mysterious man would discover him, I didn't get too close, so I didn't hear what he said clearly. However, I can confirm that it was an abnormal behavior. After muttering to himself, Derek seemed to become very tired and quickly fell asleep. But not long after, he suddenly woke up and held a ritual. I suspect that he wasn't conscious at that time and was in a state of being controlled by the mysterious man. By the way, that ritual had the element of a secret deed. Colin pondered for a moment with a solemn expression. Indeed. Perhaps he's using this method to communicate with his main body. What's his goal? Why would he spend 42 years peacefully at the bottom of the spire? The black shadow naturally couldn't answer this question. It continued, after the ritual, Derek didn't show any abnormal behavior. Does this matter need to be dealt with immediately? If the mysterious man's main body is lured over, we might not be able to deal with him. Chief Colin of the 6-member council fell silent for a few seconds. Continue observing. That mysterious man hasn't shown any substantial malice for the time being, so we can't react too intensely. Sai, do you still remember that prophecy? It's almost time for disaster to descend. We're exploring further and further, finding more and more strange ruins, and the things we obtain are getting more and more dangerous. By your will, Your Excellency. The black shadow slowly shrank back into the ground and disappeared. At that moment, in the Berg household, Derek suddenly coughed violently, so much so that his heart felt like it was about to split open. Cough, Cough, cough. He crouched down and kept coughing until his throat itched and he coughed out something. Pa. A translucent object slid down his throat and fell to the ground. It was a bug the size and thickness of a finger. Some parts of its body were completely transparent, forming circular rings. Derek had seen something similar at the bottom of the spire before, so he was completely certain that he had escaped Amorn's influence. He bent down to pick up the translucent bug and finally counted the 12 rings on its body. What's its use? What can it be used for? It seems to be dead. Derek fell into deep thought. In the Winter County in the north of the Kingdom of Ruin, a black Gothic cathedral with a pointed roof stood in the snow-covered mountains, occupying an extremely large area. In front of it was a cliff, and it was surrounded by a vast expanse of whiteness. There was no sound at all. This was the headquarters of the Church of the Evernite Goddess, the Cathedral of Serenity, commonly known as the Holy Cathedral. The dark-haired, green-eyed Leonard Mitchell put on a black trench coat and red gloves before walking out of his room. Having successfully advanced and stabilized himself, he still hadn't gotten the chance to participate in the operation. He still had some practice and so-called mysticism lessons. Rounding the corner, Leonard saw a staircase that led downwards. He saw Captain Dunn Smith, who was dressed in a black trench coat and had a pair of dark grey eyes, and Klein Moretti, who had a scholarly air about him, standing there, smiling as they waited. He raised his head slightly and sighed silently. My memory has also become worse. I've forgotten that all of you are no longer around. Leonard retracted his gaze and walked down the staircase to the first floor of the cathedral. He knocked on the door and entered a small room. There were chairs in the room, and a few nighthawks wearing red gloves were sitting there. Leonard casually found a seat and sat down. He smiled and chatted with his friends he knew. After a while, High Deacon Crestit Sesamir, whose collar was pulled up high to cover his chin and lips, walked in. He sat at the front and said to everyone, "In today's lesson, I'll tell you some things to take note of. As Red Gloves, you will travel the world, and there is a certain chance that you will encounter dangerous high-sequence beyonders. If they have obvious ill intentions and want to kill you, the only thing you can do is to secretly leave behind traces, allowing subsequent investigators to obtain the corresponding clues. The specific methods are, but most of the time, those high-sequence beyonders might not take action directly. They will use you for various reasons. You have to be sufficiently vigilant and not be deceived. Here are a few scenarios that we have concluded." Sitting at the back, Leonard listened with a smile. He was very focused. His target of revenge was a high-sequence beyonder. The high-ranking deacon, Sesamir, paused for 2 seconds and continued. In the first scenario, some high-sequence beyonders will disguise themselves as hidden existences, using promises and hopes to deceive you into reciting their corresponding descriptions. In the second scenario, some high-sequence beyonders might be imprisoned or sealed. They will disguise themselves as mystical items that can grant wishes, luring you to help them escape. For example, a magic lamp that can grant 3 wishes, or a wishing pool. In the third scenario, a high-sequence potion is called a parasite. They often claim that they have lost their bodies and can only coexist with your spirit body. They can only rely on you and are unable to harm you. Then, they will give you knowledge, formulas, and all sorts of benefits, hoping that you will become stronger and help them reconstruct their bodies or seek revenge. And in fact, the beyonders that are parasitized will only become their nutrients to continue their lives and state. Chapter 368. The Cathedral of Serenity was especially beautiful under the night sky. It complemented the crimson moon that hung high in the sky, coldly illuminating the land. Leonard entered his single room, took off his 2 red gloves, and threw them on the wooden table. With a sullen expression, he sat in front of the patterned glass window, his back facing the outside as he bathed in the moonlight. After more than 10 seconds of silence, he suddenly said in a very soft voice, almost as though he was gnashing his teeth, "So you're a parasite." Leonard's voice echoed weakly in his ears, suppressing the obvious anger, tension, confusion, and fear. In an instant, a slightly aged voice sounded in his mind. "You can say that. What exactly do you want to do? Parasitize my body and suck my life away? Or wait for me to become stronger, and then directly devour my beyonder characteristic, just like nurturing a humanoid potion. Leonard's voice was suppressed, but he didn't speak slowly. The slightly aged voice in his mind laughed and said, "I'm your fortuitous encounter. I'm your adventure, haven't you always thought so? You think that you're unique, one of the protagonists of this great era. Actually, you're not as arrogant as you usually appear. You've always been wary of me. After I taught you the acting method, you didn't put in the effort to figure it out. All you did was try it on the surface, and it took you a long time to digest it. Furthermore, you deliberately hid it and didn't pursue the nightmare potion. When you met the true creator's son and suffered a blow, you were willing to advance to sequence 7. You were so regretful that you nearly hallucinated. Leonard, think about it carefully. Do you think I don't understand the Church of the Ebonite Goddess? When I interacted with them, the so-called Chinese wasn't even born yet. Do you think I don't know that the Church of the Ebonite Goddess has a certain understanding of parasites? Do you think I wouldn't have thought that the Red Gloves would know some secrets to prevent the infiltration of high sequence beyond us? But did I stop you from joining the Red Gloves? After a brief change in expression, Leonard finally fell silent and didn't say a word. The voice in his head chuckled again. Do you feel older than your actual age? I don't think so. I can live for at least another 100 years. I'm not in a hurry to take over the host's life. As for your Beyonder characteristic, PH, we aren't even from a similar pathway that can be swapped. Devouring it is equivalent to drinking poison. I'll become half crazy and increase the chances of losing control. Do you think I'll do that? Ebonite is in the same category as Giant and Death. As for the Beyonder pathway I'm in, my target is an apprentice, a seer. Leonard looked at his figure illuminated by the crimson moonlight and pondered for a while. What exactly do you want to do? What is your purpose? The slightly aged voice in his mind sighed. Haven't I already told you? I've suffered serious injuries and need a host to slowly recover. Furthermore, I have to hide from a terrifying enemy. The Nighthawks and the Church of the Ebonite Goddess are good choices. Leonard raised his head and looked at the ceiling for a few seconds before saying in a deep voice, "That's right. Will you be discovered by an archbishop, a high-ranking deacon, or some sealed artifact?" The slightly aged voice replied leisurely, "If a parasite could be discovered so easily, the high-ranking deacon named Sesamir wouldn't have just given a reminder and not brought you to be inspected. Of course, there are also traces of parasites. The Church of the Ebonite Goddess has the means to confirm this, but it's rather complicated and troublesome. It will result in a certain amount of damage and quite a bit of danger. It might even affect their goddess. Therefore, before you become a high-ranking deacon and have the qualifications to participate in the meetings of the church's top echelons, there's no need to worry about this before you come into contact with certain Grade 0 sealed artifacts. By that time, I should have recovered and embarked on my own journey." Leonard listened with a solemn expression. After a while, he said, "That's right. You have a terrifying enemy. Who is he?" The slightly aged voice chuckled and said, "I don't know his name, but I know his surname. What is it?" Leonard asked. The slightly aged voice suddenly became deep. "Amorn. South of the bridge, 46, River Bay Avenue." The hosts who were enjoying their dinner heard the tinkling of the doorbell. The only maid came to the door. Through the peephole above the lock, she saw a policeman in a black and white checkered uniform outside. She opened the door and asked fearfully, "Sir, how can I help you?" This policeman was none other than the disguised Klein. In an attempt to take the initiative to perform, he was confirming if vampire Emlyn White's companions, the people who lived at 48, River Bay Avenue, the ones who had entrusted Stuart with the mission, were law-abiding monsters. Yes, a law-abiding monster. Although this sounds a little wrong and a little funny, it's a reaction of my true thoughts. Klein emphasized in his heart. The police uniform he was wearing was not a custom-made fake. It was a product of ordinary clothes with an illusion effect. A magician had to do what a magician was supposed to do. Klein didn't monitor 48, River Bay Avenue because he believed that Emlyn White's companions had long moved away. As a monster and a non-human race, moving was the most basic thing to do when a companion had been missing for several days. They had to be wary that Emlyn White had been captured by the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or other official Beyonder organizations. They had to assume that he could confess at any time. Therefore, what Klein wanted to do was a questionnaire. He maintained the arrogance of a low-ranking policeman facing ordinary citizens. Without taking off his hat, he raised his chin slightly. "I have something to ask your master." The maid entered the room in a panic and soon returned with a man in his 30s wearing a thick shirt. "Officer, what would you like to ask?" the male host asked nervously. Klein stood at the door and looked inside. "Do you know the occupants of Unit 48? "Yes." The male host was taken aback. "What happened to them?" "They're involved in a case." "You have to tell me everything you know honestly," Klein said with a straight face. His face was also disguised to a certain extent, and he had added some illusion effects to distinguish him from the great detective, Sherlock Moriarty. The male host was immediately enlightened. "It's no wonder they moved away in a hurry more than a month ago. Most of the residents on River Bay Avenue and the surrounding streets know the Whites and their son. He's a handsome young man with a somewhat eccentric personality. Mr. White is an excellent physician, and he's good at using all kinds of medicine and bloodletting." "Bloodletting therapy?" Klein asked in return. "Yes. Although this is considered by many newspapers and magazines to be an ancient medical technique that doesn't have much effect, those who have received Mr. White's treatment have basically recovered. However, Mr. White also said that apart from him, the other doctors' bloodletting treatments are all fraudulent." The male host gave his opinion. "Bloodletting treatments are to accumulate food for themselves, right? The only thing that's really useful is the medicine. This vampire family relies on bloodletting to treat people while receiving food as payment. If there aren't many patients, or if the blood is extremely unhealthy, would they consider going to a distant hospital to steal blood from a blood bottle to drink? Compared to their identities as monsters, they're really law-abiding." Klein nodded in enlightenment. The emotional changes he observed with his spirit vision told him that the other party wasn't lying. Seeing that the officer didn't refute him, the male owner continued, "Mr. White and his wife are both very good and kind people. Although they can't cure those who are really seriously ill, they are already very good doctors for us who live nearby." Zhong Lisheng said. "Mr. White and his wife are very kind people. Is it because their child, Emlyn, is involved in the case? This young man is too quiet and seems to look down on us. He's always hiding at home, and I have no idea what he's doing. Officer, are you feeling hot? It's so cold outside. Perhaps it's just because he hides during the day and comes out at night." Klein wiped his sweat and said, "I've been walking around the area for a long time for this case." Following that, according to the questionnaire he had designed, he learned about the Whites and their son from all aspects. He knocked on the door one after another and asked. After summarizing all the answers, he came to the conclusion that the Whites were indeed kind, amiable, and law-abiding. This doesn't seem like a description of vampires. Klein looked up at the crimson moon that pierced through the clouds, intending to make a final confirmation. He dispelled the illusory effects on him and began his divination. After confirming that there was no danger, he circled to the side and climbed into the house at 48, River Bay Avenue. As others didn't know who had captured Emlyn White, they would always be afraid that an official Beyonder would come to visit, but Klein knew what was going on, so he wasn't worried at all that there was a trap. After entering the second floor, he used the moonlight to see that the various rooms were in a mess. Many of the things hadn't been taken away. Through this, it was enough to imagine how hurried the owners had been when they left. In the study, he even found some precious books on herbs. Among them, there was no lack of folk recipes popular in the countryside. As he walked and read, Klein entered a bedroom, and a black shadow entered his eyes. He jumped in fright, thinking that he had been ambushed. He nearly snapped his fingers and lit the matchstick he had thrown outside. Fortunately, there was no attack. The crimson moonlight passed through the window and filled the entire room. Klein finally saw what the black shadows were. They didn't have any spiritual luster, and they were dolls of various sizes. The largest one was only slightly shorter than Klein. It was a girl in a gorgeous dress with lace and ribbons on her sleeves and collar. This female doll was clearly closer to a wax figure. Her facial features were lifelike, and she had blonde hair and red eyes. The smallest one was only the size of a normal person's palm. It was a woman wearing silver full-body armor. She looked valiant and beautiful. As his gaze swept across the dolls, Klein suddenly thought of something. Under Roselle's influence, there were two trends in the development of doll art. One was cute and could change clothes, and the other was more realistic. Klein looked around and couldn't help but click his tongue. These dolls aren't cheap. Chapter 369. After a thorough inspection, Klein confirmed that there was nothing strange about the White family. Furthermore, the couple didn't leave behind a single strand of hair. It was obvious that they were guarding against someone using divination to track them down. He returned to the bedroom filled with puppets, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the grey fog. He planned on using divination to make a final confirmation. But before he got down to business, he conjured the female puppet that was almost as tall as him with great interest. Just like how he had divined the mutated sun sacred emblem in Tingen City in the past, he picked up a dark red fountain pen and wrote a sentence on the yellowish-brown goatskin, its origins. Putting down the fountain pen and holding the piece of paper, Klein leaned back in his chair and recited softly as he slowly adjusted his mind to enter a cogitation state. After a total of 7 times, his eyes darkened as he lowered his eyelids and fell into a deep sleep. In that grey and fragmented world, he saw the puppeteer being abnormally focused on his work. He saw the red-eyed girl being placed in the dollhouse, and he saw Emlyn White take out his wallet without moving his eyes away. Finally, the scene was fixed on the bedroom where Klein was. With his hair combed back diagonally, the handsome but slightly delicate and arrogant vampire, Emlyn White, was sitting by the bed, gazing lovingly at the puppet, as well as the other puppets of different sizes. He's indeed a fan of puppets. Klein opened his eyes and covered his face with his hand. Then, he waved his hand and made the puppets disappear above the grey fog. After doing all of this, he picked up the fountain pen again and wrote a new divination sentence, 48 River Bay Avenue, the scene of people dying in the past 10 years. According to the statements of the residents nearby, the White family hadn't moved here for more than 10 years. Therefore, Klein was able to lock onto a specific area. Furthermore, he believed that if the White family was just a good monster on the surface, and had been creating missing persons cases all this time so that they could suck warm and delicious blood, then it was impossible for them to prevent the matter from happening at home. In the long 10 years, there were bound to be a few accidents, as long as they didn't stop. After carefully checking the divination statement, Klein repeated the recitation and cogitation before quickly falling into a dream. In the dusky world, his vision was sometimes pitch black, sometimes snowflakes turned into dots, and sometimes shattered, but nothing appeared. This was the result of the divination. There was nothing. No one had died at 48 River Bay Avenue in the past 10 years. Putting everything together, I can preliminarily determine that the White family is law-abiding vampires who are, at most, petty thieves. Klein looked at the long, mottled bronze table in front of him, enveloped himself with spirituality, and fell into the grey fog. After returning to the real world, he carefully cleaned up the traces he left behind and left 48 River Bay Avenue the way he came. He didn't make a final decision. Instead, he took a detour to the Riverbend police station. While the thieves and drunkards were led inside and handcuffed to the pipes, he easily snuck into the archives and boldly lit the gas lamp inside. Then, Klein found the missing persons records for the past 10 years and flipped through them noisily. From time to time, police officers on duty would pass by outside the door, but there was no light leaking out from the archives. There's nothing suspicious. After an unknown period of time, the black-gloved Klein placed the dossier back in its original spot. Then, he turned off the gas lamp, took off his hat in the deep darkness, pressed his hand to his chest, and bowed towards the station's lobby. On the way back to Minsk Street, Klein took a shower, changed his clothes, sat in front of his desk, and spread out the map of Beekland that he had first bought on the steam locomotive. He first found Rose Street south of the bridge, where the Harvest Church was located. Father Utravsky was the bishop of this church, and he had imprisoned Emlyn White in the basement. Following that, Klein moved his gaze and figured out the names and layout of the surrounding streets. I can't be too impatient or anxious for success in a performance. I have to slowly make the audience immerse themselves. Klein whispered, unfolded the letter, and put down his pen. Dear Detective Stewart, I wonder if you've found that Emlyn White? I've been keeping an eye out for you recently. One of my informants told me today that he had seen this person on Tutiva Street south of the bridge. Of course, he only said that he looked very similar to the person in the portrait. Putting down his pen, Klein folded the letter neatly and stuffed it into an envelope. He then affixed a black stamp with a penny on it. On the vast Sonia sea with undulating waves. The Blue Avenger moved forward steadily without the slightest sway. The hanging man, Alger Wilson, sat in the captain's cabin, holding a brass sextant in his hand, but his eyes were closed. Without a sound, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. I've finally digested it. Alger opened his eyes and raised his hands, causing blue spots to appear around him. The blue spots converged and turned into a huge wave that swept forward. Alger pressed down with his hands, and the huge wave immediately collapsed, turning into countless raindrops that landed on the deck. After nearly 4 months, his seafarer potion was finally digested. During this period of time, not only did he spend a lot of time at sea to complete the various missions assigned to him by the church, but he also consciously explored new sea routes and searched for islands that had yet to be discovered. After several setbacks, he finally gained something. This spurred on the digestion of the potion, allowing him to basically grasp the principles of a seafarer that belonged to him. The core was to be close to the sea, to be familiar with the information of sea routes and weather, to explore and discover. The usually reserved Alger couldn't help but leave his seat. He paced back and forth in the captain's cabin and thought of the future he desired. Once I obtain the formula for the wind-blessed potion and find the corresponding Beyonder ingredients, I'll advance to sequence 6 without the church's knowledge. Then, I'll repeat the same process and strive to become a sequence 5 ocean songster within 3 years. During this process, I have to remain the captain of the Blue Avenger and not enter the complicated interpersonal relationships of the mandated punishers to prevent my secret from being exposed. Once I advance to sequence 5 and gain enough strength, I'll be able to return there in secret. Alger subconsciously looked to his right. His gaze seemed to penetrate the heavy planks of the ship and the vast sea, landing on an ancient and hidden island. Alger wasn't worried about his future advancement within the church. Once he fulfilled his wish, he could go all out to seek an advancement in his position. When the time came, the sequence 5 him would continue to disguise himself as a sequence 7 and drink another wind-blessed potion. This would increase his Beyonder characteristics, increase his strength, and slow down his digestion, but it wouldn't endanger his safety. By the same logic, after completely digesting sequence 5, he could have another ocean songster potion and repeat the normal process. This would only push him closer to losing control, and there was a solution. That was to find a woman to marry and transfer the excess Beyonder characteristics to his children. After doing this, I'll be able to reach the level of a cardinal and approach a high sequence Beyonder. Such a great era is my opportunity. In Alger's mind, he had already outlined himself wearing a cardinal robe, sitting in the upper echelons of the church, and controlling many mandated punishers. After a moment of reveling in it, he retracted his gaze and regained his rationality. The later steps will be more difficult. Thankfully, I have the tarot gathering and Mr. Fool. Although there are dangers lurking in this as well, any path to improve myself has risk. I have to quickly gather some Roselle diary entries in exchange for a chance to ask questions. I have to figure out what the card in Mr. Fool's hand that only shows its back is. It wasn't there before. Card. Roselle diary. It can't be the item I'm thinking of, right? Alger's eyes narrowed as his pupils shrank. 15 Minsk Street. Klein yawned, switched off the gas lamp, and slipped into bed. He originally had another plan, which was to use divination to roughly grasp the source of the biological poison bottle and obtain the potion formulas for the first 3 sequences of the mutant pathway from the werewolf Beyonder characteristic. However, after being busy with Emlyn White's matter all night, he felt a little exhausted. He planned on making another attempt above the grey fog the next day. Just as he lay down and closed his eyes, Klein suddenly felt that something was amiss. This is the instinctive spiritual intuition of a seer. It's been a few days since I obtained the werewolf Beyonder characteristic and the biological poison bottle. It's not like I haven't been in a good mental state, but I've been procrastinating and haven't divined it. This is very abnormal. Klein sat up, thought carefully, and found a similar matter. The first time he met Megos, he had wanted to use his spirit vision to observe her mental state, but he had naturally missed the opportunity because of his momentary daze. Only in the end did he realize that it was because she had an evil god's spawn in her belly. His instinctive spiritual intuition as a seer had stopped him without a trace, preventing him from losing control and collapsing on the spot. It's very similar, and it's even more obvious this time. I remember Miss Sharon saying that Rose School's control over its members far exceeds my imagination. Everyone's body and soul seem to be bound by something. This is also the reason why the mutant pathways sequence information isn't leaked. They believe in the chained god. So, when I use the werewolf beyond a characteristic to divine the corresponding potion formula, it will directly implicate this evil god, bringing about consequences that I'm not willing to bear. Klein thought about it seriously and felt that there was something suspicious about it. Back when I divined the mutated sun sacred emblem and the ear left behind by the listener, my spiritual intuition didn't stop me. Could it be that the chained god is stronger than the eternal blazing sun and the true creator? Or could it be that his characteristic allows him to restrain the grey fog, allowing him to effectively penetrate it? Of course, the danger could also come from the source of the biological poison bottle. Chapter 370. On a Tuesday morning, the weather remained cold and gloomy, which was common for this season. Klein tightened the collar of his coat, put on his hat, and opened the door. He was going to the mailbox at the end of the street to deliver a letter to Detective Stewart. It wasn't a long journey, so there was no need to dress so neatly and heavily. However, Klein had just recovered from his cold, so to be safe, he wrapped himself up tightly. Perhaps it was because of the strong winds last night, but the air in Beekland was unexpectedly good. Klein subconsciously slowed down and enjoyed the rare morning. As he passed by the Jürgen house, he heard the creak of the oriel window opening. He instinctively turned his head and looked over. Standing at the window was Mrs. Doris, wearing a black plush hat and a thick greyish-blue scarf. Compared to before, her complexion was a little worse, and her figure was hunched. "Good morning, Detective Moriarty. Thank you for taking care of Brody all this time. He said that you're a good person, right, Brody?" Old Mrs. Doris bent down and picked up the black cat with green eyes. Brody used all four of his feet and struggled in her arms. Finally, he jumped down and landed lightly on the windowsill. However, it didn't leave. Instead, it circled around, using its head and body to rub against Mrs. Doris. It didn't even look at Klein. Did a cat give him a good guy card? Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh and said sincerely, "It's a happy thing. And what makes me even happier is that you've finally recovered and been discharged, Mrs. Doris." After exchanging a few pleasantries, he bade farewell and continued walking down the street with a smile. After taking a few steps, he heard Mrs. Doris shout from behind, "When Jürgen comes back, I'll get him to pay you. Do I look like I took on this mission for the money?" The smile on Klein's face suddenly froze. He could only turn his body halfway and wave his hand, indicating that he understood. When he was far away from the Jürgen house, his expression gradually turned solemn and he sighed faintly. He had just activated his spirit vision to look at the color of Mrs. Doris's aura and realized that her condition wasn't good. This was because of her advanced age, as well as the cold weather and terrible air in Beekland, which had a negative effect on lung diseases. Mrs. Doris should be able to survive this late autumn and winter, but it's hard to say for the next one and the one after that. If she wants to live a few more years, I'm afraid she'll have to move south, to the area around Desi Bay. Unfortunately, Lawyer Jürgen probably doesn't have the means. "I haven't even been to Desi Bay." Klein mumbled, found the mailbox, and stuffed the letter in. This will be the prelude to the performance. In the evening, he would go to the Harvest Church as a detective to make the remaining preparations. After buying a desi pie for breakfast, Klein returned the way he came, feeling rather relaxed. Before he got close to his house, he saw an elegantly decorated carriage parked outside. Two ladies wearing ribbons and black hats were anxiously ringing the doorbell. Maids and bodyguards were scattered around, as if they were guarding against something. "Mrs. Stellin. Mara Mary." They have something to entrust me with. They look very urgent. Klein held the paper bag containing the desi pie, leaned over, and chuckled. Maram, it should be breakfast time. When she turned around and saw that it was Detective Sherlock Moriarty, Maram Mary heaved a sigh of relief. Mr. Detective, you have to help me. In Klein's spirit vision, her anxiety, nervousness, and fear weren't fake in the slightest. Therefore, he nodded and pointed at the door. Let's talk inside. As he spoke, he glanced at his landlady, Stellin, and found that she was in a completely different state from 2 days ago. She had become very depressed and dejected, as if she wasn't interested in anything. What did they encounter? Although the landlady likes to show off a little, she still loves life. Klein took out his key and opened the door. After entering, before he could even sit down, Maram Mary impatiently said, Detective Moriarty, I received a threatening letter. A threatening letter? Klein put down the desi pie and clasped his hands. What's the content of the letter? Maram Mary turned her head to look at Mrs. Stellin. Seeing that she wasn't as enthusiastic as usual, she had no choice but to weigh her words. That letter requests that I treat the factory's smoke fairly when conducting an atmospheric pollution investigation and affirm their contribution. Otherwise, I'll end up like the doll that came with the letter. The doll's head was removed, and its limbs were broken. Maram Mary seemed to recall the feeling she had when she opened the letter. With a trembling voice, she said, This is the first time I've encountered something like this. I don't know if it will become a reality. I didn't know that becoming a member of the investigation committee would require me to bear such a thing. I didn't know. Maram, perhaps Roselle the Great once said that there are only 2 extreme forms of hatred between people. One is to murder the other party's parents, and the other is to destroy the other party's ability to earn money. Klein nodded with a serious expression. My suggestion is to call the police. From his point of view, Maram Mary was now a member of the kingdom's Atmospheric Pollution Investigation Committee. Her status was completely different from before, and the police definitely wouldn't take the threat she had suffered lightly. Furthermore, this involved the formulation of the kingdom's important policies, so it wasn't an ordinary matter. Therefore, the police department would probably hand the case over to the church's Beyonder organizations, hoping to solve the case as soon as possible. Due to Maram Mary's identity as a believer of the goddess, the Nighthawks were an inevitable choice. This way, even if Klein wanted to get a share of the reward, he wouldn't be implicated. I've already done that, but it doesn't make me feel at ease. Maram Mary pursed her lips and said, Do you know what they said? They said that the threatening letter was made up of newspaper words, and that the doll was the kind that could be bought anywhere. It would be difficult to find the sender in a short period of time, and they only intend to send 1 police officer to protect me. Goddess, is this how they treat a helpless citizen's request for help? Maram Mary paused and looked earnestly at Klein. Detective Moriarty, I believe that you can help me. It's not only because of your performance on that matter, but also because of Mike's approval, Alan's praise, and Talim's praise. And I know that you've made outstanding contributions in that serial murder case. Don't worry, I'll pay you handsomely. Your words make me happy, but something doesn't seem right. Unless the police department has been bribed, they'll likely hand the case over to the Nighthawks. And with Beyonder means like divination, there's no way to avoid detection by using a letter made up of newspaper words. The sender has either been caught, or there's a way to interfere with divination. And the latter will cause the Nighthawks to officially intervene on a large scale. Regardless of the situation, it's different from how it's handled now. Klein didn't immediately answer Maram Mary as he seriously analyzed the abnormality in this matter. The living room immediately became abnormally quiet. The silence made Maram Mary and Mrs. Stellin feel inexplicably uneasy. At some point in time, Klein took out a coin and made it roll between his fingers. This seemed to be a habit of his when he was focused on thinking. Suddenly, the coin flew up and landed steadily in the palm of his hand with its back facing up. Klein was surprised. He had divined if there was any danger in this matter, and it turned out that there wasn't. If there really was such a threat, even if the sender didn't have much strength, it could still cause a certain level of danger. It can't be that there's no danger at all. It's just a simple threat. Or, Klein suddenly thought of another possibility as he smiled. He smiled and said, "Ma and Mary, don't be nervous. Go back in peace. If someone comes to you in the next 2 days to discuss this matter in the newspapers, letting the people know the true colors of those factory owners and igniting the anger of the people, then nothing will happen to you." What Klein had just thought of was that the threatening letter was a trap set up by his own people to incite the people and use their anger to smoothly carry out the investigation of the air pollution, allowing the subsequent bill to be beneficial to himself. And this could explain the police department's current reaction. "Why do you say that?" Ma and Mary asked with a frown. Klein smiled and replied, "That's my reasoning." "What if nothing happens in 2 days?" Ma and Mary pressed. "What if nothing happens in 2 days?" Madame Marie asked. "Then, I'll provide protection. Then I'll provide protection. It's not like there's any danger," he added inwardly. After comforting Ma and Mary, he went above the grey fog to confirm it and received the same result as before. And at that moment, his desi pie had already turned cold. Ma and Mary returned home, feeling a little uneasy. She wondered if she should invite Stellin over to stay for a few days to accompany her. At that moment, her butler informed her that the eldest son of Earl Hall, the chief secretary of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council, Mr. Hibbert Hall, was visiting. After both parties entered the living room, before Ma and Mary could say a word, the handsome blonde gentleman spoke first. "Ma and Mary, I've heard of your encounter. Ma and Mary, I've heard of what happened to you. This is a disgrace to Backlund and even the entire kingdom. I'm deeply sorry and sympathetic for this. Don't worry. Everyone in the council will stand with you. Thank you for your concern," Ma and Mary replied gratefully. Hibbert Hall deliberated for a moment. "Madam, I want to find a reporter to cover this matter. I want to tell everyone what happened to you and your despicable actions. I want the people to see how savage the people who polluted Beekland's air are." There was not the slightest hint of remorse. "Please agree to my request." This is exactly as Detective Moriarty described. Lady Mary was speechless for a moment. After breakfast and a short rest, Klein, who had nothing to do, went above the grey fog and prepared to divine the origins of the biological poison bottle. Chapter 371. In the ancient and majestic palace, one stone pillar after another supported the high dome. Klein sat at the end of the long bronze table, holding the translucent brown bottle. He checked it several times, but he didn't sense any danger. "Let's begin." He conjured a pen and paper and wrote down the divination statement, its source. Putting down the fountain pen and mentally preparing himself for a critical hit, Klein stared at the paper and the biological poison bottle. He leaned back in his chair and began chanting and cogitation. Soon, he entered a hazy dream and saw a dark but spacious room. King cobras, black widow spiders, and other animals hung in the room. There were also many strange plants placed in a messy and terrifying manner. A stern-looking middle-aged man in a white coat stood in front of the long table in the middle. He threw snake gallbladders, spider venom glands, and other items into the black pot that hung from the ceiling. In the end, he even put in a few items that had a strong spiritual luster. For example, a lung-shaped object that would occasionally dissipate into black gas and condense into a dark green substance. Another example was a tube of clear blue liquid, and another example was a fiery red eye. The air around the black pot gradually became viscous. They gathered in the middle, but they were constantly pushed away, making it difficult for them to do as they wished. When the middle-aged man in the white coat saw this scene, he slowly frowned, his expression vaguely anxious. He flipped through the black notebook beside him, gritted his teeth, and used a ritual silver dagger to slit his wrist. Drops of bright blood fell into the black pot, and as if it had a life of its own, it suddenly produced a terrifying suction force, sucking in all the viscous air around it. It also sucked in all the scarlet blood that had yet to leave his wrist. That wasn't the end. No matter how the middle-aged man in the white coat struggled to resist, or how terrified he was, he couldn't help but approach the pot. His body was stretched, and his head was compressed. Amidst his tragic cries, he was eaten by the pot bit by bit. The specimens hanging around, the plants, everything that could move flew into the iron pot. The brown mist suddenly filled the room, quietly flowing and rippling. When everything was over, The entire room was empty, leaving only the translucent brown bottle lying quietly in the middle of the empty space. The scene quickly faded, and the dream quickly shattered. Klein opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "So the biological poison bottle is the product of a suicidal experiment. I thought it was a beyonder characteristic left behind by a rampager. If that's the case, I can divine the formula." To Klein, the spirituality and beyonder characteristics of a rampager, as well as the spirituality and beyonder characteristics corrupted by an evil god, could be used to divine a formula, just like the all-black eye left behind by Nimblewright Master Rosago. This was because he had the grey fog to cut off the connection, and this mysterious space to eliminate the negative effects. He had plenty of means to court death. Of course, there were too many additional factors mixed into a beyonder characteristic. In theory, it was possible, but the chances of failure were extremely high. Klein only felt confident after advancing to magicians. Similarly, sealed artifacts formed from similar beyonder characteristics could also be used to divine the potion formula. However, if they were to be used as the main ingredients, and only become a mystical item through the creation of artisans or other beyonders or through some dangerous experiments, then Klein's current divination skills would be useless. Even with the enhancement of the mysterious space above the grey fog, it wouldn't work. Not bad. At least I don't have to worry about the hidden dangers of the biological poison bottle. Klein glanced at the fangs of the werewolf and rationally gave up his curiosity. In Queens, Earl Hall's luxurious villa, Audrey continued to study psychology. By her feet, Susie, the big golden retriever, was squatting there. Her eyes were bright and full of expression. She wagged her tail from time to time, as if she was enjoying it very much. Escalante, the psychologist, finished the introductory part and pretended to casually mention, "Actually, there's another theory. It believes that humans will inherit a certain amount of consciousness from their ancestors and past generations, thus forming the underlying logic of their own behavior. For example, although many people have never seen a venomous snake before, as long as they encounter it, they will instinctively feel fear and want to avoid it. Why is that? This is the feeling that we inherited from our ancestors, hidden in the deepest depths of our consciousness. In ancient times, people constantly fought with venomous snakes and all kinds of ferocious animals. Gradually, this memory was engraved in their consciousness and passed down. Then how is it passed down? Audrey asked with interest. Escalante, whose hair reached her waist, laughed. That's a very good question. The explanation given by some people is that everyone's consciousness is actually connected at the lowest level. It's one, and the traces and characteristics left behind here will affect one's own consciousness. For example, the lowest level of consciousness is like a boundless ocean, and each of our unique consciousnesses are islands in the ocean. This place can be divided into two parts. Hidden under the water is a larger and larger subconscious, and exposed on the surface of the ocean is a surface consciousness that can usually be detected. This is part of the theoretical foundation of the school of psychology. Audrey glanced at Susie and stroked the golden retriever on her neck. So, we can use the sea that is connected to each other to influence the consciousness of others and achieve the goal of treating certain mental illnesses. This is the mysticism foundation and beyonder powers of a psychiatrist. But it doesn't seem to be enough. There's still something missing. For example, the sky above us, the sky that envelopes everything. Audrey thought with a confused and curious expression. You are indeed very talented in this area, Escalante praised in pleasant surprise. But we can only influence the surrounding sea, and through it, we can influence people who approach. If we were to rashly venture deep and explore the deep sea, it's very easy to lose ourselves. She looked up at the gorgeous and complicated clock on the wall and smiled. Time's up. Today's lesson is over. Miss Audrey, if you are interested in this school of psychology, let's continue chatting next time. All right. Audrey stood up and bowed. As she watched her leave, she nodded thoughtfully. Mara Escalante doesn't seem like a real psychiatrist. At most, she's like me, a telepathist. Was she talking about the theoretical foundation of psychological alchemy? They sure are patient. Why haven't they recruited me into the society yet? As Audrey was lost in her thoughts, Susie said happily, Audrey, I feel like she's the same kind of person as us. Audrey, I feel like she's the same kind of person as us. No, the same kind of dog. No, that's not right either, woof. Susie, who only had a basic grasp of human language, fell into chaos. She couldn't find the right words to describe her feelings. South of the bridge, Rose Street, outside the Harvest Church. Klein, who was dressed normally, looked up at the sacred emblem of life on the outer wall. He held his cane, walked up the steps, and stepped through the door. The first thing he had to do was confirm the situation. Only by doing so could he perform better, so as to cleverly rescue the vampire Emlyn White without arousing suspicion. Then, as the detective who provided the clues, he would receive the gratitude of the White family and the applause of the audience. This would be an interesting performance. The Harvest Church wasn't big, and it only had a prayer hall. Klein found a seat by the aisle, took off his hat, and looked ahead. Bishop Utravsky was preaching. His height of more than 2 meters and his loose priest robe couldn't conceal his burly physique, giving off an extremely oppressive feeling. However, his expression was abnormally gentle, filled with praise and gratitude for life. In front of such a priest, no one dared to make a racket. The few believers listened quietly, occasionally making the unique prayer gestures of the Church of Earth Mother. Klein carefully observed and waited patiently, neither arrogant nor rash. With the end of the sermon, he held his cane and prepared to get up for the follow-up. At this moment, a man wearing the priest robe of the Church of Earth Mother entered the room at the back of the church. He looked to be in his late 20s. He had black hair, red eyes, a high nose bridge, and thin lips. He was handsome but not masculine enough. He was none other than Emlyn White. Klein's mouth gaped open bit by bit, almost unable to close it. Isn't this fellow supposed to be locked up in the basement? Didn't he keep shouting that he had to adhere to his beliefs and not submit to Bishop Utravsky's thoughts? Emlyn White distributed the items related to Holy Communion to the believers before finally stopping in front of Klein. Klein's thoughts raced as he immediately suppressed his voice. You're Emlyn White, right? Your parents entrusted my friend to find you. Why are you here? Did something happen to him? Do you need help? Emlyn White's characteristic arrogance disappeared as he revealed a smile that was only slightly better than crying. There's no need. I'll be home soon. He pursed his lips, shook his head, and forced a smile. I'm already a believer of Earth Mother. No, priest. This answer was completely out of Klein's expectations. He was momentarily at a loss for a response. All he could do was shout in his mind. Hey, back at the Harvest Church, you firmly said that you worshipped the moon and would never change your faith to Earth Mother. How long has it been since then? Isn't this too fast? Where's your persistence? Where's your integrity? My carefully prepared performance was forced to end before it even began. This doesn't make sense. Klein opened his mouth and suddenly realized something was amiss. Why is Emlyn White telling me about changing my faith? I'm just a detective who happened to discover him while passing by. He wants me to pass this message to his parents. Is there another meaning hidden in this? Just as Klein was guessing the reason, Emlyn White put away his worries and smiled smugly. Mr. Detective, you don't need to act. Or should I call you the new owner of the master key? Chapter 372. I've been recognized. Klein was alarmed and nearly entered a state of combat. Even without activating his spirit vision, he could tell from Emlyn White's tone and words that he wasn't lying. He was very confident, very certain. Just as he tensed up, Klein suddenly thought of a question. Why should I be worried about this? Immediately after, he answered his own question in his mind. It doesn't matter if I've been recognized. The situation now is different from 2 months ago. I once panicked because of Ambassador Bakerland's matter in front of the official monitors. I ran around, trying my best to grab at any straw. During this process, I came into contact with the Beyonder Circle and even became a Beyonder. It's quite possible. Therefore, even if my identity as a Beyonder is exposed, they won't think too deeply about it and dig up my past. Furthermore, Detective Eichinger Stanton is most likely a Beyonder, and he maintains a relatively good relationship with the police and the official organizations. He had vaguely guessed that I'm one of them and gently tried to rope me in. In this regard, I can barely be considered a peripheral member of the officials. If something really happens, it's not certain that I'll be arrested. More importantly, I've already made my current image deeply ingrained in people's hearts. I'm not afraid of a wanted poster in my photo. If the situation doesn't look right, I can directly give up 15, Minsk Street and my identity as Sherlock Moriarty. So, what do I have to worry about? Yes, before I came, I did a divination, and the revelation was that there's almost no danger. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein's constricted pupils, slightly changed expression, and ready state all relaxed, as if the other party was talking about today's weather. Seeing his normal expression, Emlyn White raised his eyebrows, took a few steps to the side, squeezed past him, and slowly sat beside him. The vampire looked at Bishop Utravsky, who was leading the believers in the Holy Communion ritual, and chuckled. "Mr. Detective, aren't you afraid that I'll go to the police station and shout that you're a beyonder?" Klein also looked ahead without turning his head. "I'll follow you and shout that it's a vampire. Come on, let's hurt each other. I'm not afraid of you." Emlyn White's expression stiffened as he raised his right index finger. "Sanguine, noble sanguine, understand?" Without waiting for Klein to speak, seeing that Bishop Utravsky was focused on the Holy Communion ritual, Emlyn White chuckled. "No matter what, I'm finally free. I pretended to submit and told the old man that I was willing to convert to Mother Earth and deeply repent of what I had done. Although I didn't know what I had to repent for, I had no problem putting on a show. That old man actually believed me just like that and was very happy. He let me out on the spot and made me a priest here. He told me that if I could memorize the Church of Earth Mother's Holy Bible, he would let me go home. Haha. This kind of old fellow whose brain is full of muscles and who has become stupid from religious beliefs is really easy to deceive. Gullible." Klein turned his head to look at the smug vampire and said, "There's no need to worry about that. Father Utravsky used to be a pirate, and has probably killed more people than your father has saved. Most pirates don't trust their companions, and they're full of deceit and betrayal. To be able to become a relatively successful and surviving pirate, even if Father Utravsky isn't good at using his brain, he's definitely not someone who's easy to deceive." Seeing Emlyn White's look of disbelief and about to retort, he stroked the tip of his cane and leisurely added, "The priest has a powerful sealed artifact called the mental terror candle." Father has a powerful sealed artifact called the mental terror candle. It allows the wielder to enter the deepest depths of the target's mind. There, no one can lie. Besides, this is only one of its uses. I don't know if it has any other abilities. Emlyn gradually froze as his eyes slowly lost focus. After more than 10 seconds, he muttered with a pale face, "When I said that I was willing to convert, that old man came in with a lantern. When I said I was willing to change my faith, the old man came in with a lantern. There was a candle inside the lantern, but I didn't get a good look at the candle." Klein turned his head and looked at Emlyn White with pity. "Perhaps Father Utravsky used it to plant a hint in you, making you gradually and completely believe in Mother Earth." The corners of Emlyn's mouth twitched, revealing a smile that was comparable to a zombie. "I didn't feel anything at all. It shouldn't be like what you said. Besides, aren't my parents coming soon? They can use ordinary people to accuse the priest of forcefully detaining me, making him choose between the reputation of the Church of Earth Mother or letting me go. Isn't this a great idea?" Klein maintained his sympathetic gaze as he clasped his hands and placed them in front of his mouth and nose, looking like he was seriously repenting. "If I were Father Utravsky, I'd choose to call the police and let them clarify the situation. Do you think the one who will suffer in the end will be a bishop with legal qualifications to preach, or a vampire?" Sanguine, sanguine. Emlyn White's facial muscles seemed to spasm. He clenched his fist and punched the back of the chair in front of him. "I can wait. Once I memorize the Holy Bible, I'll ask the old man to let me go. He's a truly pious person. He won't go back on his word." Klein didn't turn his head as he laughed. "I've been to 48, River Bay Avenue. Your parents have already moved away." "Of course. Not only will they move away, but they'll also move to a place I don't know," Emlyn White replied without hesitation. Klein added in a rather relaxed tone, They moved away in a hurry. They didn't take many things with them. For example, the things in your room. Emlyn White's expression immediately became extremely interesting. He opened his mouth, stood up abruptly, squeezed past Klein, and rushed towards Bishop Utravsky, who was in front of the sacred emblem of life. "Father, Bishop, I want to go home, I want to go home, I want to go home," Emlyn shouted loudly. Seeing that there were still believers who hadn't completed the Holy Communion ritual, Father Utravsky didn't respond. All he did was calmly look at the pitiful vampire. Emlyn suddenly shut his mouth and became quiet. He paced back and forth, looking extremely anxious. Klein smiled as he got up, picked up his cane and hat, and strolled along the aisle to the front row of the cathedral's prayer hall. After the Holy Communion ritual ended, he walked to Father Utravsky's side and said with a serious expression, "Bishop, I don't know why you let Emlyn stay here, nor do I wish to know. Bishop, I don't know why you let Emlyn stay here, nor do I wish to know. I only know one thing. His parents entrusted me to bring him back. If this giant-like priest easily agrees to my request, then I can only light some candles for Emlyn. No, from today onwards, he'll definitely hate candles. I'll have a moment of silence." Klein thought to himself. Father Utravsky looked down at them and replied with a gentle expression, "Emlyn can go home at any time." Klein glanced at Emlyn White, raised his right hand, and tapped his chest. He originally wanted to tap 4 times clockwise to form the crimson moon, but in the end, he forced himself to draw the triangular sacred emblem. He originally wanted to tap 4 times clockwise to form the crimson moon, but in the end, he forced himself to draw the triangular sacred emblem. Emlyn felt rather uneasy under his gaze. Without a word, he rushed straight to the cathedral's entrance and successfully left. Klein followed behind him at a steady pace. He was in no hurry. After jogging forward for a while, Emlyn suddenly slowed down and said in a daze, "I feel like I'm beginning to miss the Harvest Church. I miss the feeling of reciting the Holy Bible, and I miss the sacred emblem of life. I want to do some cleaning and cleaning. I just need to do it for an hour." An hour. This hint is even more vicious than I imagined. No matter where this vampire goes, he has to report to the Harvest Church every day. Forced labor for an hour. Actually, it's still all right. At the very least, I didn't forcefully use a hint to change Emlyn's faith. It's still a form of respect for him. Why did I use the word respect? That candle's name is Mental Nightmare. It's said to come from a dragon. The spectator pathway is quite terrifying. Klein nodded his cane. "Do you need me to remind you of anything?" "No need." Emlyn's expression warped as he said angrily, "I'll resist this feeling. I want to move to Midseashire, to Faceac. I don't believe that I'll want to return once I leave Beekland." He gritted his teeth and suddenly exhaled. "Let's take a carriage back to River Bay Avenue." "All right," Klein replied indifferently. After a few steps, Emlyn stopped a rental carriage. Just as he was about to board the carriage, his back suddenly stiffened for 2 seconds. Then, he said in a very low voice, so low that even Klein almost couldn't hear him, "I don't have any money with me." "I do." Klein smiled. Emlyn didn't say another word as he entered the carriage. Klein sat opposite him, and after the carriage began moving, he asked in thought, "What happened?" "Your father is a doctor. He has an outstanding pharmaceutical level." Although Emlyn was listless, he habitually raised his chin. This is the innate ability of us vampires. The most outstanding potion masters are all vampires. "Is that so?" Klein muttered to himself. No one knew what he was thinking. Emlyn fell silent for a moment. "Remember to write to your friend and tell him I'm back on Bayou Avenue and my parents will be looking for me." "Okay," Klein replied succinctly. Nearly 20 minutes later, the carriage drove into River Bay Avenue and stopped in front of the house at Unit 48. After paying the bill, Klein alighted from the carriage and saw Emlyn White looking in the direction of the bedroom with an abnormally excited expression. The vampire restrained his emotions and pressed his hand to his chest at Klein, bowing deeply. "No matter what, I have to thank you." Klein immediately smiled. "There's no need to thank me. I'll claim the reward for finding you, as well as the fare from before, from your parents. Also, You have to concoct medicine with beyonder effects to help me treat a patient. Chapter 373. Bounty, Transportation Fees, Medicine with Beyonder Effects. Emlyn White couldn't react for a moment. This was not the answer he had expected. Where's your gentlemanly demeanor? The vampire thought in a daze. As a detective, accounting is a must. Besides, you've delayed my trip to the Quelaag Club. I wonder what the limited supply is for the next 2 days. Klein looked at Emlyn White and lampooned half-jokingly. After a few seconds, Emlyn forced a smile. I need to see the patient before I can formulate a suitable medicine. Judging from his tone, he sounds very confident. Klein nodded thoughtfully. He immediately thought of a question. The White family seems to be outstanding potions scholars. If I'm really injured or poisoned, I can come to them for treatment. Wouldn't the apothecary formula that I spent so much effort to obtain from Father Utravsky be useless? I don't need to train another assistant who's good at healing. Things change faster than plans, however, it wasn't considered a waste. He had already recovered the cost from Miss Magicians. As long as a formula existed, it would always be valuable. Also, the White family will definitely leave River Bay Avenue and hide their identities again. I might not be able to find them. It's not that convenient. No, before the mental terror candle's hint is resolved, I should be able to wait for Emlyn White at the Harvest Church. Thinking of this, Klein took off his hat and bowed. No problem, I'll take you there when the time comes. I won't take up any more of your time. Emlyn White's expression changed as he hesitantly said, That's right. If you can remove the influence of the mental terror candle, you will receive more rewards, and, he paused, raised his chin, and said, and the friendship of the vampires. I'm a magician. I have the brooch of sun and the biological poison bottle. My usage of the body of heart and mind is limited to mediumship. What can I do? Among the people I know, only Miss Justice is close, but she's only a sequence 8, a telepathist. Unless you change your faith to the fool that doesn't belong to this era, then we can study how to use the knowledge recorded in the Book of Secrets and use the corresponding ritual to help you resolve this problem. Speaking of which, vampires seem to be worshippers of the primordial moon, very similar to the Shaman King and the rest. The ancient god recorded in the City of Silver, the vampire ancestor, Lilith, couldn't be the primordial moon, right? Klein smiled as his thoughts wandered. I'll keep an eye out for a solution. Emlyn White nodded and didn't say anything else. He eagerly turned around and rushed to the door. If it weren't for the coachman still nearby, he would have spread his black bat wings and soared to the 2nd floor. Klein laughed and shook his head wistfully. He took the rental carriage from before to the steam subway station not far away, and after a few twists and turns, he returned to 15, Minsk Street in Sherwood Borough. Before entering, Klein, who had already formed a habit, opened the letterbox to check if there was a letter. To his surprise, there really was a letter. The letter didn't have a stamp on it, and it was addressed to Detective Sherlock Moriarty. It was signed by Jürgen Cooper. Lawyer Jürgen? Puzzled, Klein picked up the envelope and tore it open. Under the light of the street lamp, he saw a piece of paper and 2 bills inside. The 2 bills were in denominations of 1 soldi and 5 soldi. A total of 6 soldi. During this period of time, I've fed the cat 3 times. The agreement was 2 soldi each time. Enlightened, Klein opened the door and lit the gas lamp. Unfolding the letter, he found that there wasn't much content on it, and Jürgen's handwritten words were as meticulous, serious, and reserved as he was. Dear Detective Moriarty, thank you for taking care of Brody during this period of time. This is the reward you deserve. I rang the doorbell twice and found that you weren't home. I had no choice but to put the reward in an envelope and put it in your letterbox. If I hadn't done this, I might not have had the time to come again until tomorrow evening. That would have missed the verbal agreement. My grandmother promised that it would be tonight. As a lawyer, I value the validity of verbal contracts and hope that they can be strictly fulfilled. Finally, thank you again. Jürgen Cooper. Mr. Lawyer, your gratitude is really dry and meaningless. It's not as good as Brody's. Your explanation of your actions is very detailed. It's really the standard Jürgen style. Besides, what letterbox? If I were on Earth, Before I transmigrated, I wouldn't have looked at the letterbox downstairs for months. Klein smiled as he folded the bills and put them in his pocket. Then, he took out the letter and wrote to Detective Stewart. After the greetings at the beginning, he carefully wrote, "I found Emlyn White at the Harvest Church near Tutiva Street. It's a very small church that belongs to the Church of Earth Mother. It's rare in ruin." Emlyn White claimed that he had chosen to leave home due to certain matters. Later, he was taken in by the bishop of the Harvest Church and lived there, becoming a. Klein thought for a moment and wrote down the word volunteer. Then, he said succinctly, "That's right. After my persuasion, he has returned to 48, River Bay Avenue, but he might come to the Harvest Church to do some volunteer work." After he finished writing, Klein read through the letter. He then put down the pen and folded the letter neatly. He flipped through the envelope, but he didn't paste the corresponding stamp on it. He planned on hiring someone to deliver it to Stewart's house the next day. If he were to use the kingdom's postal system, even if he placed the letter in the mailbox now, it would only be picked up the next day. After that, there would still be the process of sorting and delivery. Therefore, even though they were both in the royal capital of Beekland, Stewart would only be able to see the letter the day after tomorrow before he could inform the Whites. As for Emlyn White, he was now penniless and only had a doll. This is also to receive his remuneration as soon as possible. Klein chuckled, cleared the coffee table, and returned to the second floor to brush his teeth and take a bath. On Wednesday morning, after spending too solely to hire a rental carriage driver to deliver the letter, Klein bought some of the main ingredients for desi seafood rice and planned on making egg fried rice that day. Thinking of the white rice, he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. After spending a certain amount of time and going through all kinds of trouble in the kitchen and utensils, he finally made a pot of fragrant egg fried rice. It was paired with cured meat and black tea, and he nearly burst into tears as he ate it. What a nostalgic and touching taste. After finishing 2 large plates of egg fried rice, Klein slumped into a chair and rubbed his stomach. In the case of Emlyn White, because the other party didn't play by the rules, his performance had ended before it truly began. He didn't achieve his desired goal, so he could only find another opportunity to take the initiative to perform. In this regard, Klein didn't gain anything. Failure was also an experience. This at least made him understand one thing: unlike ordinary magicians, my performance not only has assistants, but also enemies and participants. Their reactions and choices will also affect the development of the matter. I have to consider these factors in advance. This can also be considered a lesson. It's better to be taught a lesson on such trivial matters than to be taught a lesson on certain important matters. Klein looked at the empty plate in front of him and thought about what other performances he could take the initiative to do. After serious consideration, he realized that there wasn't one. Of course, it wasn't that there was absolutely none, but it wasn't suitable for him to do it now. For example, the evil spirit in the 4th epoch's Tudor dynasty ruins. Klein had always wanted to deal with it, but even with Sharon, who had the scarlet lunar corona, and Marek, who had obtained the remnant characteristic of a wraith who had lost control, he didn't think that they could fight a high-sequence monster. They might even die without knowing how they died. Taking the initiative to perform isn't equivalent to courting death. It's not equivalent to risking my life to perform. Klein warned himself. There was another thing he wanted to do, but he didn't think there was any chance. That matter was to find the strange child, Will Orseptin, who had brought bad luck to Surgeon Allen. Klein had always been interested in the tarot cards in Will Orseptin's hand, wanting to confirm if it was a mystical item. Unfortunately, this matter had already been taken over by the Nighthawks, and Klein didn't really want to get involved in the actions of his former colleagues. When Dr. Allen is resting, I'll go to the Quelaag Club to inquire about the progress and then decide what to do. Klein's thoughts quickly took shape. As far as he knew, Dr. Allen was usually free on Friday afternoons and Sundays, and he would go to the Quelaag Club to play tennis. And just now, Klein had also confirmed one thing through today's Beekland Morning Post. There would be a Beyonder gathering convened by old Mr. Eye of Wisdom tomorrow night. For the time being, I can't sell the werewolf Beyonder characteristic or the biological poison bottle. I can't even find someone to make the former into a mystical item. The high-sequence beyond us of Rose School are definitely still active nearby. They must be filled with anger and can't wait to find and tear apart Sharon, Marek, and their helpers. I have to keep a low profile in this area for the time being. Klein picked up a napkin, wiped his mouth, and began clearing the table. He had originally wanted to rest today and spend the day leisurely at the Quelaag Club without taking the initiative to perform. However, he remembered that Amorn's avatar had discovered the grey fog and attempted to infiltrate it. He also remembered the role that the Book of Secrets had played in that crisis. Thus, Klein lit the fireplace in the activity room and brought the Book of Secrets back to the real world. Then, he focused on reading, pondering over it, and taking notes. Of course, he would burn the corresponding notes above the grey fog afterward. Before he knew it, it was already noon, and he suddenly heard the doorbell ring. After hiding the Book of Secrets, Klein entered the living room and went straight to the door. The visitor was Detective Stewart, who had a thin face and a beard. He looked at Klein with great reverence and excitement and couldn't wait to praise him. "You really are a great detective with rich resources and channels. You were able to solve such a case without any clues so quickly." Chapter 374. "No, it's just good luck. It's just that God is blessing me." Klein modestly made way and invited Stewart in. What he said was actually the truth. This matter was indeed due to good luck. Long before the other party took on the mission, he had already known where Emlyn White was. As Stewart took off his tweed coat and hat, he hung them on the shelf in the foyer and said with a shiver, "This darn weather is getting colder. This damn weather, it's getting colder and colder. Maybe I should try those cotton-stuffed coats. You can't call this cold, right? Go north of Midseashire and stay in Winter County for a day. You'll understand what true low temperatures and true winter are," Klein chuckled. Immediately after, he generously asked a question. "A cup of hot coffee? That's exactly what I'm hoping for." Stewart followed him to the activity room on the first floor. "I've been to the north of Midseashire, so I know about the low temperatures and heavy snow there. It was a rather wonderful vacation, but Backlund's cold isn't bad either. It's like magic, penetrating my clothes and seeping into my bones. Oh, a fireplace that makes one want to praise." Stewart stood in front of the burning charcoal fireplace for a full 20 seconds before sitting on the sofa. He looked at Klein, who was busy brewing instant coffee. "I plan on going south for a New Year's holiday to Desi Bay to fish. What about you? What vacation plans do you have? We endured the air of Beekland for a year and worked hard to save up money for such a vacation. Perhaps it's also to Desi Bay," Klein said hesitantly. He looked sideways at Stewart's face, his expression momentarily a little dazed. This was related to a promise. An agreement with his brother, Barnson, and his sister, Melissa. "Haha, I'll show you my sea fishing skills," Stewart chattered. "We still don't have enough money. Otherwise, we would really want to go to Fasak, Intis, or even the southern continent." Klein finished brewing the coffee and handed the white porcelain cup to him. He took 2 steps back and sat opposite him. Stewart held the cup and took 2 deep breaths of the warm, fragrant air. After a few seconds, he put down the cup and said very formally, "According to our agreement, I will share the reward I received this time with you. Mr. and Mrs. White gave you £50 altogether, and you obviously contributed more than I did. Sherlock, how about £30? I still have to pay my informants for their hard work." "Only £50? A vampire is only worth £50. Klein could not help but curse in his heart. However, he also knew that it wasn't that the Whites didn't want to increase the reward. They were probably worried that if they gave too much money, it would scare the detectives and make them have unnecessary associations, which would then attract the attention of the police or some official organizations. To an ordinary private detective, a £50 mission was tempting enough. Back when Klein hired someone to investigate all the houses with red chimneys in Tingen City and the small towns in the suburbs, he had only spent about £7. In addition, Mr. and Mrs. White also gave you an extra £1, saying that it's your fare for the next few days. Stewart took out 6 £5 notes and one £1 note with slight doubt. Klein took it and casually checked its authenticity. He didn't explain about the fare. Stewart didn't ask any further. He smiled and said, "Other than Mr. Stanton, you're the most outstanding detective I've ever met. Did you enter the profession halfway, or did you learn from a great detective in the past?" Which detective did he learn from? That's a lot. What Sherlock Holmes, what Hercules Poirot, what 10,000-year primary school student, what swindler in the name of his grandfather? Klein silently lampooned. He thought for a moment. "I'm from Midseashire. I did a lot of work in the early days before I became a detective." "That's why you're so knowledgeable," Stewart said in realization. "Hey, your flattery is making me a little embarrassed." Klein smiled but did not respond. Stewart took a sip of coffee and said, "Sherlock, if I encounter a difficult case that I can't solve in the future, I hope I can ask you for help. My connections in the detective world have also been established." Klein replied cautiously, "That's right. At that time, if I'm free." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Stewart tactfully bade farewell. Klein walked him all the way to the lobby. After putting on his coat and hat, Stewart was about to open the door when he suddenly turned around and said sincerely, "Sherlock, you're too simple. Your talent deserves better coffee." "Ah!" Klein was taken aback at first before he felt a little awkward. He laughed dryly. "I can't tell the difference between good and bad coffee. It's all the same to me." After sending Stewart off, Klein went out and bought a few beef bones and some beef from a butcher's shop. He also went to a vegetable shop to buy radishes and other ingredients, as well as the corresponding seasonings. He wanted to prepare beef bone radish soup for dinner to accompany the remaining rice. As for lunch, he found a random restaurant on the street and had a lamb chop. In the leisurely afternoon, Klein continued studying the Book of Secrets. The more he read, the more he felt that he knew too little about mysticism. Thankfully, he had a solid foundation, and he could quickly grasp many things the moment he came into contact with it. In the evening, he caught a whiff of the alluring fragrance of the beef bone radish soup. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down twice. He heard the doorbell again, and it was like a bugle call for dinner. Gulping a mouthful of saliva, Klein walked to the back of the door and reached out to grab the handle. The visitor's appearance naturally appeared in his mind. It was none other than the handsome but not masculine red-eyed vampire, Emlyn White. "There's no need to rush me. He's a guy who keeps his word." Klein opened the door and smiled. "Good evening, Mr. White." Emlyn lifted his chin, letting his impatience show. Just as he was about to speak, Klein sized up the brown priest robe he was wearing and revealed a knowing smile. "You just came from the Harvest Church? Who said that he could last night?" Emlyn immediately couldn't maintain his gentlemanly demeanor. He gritted his teeth and said, that old man, damn it, how do I get rid of that darn hint?" Without waiting for Klein's reply, he patted the clothes on his chest and pulled a long face. "Take me to the patient. A sumptuous dinner is waiting for me." As he spoke, he sniffed indiscernibly, as if he had smelled something. Klein didn't say anything else as he took his coat and hat. "All right, I'll take you there now." After closing the door and taking a few steps, he cautiously asked, "Do you have a medical license?" How else could he convince Lawyer Jurgen to allow Mrs. Doris to take the medicine? Emlyn looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle. "I don't need that kind of document to prove my ability." Before Klein frowned, he nonchalantly added, "You're right. It's too simple. I just had to deal with it and I got it." "You sound like you're quite proud of your medical license." Klein smiled but didn't say anything. Emlyn looked at the wet ground in front of him and casually said, "That's right. Do you know what I like most about Beekland?" "What?" Klein asked curiously. Emlyn chuckled. "The sky is gloomy for a long period of time, and the fog that obscures the sun, so even if I go out during the day, I won't feel too uncomfortable. This is great, except for the bad air. In other words, vampires would really be harmed by sunlight. Thankfully, I considered this yesterday and deliberately didn't bring the sun brooch. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to communicate with Emlyn." Klein seemed to understand something. As they spoke, they arrived outside Jürgen's house. Klein stepped forward and rang the doorbell. After a while, the door opened, and Mrs. Doris, who was also dressed thickly at home, said in surprise, "Detective, are you here as a guest?" The black cat, Brody, silently squatted by the side as he warily looked at Emlyn, as though he felt that something was amiss. Klein pointed at the vampire beside him. I got to know a new doctor who's good at treating lung diseases, so I specially invited him to take a look at you. This is Dr. Emlyn White. Is that so? You still remember this matter? What good children you are. Doris cheerfully invited them to come in. Child. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched, but he didn't say a word in the end. On the way into the living room, Emlyn lowered his voice and said to him, "This patient's problem is irreversible. This patient's problem is irreversible. She is very old, and her body is quite weak. Even if I give her the medicine, she'll only be able to survive this winter at best. She'll pass away in 3 to 5 years. Unless there's the legendary immortality potion or something similar, this is the only way. Or, turn her into a sanguine. But at her age, she can no longer withstand the changes a beyonder characteristic will bring to her body. Besides, my parents and I don't have any additional characteristics. Irreversible." Klein was taken aback as he sighed silently. He said to Emlyn, "Concoct the medicine for her first. Let's concoct the medicine for her first. We'll talk about it after this winter. All right, I have a finished medicine that's suitable for this situation." Emlyn sat down on the sofa without standing on ceremony. At this moment, Jürgen took off his apron and came out of the kitchen. He asked Klein the reason for his visit. "Dr. White, what do you think of my grandmother's lung disease?" Jürgen asked solemnly. Emlyn was clearly very good at such situations. He first explained his understanding of lung diseases, and after making Jürgen dizzy, he said, "What she needs the most is warm and healthy air. What she needs most is warm and healthy air. This is my most sincere advice. In addition, I have a special medicine that you can try for free." As he spoke, he took out his physician's license and a small metal bottle. "Will there be any side effects?" Jürgen asked cautiously. "No, the only problem is that it can't cure the problem at all. It's only a temporary cure," Emlyn replied in a very professional manner. "If it weren't for Detective Moriarty, I wouldn't have let anyone try it out. Perhaps we can give it a try." "Ahem." Mrs. Doris interrupted. Jürgen glanced at Klein, and the latter, who had done a divination beforehand, gave an affirmative nod. "All right." Jürgen finally made his decision. He watched warily as Mrs. Doris drank the bottle of medicine, carefully observing her reaction. Mrs. Doris didn't change at first, but she gradually felt that her breathing was becoming easier. She stood up, bent down to hug the cat, and said happily, "I feel much better." Seeing this scene, the corners of Jürgen's mouth curled up slightly. Seeing this scene, the corners of Jürgen's usually solemn and unsmiling face actually curled up slightly. But what Klein thought was 3 to 5 years. He smiled and sighed inwardly. This can also be considered a kind of magic show, using beyonder powers to create a false outcome to make the audience happy.